I got to do with Steve Dave, dumbass?
That comes out of your station. Everything that comes out of your station, you're responsible for.
You're an idiot, because no, he does not come out of my station. You are really wrapped up in... I just don't know about you. You don't know about yourself. You're fucked up in the head.
That comes out of your station. You should probably look at the rules.
Okay. You're twisted.
Section 976.5 is out broadcast. You should probably look that up.
Maybe you shouldn't broadcast when you're on fentanyl and alcohol. It may be.
If I was on fentanyl, I would be passed out. So, just weird, yeah. But, fentanyl, no. If I have fentanyl, why do I have parts of your radio equipment they need you?
Because you just spend all your money on radio equipment. You're just such a great guy. You're a piece of shit. Get off the radio, you drunk.
That makes no sense at all. No sense at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make very much sense because I haven't spent a lot of money on my radio equipment and I sound pretty damn good.
Okay. How long did you get out of 1 hour?
I can go wherever I want to talk.
Okay. You try that now.
Go fuck yourself.
By the way, you can't wash that green off your skin. Green astringent.
Indy, it's a you? Are you fucking kidding me?
You can't wash that off, no. Too tight.
You are so full of yourself. You're a dirtbag.
Really good radio.
Well, good for you. You're a dirtbag.
Really good radio.
And that's about all you got.
Okay.
Who cares? I don't give one fuck. Not one. I don't care at all.
Nobody asked you to do that. Nobody gives a fuck if you ask me to do it, but nobody fucking cares. You know why? Because nobody
That is too funny.
So it seems you're always to end. Come back, we'll talk.
I just got 2 texts saying what an asshole you were. People really don't like you, Rob. Oh, that's funny as fuck.
That's just bullshit.
Did you hear those texts coming in? They were all about you from different people. That's too funny.
Right around it. South Puget Sound.
Waving a hand at that 531.
Good day, good day, good day. That sounds like Al.
It would be me. Working my little Cobra 29. I can hear you today.
Oh yeah, Ken, that's what I'm running over here. Rubber Snake 29. Pull that up about.
Well, that sounds alright.
Stock microphone element in a, well, video game body for a microphone. I took the coffin mic element out and put it in a Rockstar microphone.
Well, I think I'm being heard just fine.
I got my little Kmart blue light special power microphone on this one.
Procom.
Excellent.
Yeah, 10.
This is an excellent microphone. 45 Kilo gave me one of them. I use that in my car.
Yeah, I bought another one just in time for them to run out of them. But they had them for like super cheap on Amazon under the Aries label. But like you get the microphone and it says Procom on the battery cover, so you know it's the same thing.
Yeah, Ken. Yeah, they got a decent switch in them too. They last for a while.
Yeah, I've been impressed. It doesn't seem to be getting scratchy yet.
Don't be shy.
No doubt, it's good hearing you there, Al, and I was just popping into my motorhome here and figured I'd switch the old CB radio on.
Oh, it's the usual mess up in Tacoma, but I mean, other than that, it's been pretty quiet out here.
Shame on it. You should read some of these texts.
Let's try out the Shure 58 microphone.
No, people think you're weird. I know, he doesn't care at all. He doesn't care at all. Go have another drink. stay at your...
Yeah, boy.
Lost to the neighbors trying to beat them up or nothing.
Sorry, I was trying to get this joint sparked up. The only problem with running a handheld mic is sometimes I need both hands. And I'm waving a hand up at that MAD.
Good evening.
Good evening. And the channel was quiet.
He's psycho, he's psycho.
For some reason, this isn't getting old.
I'm going to get me more coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
You know, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna finish this joint when I get back. I'll be back.
Yeah, I done set my bowl on the counter. I'm looking at my empty coffee cup, and I'm thinking, I should be back in a minute or three.
Yeah, you need those.
You guys sit there with your little fucking cat. Not the dead one, the one that's alive. And just stay where you are. Shut up, stupid. Fuck you people, dumbass. Nobody cares what you have to say, Robert. Or is it Robbie? Or Roberto? It's funny how you think everybody's your friend. Okay, yeah, there's another one. The Addams Family was a good show. I wasn't talking to you, stupid. I've got more radios and more power supplies and more boxes than you probably ever owned. I've got cabinets. I've got galaxies and unidens and I got all kinds of shit. Rocket boxes and I don't...
Did I miss any of the good stuff?
Whatever radio I want and get out just fine. you a ball sack. Yeah, you're a ball sack. Oh, and I got two Cobra 2000s. Let's see. The Cobra.
Rates about a 7.0 on my weird shit-o-meter.
Funny. Anyway, I'm getting back off here. You guys have a...
What was that, Al?
Yeah, waving.
Waving. You in the mobile?
No, I just got home from work a little bit ago.
Oh, Roger. Hey, Al.
Yeah, what's up?
So you've seen that 300A in real life, right?
What, eighth? I mean, I've seen a 300A. Which 300A?
That box that what's his name has?
Oh, that Inspector has? No, I don't think I've actually seen that one. And I've seen his 6-pill. And I've been over to his station, but I don't remember seeing that one. I think he had it put away when I was over there. But I mean, I know Inspector well enough to know that, you know, I mean, he you know, it is what he says it is. But yeah, I've not seen it in person that I can recall.
I was just curious. No, he sent me a picture of it over, but I was just curious if you seen it in real life as to just what condition the faceplate is in. But yeah, it's all good, man.
Yeah, that I have no idea. I've seen his station before, but I don't think he had that out. So I don't remember him showing me that one. He might have though. I just don't remember.
Yeah, Tim, I'm gonna grab my phone real quick and look at that again. But I watched a few videos on YouTube in reference to those.
Yeah, 10.
If you'll let it go for $350, I'll buy it. Said he wanted 4, but I'm gonna offer him $350. that's where I'm going to stay. Then I'll restore it. That's probably going to be new high voltage capacitors. It's already got one brand new replacement board in it. I think he said the high voltage rectifier board. I'll probably replace the high voltage caps. Just kind of go through it. Maybe even buy a spare 4CX300 to slap down in there. So I was just looking to see what their guy was demoing one of those. 2200 volts to the plates.
I think so. I don't know. Yeah, I believe they're like in between 2 and 3,000 volts.
Yeah, and that was beefed up a little bit. They had a little bit bigger tube in it, but he was getting quite a bit of power out of it for a single tube there. They think because it says, 4CX250B that's only good for, 250, 300 watts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dead carrier. It'll throw just a dead key like that. But then when you start modulating on it, RMS, it'll probably do about half of what it does peak. If not, maybe a little bit more, depending on how efficient the amp is.
The meter on the front, that's relative power, but that goes to $1,000. But yeah, one of those beefed up, swinging 950. That's not uncommon.
Yeah, like those 4CX 300s are supposed to be able to do like 300 dead key. They, 5 to 600, on the average, and then, peaks of up to about kilowatt, 800.
Yeah, and it's a military IMAX style tube, which is, yeah. I've always wanted one of those, man, and I've seen one of those way back in the day. That's another reason I want it.
There's a few amp companies that did amps like that. Pride did one that was sweep tubes, I think, too. But DNA had one that did about the same power as those things, but it was 2 drive and 8 sweep tubes instead of just one big tube.
I got like a Magnum Mark 6 laying around I was playing with years ago, and it's 2 drive and 4, but yeah, 6 LQ6, 6 KD6, something like that.
6 JE6s?
Those might be the short ones, like you were saying. I can't remember. I know a 6 LQ6 is a tall one. A 6 KD6 is a tall one. But I believe this used all the same tube. But it's 2 drive and 4, and it wasn't short ones. It was two tall ones, driving 4 tall ones.
Could have been like 6 LF6s. The 6 LF6s were 6-volt versions of like I think they did like 20 LF6s or whatever that you could put like 12 to 16 volts into.
Yeah, it's a 20 volt filament, but no, you're right. 6 LF6, that's a replacement tube for a 6 LQ6. Yeah, I could have been those. Then somewhere around here, I've got a what is it? I hooked it up one time and it drew all kinds of amperage at 12 volts. It's like, this is impractical. Like a Palomar 90 mobile, the old T-Power transistorized, kind of sounds like a B when you key it.
Oh, right.
key it up and you the thing will sit there and make, you know, when it's making the high voltage.
Had a little bit of a high frequency buzz.
Oh yeah. You know where I think that came from? Someone gave it to me, but I think Baby Bear had that way back in the day. You want to see a battery go dead quick, hook that to it.
Yeah, 10.
I mean, it worked. It took a tune, you know. I loaded it up and everything, but yeah, very impractical. Smuggler talked earlier.
Smuggler was out here?
Yeah, he was talking earlier, and then he was talking about some bullshit, something his CPAP machine or fucking what he had for dinner. Yeah. I just told him what I thought, and then he's like, "Well, what do you want to talk about?" And we talked about that turbo Trans Am.
Did you talk about the Corvette too?
No. I told him I wanted to talk about the Trans Am, and he figured out exactly what that is. Yeah, it's a 301 turbo, but that's a carbureted turbo.
Yeah.
So you remember the Buick Regal, say a precursor to a Buick Grand National?
Yeah, they had the GNX that was the turbo instead of the supercharged V6. It was kind of like a Grand National, but I think they called it the GNX or something like that.
Yeah, there was one of those, and there was also a T-Type. Well, I had the one earlier yet. This was a 78 Buick Regal turbo. That's a 3.8 liter. In the little Regal had to kind of bubble up on the hood, but off to the side. The reason they had to do that was to clear the air cleaner, and the carburetor was off to that side. So that's a big quadrajet carburetor, a Garrett turbo off to one side. Yeah.
It'll get the job done. Yeah, that Trans Am honestly is my favorite of his two cars sitting out there. I'm not gonna lie, it's a nice car. He for some reason likes the Corvette better, I think. But yeah, most people tell him they like that Trans Am.
But it's a pace car for one thing. But no, so what they did is basically the same turbo layout as that would be on that 3.8, but they incorporated that into the 301, which was it was a pace car. It was limited to that. Like, not saying that's the only year they used the 301, but that particular car, white, it's a pace car, turbo, and then he said there's like lights behind the scoop that you see through the windshield when it starts making boost. They light up and stuff. So for 40-some thousand, 50,000 mile original car, yeah, that's worth something.
Yeah, both of those cars are minty, like really minty. Definitely a good investment on that.
Yeah, I mean, and I know how they drive. Yeah, that's got probably the WS6 handling package, quick ratio steering. It's probably not low. It's probably really high geared because it's a pace car. 2.7 something, 2.9 something gears. But no, they're cool cars. They handle good. That particular year, I like the Smoky and the Bandit style. The back was different, the front grille was different, but it's still a cool car.
Yeah, I did like that. Just that body style in general, whether it be the Smoky and the Bandit or that style, they both look really good. I still think I like that body style of, Trans Am better than any Corvette body style, to be honest with you. Although that same year Corvette body style, well, early 70s Corvette body style was pretty good.
A friend of mine had a 71 Corvette Roadster with a big block in it. That would be pretty, but yeah, the last cool body style of a Corvette to me was a 1973 Stingray. After that, they rolled the back off. Front looked kind of the same, pretty much the same, but the back, nah.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. That's right about the year range. I didn't like them anymore either. But yeah, they're not the best cars to drive. I mean, you got Coke bottle caps for brakes and fucking solid axle in the rear. But they were the best looking by far.
That's not a solid axle in the back, bud. That's independent all the way around. I rode in a '73 Corvette Stingray. It had it was a 100,000-mile car. We put some 202 heads on it. A good tune. Carburetor was something like I consider it like a Holly Economaster. But Muncie 4-speed, it had decent factory gears in the back, and it's independent in the back, with a single leaf spring side to side, and lots of U-joints back there. But it buzzed right up over 100. You touch the brakes, and she'd be right back down at 40, just like that.
So it was independent, but it still had the leaves. Okay. I thought those were still straight axle until like the 80s when they went like unibody and fully independent.
I believe even the 63s were not leaf springs, leaf spring, one side to side, not going front to back. But they're independent in the back.
Gotcha. Yeah, I knew they had leaf springs, but I guess I never really took a look underneath one of those things. I was always just looking at the top of them because they're so fucking good looking.
Yeah, I believe they carry. I mean, I can't say for sure like a 55 or 56 Corvette. That I can't guarantee. A 63 split window, 68, 69, 70, up to 73. Yeah, that's all independent stuff. I'm pretty positive.
Well, I know they didn't go to like four-wheel coils and fully independent like we know it now until like the 80s. But I always figured that was, they had a solid axle in the back before that. But that makes a lot of sense. They definitely typically handle better than most muscle cars that do have a solid axle in the back, so that's probably why.
It's a pretty stiff spring rate spring, but the reason you don't notice that, Corvettes are hard to get under. Unless the thing's up on a lift or you know something about the car. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they barely come up, especially if it's a convertible, it barely comes up to my waist.
Generally, the mufflers and the resonators on those cars are like all the way at the back. The mufflers and then the tips for the exhaust.
Yeah.
You'll never fix up this car. And I go, and you're not going to restore it? I come around to him, I go, you're a fucking idiot, bro. A 1970 Corvette 427, 390 horse, 4-speed, side pipe car. Needs some fiberglass work, blah, blah, blah. Might be something rotted. They're talking about something. There's something called a bird cage or something between the firewall and the inside of the car, because it's basically a one-piece fiberglass body sitting on the frame, right? I said that don't matter. You can make a jig up the frame, lift it off. You get on Craigslist, there's a guy down in Napa Pine selling everything he needs. He got the car with a rebuilt motor that's supposed to be all fresh and sitting since, I don't know, missing one rally wheel and the side pipes and the shifter for $4,000.
That's not a terrible deal.
That's a six-figure car, dude.
I mean, fully mint, but it's probably still worth a hell of a lot more than what, that with fucking, even with shit missing.
So they found the build sheet. He found something on the back seat. It's a pop-out back window car, so that means I told him, I said, I believe that's a roadster if the back pops out. It needs the side pipes. The shifter's gone. It's the original numbers matching motor. Got a factory GM aluminum intake, the factory 780 Holly carburetor, the factory air cleaner, and a wide ratio Mussy 4-speed and 411 gears.
Yeah, everything back to the way it's supposed to be without the matching original, like, shifter and a couple of the, the parts that you can't get that were original. That thing's still fucking, 100 grand, easy. And then, maybe 250, 300 if all of that stuff had the original matching shit.
He's all, why don't I do this or put a small block in it or take the motor out? I go, you're a fucking moron. I go, you're a fucking moron, dude. I go, sell this to somebody. I go, yeah. I think somebody offered him 10 for it, and he hadn't sold it at that point. Just give you 10 for it, you made something, and then we'll go to some place that's going to put the car back to factory stock.
Yeah, you could probably spend less than that putting it back to that, and then put that sucker up on the Meekum auctions for like, 100 grand. Or hell, put it on Bring a Trailer or something,
Some guy out of California was interested in it, supposedly, but it got crashed in the back. I mean, it's I don't know how you remove fiberglass. I'm not a bodywork expert or whatever. I know it can be done. And I looked at it, I saw what it needs. But, it needs to go to the right person, bottom line.
Yeah, with fiberglass, usually you have to cut that whole section out that's busted, and then just make a new piece with that's reinforced right there, so that it all sticks together. But yeah, most of them fiberglass bodies don't actually have any structural value to them. So as long as you can get that thing patched up, it look. But yeah, that takes somebody better with fiberglass than I am. You know what I mean? I can do speaker boxes pretty good with fiberglass, but.
Yeah, I looked at it. I told them, no, this needs to go to somebody that's what they do. I mean, they make this, just somebody that's qualified with fiberglass that can make the car look like if they're not qualified, don't even touch the car. But. God, there was something else about it too. Getting in it, checking out that I noticed. I'll think of it here in a minute.
If they want it patched up, the best place to find the best fiberglass guys is go to some place where they repair $100,000 fiberglass boats, because they're gonna know who does that kind of stuff, because it's the same kind of stuff. You want it to be $100,000 boat. You want it to be mint when they're done fixing it, right?
Oh, absolutely. But no, this might be. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but it might be something like that piece cut out of another car and graft it. Yeah, I don't know, but it's. I'm not sure it's going to be as easy as what you're thinking, patchwork or whatever. But it's savable. The car is definitely savable.
Yeah, you might actually have to go get a parts car with the clip that or the whole piece that you need, and cut it out and then fiberglass that in. But it's I mean, it's pretty easy to do. If it's also pretty easy to make it look like shit. You know what I mean? If you don't know what you're doing with the body work, and you take it to a master, they'll know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Like, that's why I say, like, you take it to a boat guy, they'll probably do it perfect. Because, I mean, they know that, like, those customers that they're working on are the same kind of, they're going to want that to look right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All the gel coat and this, that, no, yeah, they would know. But yeah, it would, they definitely wouldn't use the car as a fucking guinea pig for somebody to work on. I said, I was in shock even found it. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Where, right? And as it turns out, it was like, from where I'm at, like 2 miles, 3 miles away, sitting behind somebody's house. You'd have never known it was there.
Hey, what's all the racket out there?
Oh, we're just bullshitting, waving at that dirt man. Good evening.
Yeah, wave, man.
Waving there at Dirt Man.
Yep, good evening. Let me get my Roger beep on. Hang on.
This is only a Cobra 29 that don't have one of them.
Let me know if it's on. I think it is.
Hey, there you go.
President Richard. I'm on the old Richard. I brought that in the house here and hooked her up here, today, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to get me one of them. That's a cool radio, man. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I like it. Yep, pretty neat little radio.
So what mic you running on it?
Oh, I'm running the new dingy mic. They're like $52. It's a President mic, but it's the new one out. It's got the green key up, the little key up buttons all green. Real heavy mic, man.
Yeah, the Digi mics, I saw them on Bell's CB's site. I didn't even know those existed till I saw that. I guess those things are the shit. That sounds pretty good.
Well, that's what I'm on. Yeah, I ordered it from Bell way back with Wilcott or whatever. Wilcott, CB, they got them, same price. But I did some work on the stock mic. I took it all apart and drilled some holes. Otherwise, it's just a little pinhole where you talk. So, but it doesn't sound as good as this mic, I don't think. So, yep, this is a little better mic.
Oh, that made a big difference on that Lincoln, though.
Oh yeah, let me get in here and turn this Roger beep off here. I don't have no talk back going, so I can't hear it.
How many watts is that thing doing on AM? Have you checked it?
I actually went in today to the engineering menu and turned this thing down to, it was doing about 3, swinging up to 50 something, and then I went in and turned it down so I can run this little amp. You gotta have the radio off, key the mic, push the mode in, the band in, have your echo on, your emergency off, and your the high cut off. And then turn the radio on. It gets you into the engineering menu, and then, this was set at 131, and I took it to, when you go up, it brings your carrier down, so I went, I got up to 220, and it was way too high at that point, so I went down to, I think, 150, and it got my carrier just under 1 watt.
Oh, that worked out good, So what other settings did you find in there? I know that has programmable Roger beeps, and what else did you find in there, man? I mean, not everything, but pretty much all the stuff you need, right?
I mean, it's just AM, FM, but no, you only got the one Roger beep, but you got to go into the menu and do your echo, the length, the time, the delay. It does all kinds of shit, changes colors. I'm running that purple right now, but you can plug in your cell phone, and it's got a USB, on it. I've never used that portion, but nice little small radio. I had to have one when, I've had this one for about a year or so.
Oh yeah, Roger. No, yeah, kind of like the Lincoln, you know, menu to go through and whatnot. But yeah, well, that sounds good, man. No, I saw them on there for like you know 169 up to about 200. But yeah, that's a nice little radio there, and that would work for me because I really don't talk to band.
Seems like I might have paid $260 or something, man. But I got it out of Indiana. CB, I don't remember the shop there, but these things, you know, if you get the right guy tuning them, you get 80 watts out of them, but I really didn't care that much about that. But it's kind of got the old school look. You know what they look like, so it looks like one of your older radios, kind of cool black face. And the President Walker, I think it's the Walker 2, it's real similar. I think that one's got weather channels or something, but yeah, neat little radio for a couple $100.
Yeah, definitely affordable. But yeah, no, yeah, this was on eBay, so I mean, the price went up and down. You know, they were probably more when they first came out.
Yeah, and I had the conversion done on it too. I don't, you know, the engineering menu, you got to watch getting in there. You could screw something up, so I knew enough where to go into. You can change your FM and the power there. I never messed with that. The only thing I did was the AM. And that's the second thing you come to. And then you got to use your up and down on the mic to change, and then the dial control, and pretty simple.
Yeah, Roger.
If anything, personal opinion though, the price on them has gone up since they came out. Because I remember that, like, I see those on Amazon now about $160, and they were about $150, $145 when they first came out on Amazon, and the Ronald was like $10 to $15 cheaper. Now the Ronald is like about the same to like 140 depending on the day, and those Richards are actually like 160, 170. So like that, yeah, I mean they, both of them I think have gone up at least 10, $15. But like the Ronald now is like probably about $20 less.
I seen the Richard as high as like 250 something. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But typically, yeah, like 169 or 199 for the Richard.
Yeah, and that's why I was just comparing the price on Amazon, because that's what I was looking at when they first came out, was what Amazon had them for. And then now, the last time I looked on Amazon at those, they were definitely more.
Radio a lot better.
So what's that Bell CB got? Pretty much everything on there, or what?
Oh yeah, dude, he's now selling Fat Boy amps. I've bought a lot of stuff from him. I bought a Galaxy 98 VHP. I've bought mics from him. I've bought an Antron 99, but I'm looking on his site right here, and he just added, he's got some used stuff he's selling now. And then in Florida, hang on here, let me get back to his. Yeah, he's now doing, where'd they go? Looking for his amps here. But yeah, he's got some pretty cool stuff there.
Yeah, I think he took the amps off the main site, because I had one in my cart, and I was thinking about buying one, and I went back to look at it, and it's still in my cart, but I couldn't find the link to the amps anymore. But I noticed he was selling them and some other guy, some other amp that seemed to be a little overpriced. But yeah, Bells have been around forever, and I've used them on a couple of things. Yeah, I recommend him. He's pretty reasonable on the price, you know, compared to a lot of CB shops. I notice he doesn't mark stuff up very much. Like, you can typically find stuff at his store, you know, for the same price on eBay or Amazon, you know, where it's typically going to be cheaper anyway.
That's kind of wild, because most of those CB retail, yeah, they crank up the price of ways.
Well, his I'm looking on his site, and that was there 3 days ago because I was just looking. But yeah, it's gone now. But you ever check that the guy, the owner of that shop, and he's a technician, good one, and his handles. You go in there and read about him. He goes by Screwdriver, and he's got a bunch of background on submarines that he did all this electronic work and schooling, and he's no dummy.
Yeah, he's a good tech. Every radio I've bought from them, and I've recommended them to other people. I've never seen a bad radio come out of that shop. And their procedures as far as tuning them up and getting them aligned and doing everything for you, that's damn reasonably priced compared to what a lot of techs want to charge you now for just screwdriver your radio, you know.
He's gotten about $1,000 from me over the years here.
Oh, I bet you there, Derb, man.
Well, this stuff ain't cheap, you know, but he doesn't have every radio that every other CB shop carries, but he does have the majority of them, and he has a few that other people just aren't carrying, like the Escort radios and some of the European radios that, they've been able to import because of the new FM rules.
Well, the radio that President Randy 3.
You see that, Al? He's got like your 66 quad 6, whatever. He's got the CRT SS 9900 now, which is just like your Anytone 6666.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna run out real quick.
274.50.
Yeah, Tin. They're made by Anytone and Radio Diddy or whatever the Radioddity or however the hell that said. They're made by the same Chinese company, but I think CRT is like a French company that just puts their brand name on it and sells it that way in Europe. But yeah, I noticed that he had all of those.
Yeah, those all just came in because I've been looking for a long time. He had them down there, but they haven't been highlighted. So in the last 2 weeks, those just showed up at his shop there. Yeah, before they weren't there, so now he's got all of them. I don't think, yeah, they're all this stuff. I like his little flashing new, all this new stuff he's got, you know. And then you can get your Extreme 2018 RF Limited Extreme mic. That's a good mic. They're, let's see here, $59, I think. Oh, $69.50, and then shipping, you know, you're going to pay $10, $12, so you're looking at $80 anyway. I bought one from him too, gave it to or sold it to Maytag. So yeah, I've had a lot of shit I come out of that shop.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
Who's that?
He's one of the few shops that has the RFX 95 and will put it in the radio for you for like $140 or something like that. Like he'll put a RX 95 on just about anything, and so now you got a full like export power radio. Whether the Cobra 29, Cobra 25.
Well, even on that Galaxy 98 VHP, it's $10 to put the on and off switch on that amp in the back, so I had him do that. So, you know, and so it wasn't running all the time. I wanted to turn it off and just run something with it without running the amp in the radio. What was it, 8 MOSFETs or something?
Yeah, so that's got the FM and channel banks on it, that VHP?
Yeah, that thing, I don't know, I had 2 of them. I got rid of them both, so they're all right. Not my favorite radio, but yeah, I buy that shit and then get rid of it. I think it was, this one here's got like 10 banks, man.
Is that the Richards?
Oh yeah, it goes, and you can name them like, you know, A, B, C. I've got this one down as CB, and that's the only one I named, but I go to 915. It goes all over the place, but I pretty much hang out here for the most part, but it will move around. 333.
I'm going to run out and grab the link, and I'll be back, guys.
Good stuff, yeah. Anyway, man, I'll catch you guys later. I just come in here for a minute to, I was nibbling on some crackers and sat down here for a couple minutes. Didn't mean to get into your conversation.
No, me and Al were just talking about a Corvette, a car a friend of mine picked up, but it's all good, Durban. Pleasure talking with you, bro, always.
All right, catch you later, a triple nickel, and I'll catch you guys later, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, enjoy your crackers. Have a good one.
Bean with some peanut butter, and I'm gone.
Yeah, if Inspector would take what I said for that there, man, I'd buy it right now.
Well, I suppose all you gotta do is ask him.
Oh, I'm good. I think, yeah, tomorrow, yeah, that's the thing. I got enough money to cover it right now, and I get paid in the morning. So yeah, I'm probably definitely gonna buy it.
I want to know.
So a 4CX250B is only like $125, brand new. I haven't checked the 300 yet.
No shit. I figured they'd be a little bit spendier than that. I know that I've seen like 3500Zs and 572B, some of those glass tubes for around that. I mean, they're usually a little over 200, but $150 is a pretty good deal for that tube. I was expecting like 200, 300 for that. If they're talking about like alternatives.
No, I thought they showed it's an iMac tube. That's the manufacturer that would make that tube. It looked to me like it was a brand new tube in the box. It said NOS iMac 4CX250B. I'm pretty sure the price was about somewhere in there, 130, 150, about that range.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal. I mean, that would be new old stock. You'd want to make sure they had it tested first. I would assume. To be sure that it was, I mean, unless you have something that you can test something like that on, but I don't know if you have a high voltage tube tester.
Yeah, I had one that I don't think it would test a 4CX250B, but I used to have a tube tester years ago. No, there was a row of them. There was, they're not hard to find.
But yeah, I would assume new old stock means it's not made anymore. And that's probably because I don't think they make those anymore. I do think they make the 4CX300s. But I could be wrong about that. They might not make those anymore either.
They said it would take a 4CX300, a 4CX400 with high voltage, beefing up the high voltage just a little bit, or modification aboard. Or it would take 8930s, but it's a different size of socket, the tube socket.
I wonder if there's any Svetlana tubes or something that would fit it.
I mean, there was another guy on YouTube that had one, black guy, and he said he talked quite a bit about it. One they put it was an adjustable bias on the front where the band selector was. I'd really like to talk to somebody that is actually like Matt June's dad.
Matt Jr.'s still around. I'd like to know if he's working on stuff, because I might, have a project for him. But, yeah.
If I could get hold of Junior, he could tell me what I need to know.
100%, I bet you he could. But I've heard him on the radio a couple of times. As far as I know, he lives kind of out by Smuggler and Triple M. So I don't know if one of them knows how to get a hold of him, but I'm pretty sure LTD knows how to get a hold of him. He got a hold of him at one point.
Yeah, it's like the bias voltage on that. I mean, I know bias voltage is a negative voltage to the tube, but doing an adjustable bias, I mean, the guy on YouTube says something that gives you more adjustability or whatever. Yeah, just like how you trim it, how it all comes into play, blah blah blah. But one thing the guy did say, he said when you move the plate and tune, he said move them super slow.
No.
Oh, absolutely. And also, if you have a variac around, you might want to power everything up the first time with that, and do it real slow. Because, you're looking for, like, load on the transformer. If you're getting, like, a lot of load at a lower voltage than, like, 220 or 110 or whatever you're trying to power up, that oftentimes means you got dead caps or something else is really fucking loading it down.
Well, if I plugged it into the wall and it cut a breaker or something like that, but no, I do have a variac.
There is another trick that is, I always recommend using a variac if you have one, but the other trick is you put a 100-watt light bulb socket in and a 100-watt light bulb in line, and that way the light bulb takes the initial fucking blast of everything. That way, you don't have stuff exploding when that voltage hits it.
Yeah, who taught you that?
Well, the light bulb trick, that's, that one, Eclipse taught me that. And then, but the variac, that was my friend Jeff, the old hamster. Honestly, if you could talk to him, he could tell you everything you need to know about all that.
Yeah, the light bulb trick. I'm familiar with that. But no, I was just curious.
But you said you had a variac, so you're good to go. That's probably the safest way to do it, in my opinion.
Turned on for a while, it was, but I saw what he said. He ran that for about a year and a half, something like that. And I've heard him talk on it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he was telling me it all works, and he knows it works. And I don't, that kind of thing, I mean, as long as you power it up slow and everything functions, it should be working exactly how it was the last time it was powered up. And usually those prides are pretty known for powering up and doing exactly how they're supposed to do. Oftentimes, like, you'll lose high voltage caps, but you were already saying you'd want to replace those right off the bat anyways, which is, I think, a smart idea.
I know what to do once I'm inside of that, man. I've had a few bucks. I'd do that thing, man.
Yeah, and it sounds like you've watched all the videos that you need to watch, because that's what I'd do if I wanted to find out about it. I'd just look on YouTube nowadays. There's some sort of hamster or tech or something that knows something about it to show you.
Yeah, it's more like a mini. No, that's actually highly sought after. That mod. Even if it needs some work, I mean, you got to manually bump it, you got to manually key it. I'll order a keying circuit, man. That should be gravy right there. I saw a board on there, something keying circuit, something high voltage board, or some low voltage board and preamp.
I think it's because so many people actually kind of want to collect those old amps now that actually know what they are, because they're getting really old, you know. But yeah, I mean, like a lot of that stuff like came out of parts amps and stuff like that, and they just put a new cap bank on it, and here's the whole fucking high voltage section, you know.
One of them opened, and he shined down in there, or got down in there with the camera, and it was 1970 something. But yeah, I remember all the old DNAs and boomers and all those boxes.
Palmars, the Chris boomers are some of my favorites. Those and the old Mako boxes, you know, back when Mako didn't just make antennas.
Yeah, I had a little two-tuber, like a red devil two-tube. Yeah, but that box never strained, complained, preamp worked perfect in it. Two sweep tubes, that thing kicked ass. I talked all over with that.
I've seen those things. Hell yeah. I mean, it's like having a 2-pill nowadays, you know what I mean? For back then, you get at least 100 watts out of that, 150 watts.
You wait till I get my antenna dialed in, my old antenna, up there where it's going to go and dialed in. I'm going to run 10 watts, dude. That's it. Watch, I'll talk to everybody.
Oh, no problem. I mean, you know, if you get it up there high enough, the one thing Inspector was telling me, the only reason he got that 6-pill was because there were people that couldn't hear him that he could hear. And that's exactly why you pump your power up, is, you know, when you got people that can't hear you but you can hear them, you need a little bit more power.
Generally, it's the other way around. All these guys crank up their fucking shit, but they can't hear nobody.
Well, yeah, that's the CB generally, yeah. Everybody's got to have so much power they can talk over everybody, you know. But, you know, like a ham operator, a general rule of if you need more power, it's because, you know, you got too much ears and you can't, you're out hearing, you know, your power, your transmit. That's the only time you should actually, and then you should at least double your power, because you're not really going to gain much more than a decibel that far out, you know, without doubling the power, at least.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean, but like I said, where I had it before, you know, when I had that visit, blah blah blah, what I was talking about, pretty much any time I came in here and flipped on just the Galaxy, the Saturn, 10 watts. Pretty much any time I came in and keyed down, you could shoot skip with it, man. Any time. Bought that radio brand new in the box. You remember a sea beer years ago, Rabble Rouser? Yeah, Roger. He lived down on, I think he was down there on Legion, kind of below the water tower there.
That was probably before my time, or back when I didn't really pay attention to who was on the radio.
Oh, yeah, it was way back.
I mean, if we're talking before the 90s, then no.
There was somebody that was talking out there one night to me and mentioned his name. I forget who it was, but yeah. It's no big deal, man. Nothing really important.
I'm still kind of a newbie, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, I've been on radios for like 20 years. But out here, I'm a newbie.
Yeah, well, I hear you got a lot of radio equipment.
I used to. I mean, I've gotten rid of a lot of radio equipment and had bought a lot more over the years. I probably do have too much. There's some people I know that out here that probably have quite a bit more.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. But yeah, I like my radio equipment too, man. Actually, I like working on it.
I like hoarding it too much, but I mean I need to stop that. That's why I've kind of toned it down. I mean, I might buy a couple amps here and there, because I got a couple of projects for the mobiles, but other than that, like I don't know that I'm gonna be buying too many more radios.
Yeah, plus you've probably been collecting for years like me, where you go looking through grabbing a box of stuff, it's like, oh man, look, I forgot all about this. You probably got some cool shit over there.
Yeah, there's some stuff that like I would buy if it was the right price and at the right time. You know, it's stuff that's kind of on a short list of collectibles, but for the most part, like there's maybe one or two radios I've thought about buying, but I want to wait and see what else comes out, because I mean there's just nothing, especially new, that really excites me right now. And there's a few older radios I've thought about that I'd like to have. Like I'd love to have like a Yaesu FT2000. That's one of my optimum radios to get. That's on the short list.
I don't know the exact radio you're talking about there, but yeah, no, I can understand that. You know.
The transmit audio has a built-in parabolic equalizer for your transmit and everything. Like I mean it's as far as Yaesu's went, you know, for solid state, it was kind of like your top shit for audio on AM, sideband, any of them. You know, as far as Yaesu goes, I mean, you got Kenwoods and Icoms and stuff too, and I kind of think Kenwoods typically have the better audio, but that Yaesu FT2000 is a fucking hell of a radio, and they have some bodacious audio that comes out of them.
Well, all three of those are top-notch brands and everything, but so tell me about this now. What's the deal with everybody running the equalizers or something, studio microphones, blah blah blah? I mean, you'll hear somebody, you know, in Skipland, or you hear that one person that sounds so much different. I mean, literally like a radio station. What do they got? What are they doing there? What exactly they got going?
Well, they're doing the wideband audio thing, and like it's not nearly as wide as like an actual AM broadcast station, because you wouldn't be able to hear that it wouldn't sound very good on a CB. Sound pretty distorted. So a lot of those guys, what they're trying to do is use up as much bandwidth as possible with their audio. And that would be like, you know, I mean, a lot of those guys are running like 6 kilohertz filter kits from like, you know, ham radios and they're direct injecting the audio too. Typically through like a modulator, like Motormouth Mall has his modulator. And then there's the ASIMOD, you know, if you look up ASIMOD on Google or whatever, ASY something, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. I don't remember how to spell it now all of a sudden. But yeah, the ASIMOD boards are what a lot of people use nowadays. But they're basically just direct injecting the audio into the modulator instead of, you know, using a microphone with a preamplifier that, you know, like ham operators used to do that with like Kenwoods and stuff by going in the back of the radio, because you could bypass the microphone preamplifier in the factory radio circuit by just going in the back of the radio, so you can get the same kind of direct injection audio at that line level.
Yeah, so have you heard this guy that talks out there there at Skip Land, he almost talks like he's like an instructor, blah, 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 older guy. You'll hear him talk about modulation and mod limiters and stuff like that, and why you don't clip them and stuff. Have you heard that guy?
Yeah, I've heard him. I mean, I agree with him on that. There's ways to make the audio louder in a radio normally too without clipping the limiter. Part of the reason why the audio limiter is there is it keeps it narrow. You know, it keeps your you're not splattering everywhere. And but a lot of them will clip it out, you know. But modern mod limiters don't do that. They don't clip your audio like they used to. I mean, if you have too much audio, if you're hitting them with way too much audio on your line input, then yeah, they're gonna do the same thing. But they won't do that if you're hitting them with the right level of audio.
I mean, it's like the way he explains stuff, like he was some kind of an instructor or teacher or something. He's got. I mean, you can tell he's got quite a bit of electronics, whatever, reading a scope, blah blah blah, whatever. But and then another guy at Skip Land today had something going that sounded kind of like that, and he was saying something about a professional studio microphone, and I'm not sure if it was any EQs or any of that shit, but they had a complete different sound.
I've been there, done that. Most people do that out here. Like Trailer Park is doing that. 45 kilo. Like you've heard a few examples. I think I just heard somebody out there running something with some bass to the audio. So they're probably running some sort of ASMOD or something.
Well, 45 kilo or Trailer Park don't sound like this. I mean, I've heard what they're playing with. They may have had it dialed at one point, but I heard a truck driver blow through, like yesterday, something like that. Yeah, he was sounding pretty good. But no, when you hear him in Skip Land, it's a whole different sound.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, they probably sound a little over mod if you're right next to them down there. And, you know, I think that one guy you're talking about was like in Arizona. I heard him the other day too. I got the kind of impression he liked to talk, you know, but I mean, he was being informative, so I was letting him talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, the guy that's in Skip Land that talks about, you know, looking at it on a scope and looking at the modulation and what, you know, why you tune a radio that way and not the splatter. He probably worked a course in electronics someplace, and yeah.
Well, splatter, I mean, anytime you're spreading coils in the back of a radio or doing something like that, usually that you should stop. Because that's where you get your splatter. There's side rejection on it, and and then also not clipping your limiters helps limit the modulation, so it's not, you know, your peaks aren't spreading out across the whole band.
Yeah, Roger. So I'm sitting here looking at this microphone. This thing, old. Looks like it has a bakelite handle on it. The front has a screen like a D104, but if you turn this thing around and look at the back, it says Shure Crystal Microphone. And I believe this thing's from back in like the 30s. Let me get a magnifying glass so I can get a model number off this.
Yeah, Tien, I'm gonna twist me up another one real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go out and grab the Lincoln, and yeah, I've already got some pre-rolls here. And I'll find out what this mic is. Catch you in a couple.
yeah, you can do it all night long, no doubt.
Well, I don't know if that thing does.
long. Yep.
Really? Shame on the mess.
Sounds like some shit music.
Yeah, that was some weirdness. I take it that's the Lincoln?
No, not yet.
Oh, but you got your beep on that. Okay. I should have recognized the beep. That's not the Lincoln beep.
I'll switch over in just a minute. I'm gonna run it on a battery. It's a lithium battery. Yeah, should power it fine for a few.
For sure.
Then I'll grab the eventually I'll get the power supply in here. After getting used to using the Lincoln every day, I'm liking it more.
I mean, the Ronald is kind of a miniature version of that. You know what I mean? With less buttons and stuff. But, like, yeah, it's kind of miniaturized version of that.
So, I mean, I swear there was one of those radios that said it had like 7 different Roger beeps, programmable Roger beeps or something like that. And I thought it was the Richard.
I don't know. Possibly the Lincoln, maybe? I know it has that programming cable. I know that the Strikers and the Anytone have 8 that you can program.
That might be what it is, because what I want the Roger beep that those little GMRS or those little walkie-talkies have. There's one beep in there that I like.
Yeah, I think that's one of the 5 that normally come with like the Strikers or that, like my Anytone 6666. They all come with like the same 5 generic beeps. And then you can program the other 8 into them through the cable. Or the other, the other 3. Or you can just change all 8 of them.
Oh yeah, with the programming cable we were talking about the other night.
Yeah, and with like the software, I just usually save a copy of what's already in the radio, because you can do that, so that it'll download what what's in the radio to the software, and then you save a copy of that so that if you screw something up, you can go back to that, and then you just start messing with whatever you want. And then if you want to put the radio back to factory, it's just as simple as, going back to that original file.
You hook it to a computer, you save the file on a computer, so you get re-put back from the computer back into the radio?
Yeah, it saves it in a little data file that, the programming software uses. And that way you can back up what comes factory out of the radio, just in case you screw something up. You can put all that stuff back. If you mess up the bands or something like that, or you don't like the Roger beeps and you want to go back to what's factory, you can do that.
Yeah, almost like a computer doing a restore or a BIOS reflash yeah.
What you said there with the BIOS flash, it's exactly that. It is basically a little tiny solid state memory chip in the radio, and you're just flashing that chip with the chirp software.
Oh, yeah, Roger, yeah. I think so. A couple of those radios have the USB-B on them. I don't know if you can flash that or have a thumb drive on that, but micro or mini USB, whatever port.
Yeah, the mini USB port ones that the Strikers and the Anytone, I know that's what that port is for, is just for flashing that through the software. But yeah, I don't know, I've seen it labeled CAT on some radios, and it's definitely not that, because or at least it definitely doesn't work that way on the Striker or the Anytone, because you can't control the radio from the computer. You can just program it. But it is handy that you can save that file for later, and then you can, every time you change something, you can have a different file. It's say you want 8 different Roger beeps one day, you can just go to one of the other things that you already had programmed.
Yeah, I'll have to go online and look and see what radios it was. I look. Hey, I want to spend $450 to talk to half the idiots out here.
See, and that's why I like a good, just regular old Cobra CB radio, man, if I'm going to talk to the idiots out here.
Yeah, I got a couple radios too. If you know somebody looking for a cheap radio, I think there's a Washington sitting here. Only thing it needs, the meter. Knobs are tight, works perfect, 40 channel, no mods, no nothing. Plug it in and go. Needs a mic and a meter. Sell it cheap, trade it, whatever. Also have a Madison with extras, working radio. Needs a speaker and a mic.
How much you want for that Madison?
It's not so tight. It's probably not as shape as the Washington, but I'd sell it. That one there, I'd probably have to have $50 on it. Maybe 40 on a good day.
I don't know if you were moving your hand on the key, but I didn't catch any of that. It was all crackly and staticky all of a sudden.
How about now? Is it working?
Yeah, that's better.
No, I said so you didn't hear nothing about the Washington, nothing?
No, I heard Madison, and you said so. I think I heard something about a Washington, but I didn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, the Washington, factory stock, it needs the meter. One round meter, that's all it needs. As far as I know, it's all stock and nothing modded. All the pots are tight. No mic with that. The other one is a Madison. It's got a 2-switch modification. Probably not in as good as quite as good a shape as the Washington. Both operable radios. I've talked to you on both of sell a Madison for like $50, the Washington for like 40. I mean, make them disappear. Something like that, or trade.
I might have to keep that in mind. I do like the Madisons. That's one of my favorite. Like, I prefer that to the Cobra 2000. You know what I mean?
That one might have a clip mod limiter, and that's about it. Yeah, like I said, there's no Madison speaker with it, and there's no what 5-pin mic I have that plugs into those radios. That's with the 2000, and the Shure desk power mic is with the 2000. Or yeah, wired for that.
Yeah, 10. And those are both 5-pin, I assume?
Yeah, just like the 2000. The Uniden when they jumped from 4-pin to 5-pin.
Yeah, 10. I mean, I got adapters all over the place for that. But so it'd be the same thing as my 142. But yeah, the 142 and that Madison are two of my favorites. But I'd definitely like to take a look at that at some point, I think, maybe. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty decent radio.
Well, yeah, I'm into trading and shit too. You got, a desk power mic, yeah. I'm pretty easy to deal with, man, but, yeah, I could grab that off the shelf right now, plug a mic into it, turn it on, and she's ready to go. I think I actually did the mod on that one. That's a 26A15 to 28045 mod. Nothing else has been touched in it. No pots, no tuning pots, no nothing. Just the channel mod, and I believe the mod limiter transistor has been taken out on that one. But the Washington, no.
The clarifier wasn't unlocked in that, was it?
Nope. Nothing.
Perfect, because I don't like doing that to those radios, but the channel mod, that's up my alley.
No, but the channel mod, that 2000. Yeah, I know about the videos, like it's tell when it fires up and what channels it has, how it's operated. That the guy that said whoever did it did a first class job. I've never seen an 8719 chip off of switches go, well, generally they only go to 815. It went well below that.
Yeah, 10.
And the guy that I got it from, he was kind of old school. Yeah. And then the fact that I noticed that it was a Philippines version.
Yeah, anything from the Philippines, man, beats anything from anywhere else. Like, I don't know what it was about Dynascan when they were making it in the like the same thing with like the Pro 510s. The Philippines models are the shit.
So you got your phone right there with you to where you can Google something or look at something?
Yeah, I just gotta reach and grab it here. What's up?
Here. Still playing musical carriers. What a deal.
And I got the googly phone open.
I think it's a Shure Model 70H crystal microphone. See what that brings up. It might be 704. Yeah, let me grab a magnifying glass. This thing might be it's pretty badass.
Yeah, 700 something sounds familiar. I think I might have seen one of those. It's a desk mic?
No, wait, this thing's old, bro. Now, hold on just a minute.
It's a hand mic?
Well, hold on, man, but there's no key on it. It's just a microphone. Right into a FM radio or something.
Oh, gotcha. So it's got like an XLR cable coming out of it or something? Or like a jack on the bottom?
The cord, the cord kind of comes all the way up and goes right into the head part of it. But this handle looks to me like it's Bakelite. This thing was probably made in the 30s. I'll get a magnifying glass, dude. I'll find out exactly what this is. I actually got two things here that I want to check out.
It's a 70H, like you said before. High Z microphone, 1940s. Yeah, this thing is pretty old, dude. So yeah, it's a Shure 70H crystal microphone. Yeah, I found it. They're 1940s, and they're a high Z. And from the pictures, it looks like it's got the old 3-pin style plug on the bottom, and the cable would normally come out of and it's got like basically the same, like it's meant to fit on a normal mic stand. So like you could put it on pretty much anything with like even the newer ones with the adapters. But you'd need the old 3-pin aviation plug to put it into like an XLR cable or something like that.
Well, it's threaded onto something different, and the jack that's on here looks to me like it. I've seen this jack on older ham transmitters, but yeah, it's saying here something. Does it show a good picture of the head? You know, the back, or the logo on the back, and then the front screen or whatever.
Yeah, I mean it has pictures of the whole thing. They got one going on Reverb right now for like $300 with an Atlas stand to go with it.
This doesn't have a stand, but it looks to me to be factory this way, man. It has you hold it in your hand, but this like, man, black or real dark brown, and then as the head comes down, where this bakelite or whatever's threaded in there, it says right here again, the Shure Brothers Company, Chicago. And then it's under a license here, something like this. It says U.S. patent and British patent on the back. I believe it to be factory this way, man. And like I said, this is Bakelite.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at here is aluminum, but it says it's a Shure 70H. And it does say that on the tag on the front of it too.
Is there any serial? Does it show the back? Is there any serial number you can read? Looks like it's a serial of 4727. Old school. I'm trying to remember where I got this. Yeah, the screen on the front's smaller, but it looks like a D104. Got the chrome screen, screws going around the, not four, we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6.
Yeah, this one's the same model microphone, but this one looks like it's got just a stand with the wire coming out of the head, and it has all that stuff on the tag on the back, like you said. And then I noticed there was another one that had like a spring mount, like a shock mount on it. So I'm wondering if like the element itself like could be used in a whole bunch of stuff, but some of them, like the 78, the first one I looked at, has like a normal microphone stand holder, and then where the cable comes out on the back of it, it is like that 3-pin aviation style, like you were talking about. You see them on old ham radios. The top of a tug stand and the bottom of a D104 lollipop head has the same connector on it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that style plug. I'm trying to figure out if somebody got, you know what I mean, like maybe the microphone was broke and this piece of Bakelite handle threaded in the bottom, or if it was stock this way, or what, man, because it's kind of weird.
Well, it looks like the element itself is the Shure 70H, and it looks like it had, like made it out of, in like different styles. Like some of them have like that ring with the springs suspending it. Some of them have this style I was looking at, and then another one had just the mic cord coming out of it and down into the stand, and then out the back of the stand. And then I've seen a couple of them with that head that I was first talking about on like the old style, like back of the the chicken choker was on the back, and like you usually see like Electro Voice microphones with that style stand.
It's like you said, the cord comes right out of the. I guess if you're looking at it, looking at it from the back, kind of the right at about 3, 4, right about 5 o'clock. The audio, the wire comes out and goes down. But as far as it's just a bakelite handle that's threaded in there. Could be something that was rigged on there. I don't know.
See, that sounds like you're describing the one that I was looking at where it was in a stand, but it looks like that element you're talking about clamps into all of these different types of housings. And I was just looking at a vintage advertisement for it, and I noticed that, like, it's showing you all the different stands you could use with it, and all the different configurations you could put that element in. So it looks like you have just the center part that you were talking about, like has the tag on the back and everything, and then the cord is coming out of that, and then you could put that into just about any other different type of microphone holder.
Yeah, so what they did right there is they threaded a piece of black bakelite something right into that. So basically all I have is the head and the cord.
Yeah, here we go. So it's this one is a 70H, and it has a Shure S36 stand, and then an A84B adapter for it. And I guess the A84B adapter works also with the Shure 55 microphones.
This piece of looks like it could be period, about the period, the other thing, but no, I think you're right. I think somebody rigged this on here so he could just hold it in his hand, lean back, and key, like a foot key. Yeah, this is probably supposed to be on that stand and what you're talking about. A couple of the pieces that go with this.
Yeah, because these adapters and the stands look like they have a ring that just clamps around that thing. And then the wire goes down through the tube in the stand, or like some of these, the wire goes into the adapter, and I assume it's wired into that, like that aviation plug I was talking about.
This one is, it's not a 3-pin plug. There's one other space. There's 2 wires going to it. It threads on kind of like a mic jack would, but there's just a center pin, and the outside thread on your ground. I have seen those, but yeah, this is just part of the mic. This handle, that's something retro. Somebody put that on.
Gotcha. So it's just got that one center pin thing with the thread on. Yeah, I've seen those too. The reason I keep calling it an aviation plug is because it screws on and holds in. That's like these 4-pin connectors on like a normal Cobra 29. That's an aviation style plug. And the only reason I say that is that's what they were originally for. It's so that the microphone cable didn't come out when you're flying around upside down.
I got you. I've never heard them referred to as that, but yeah, that all makes sense. Definitely. My curiosity was what that element would sound like hooked up in a amplified scenario.
It looks like a small D104 element, to be honest with you. Like it looks like it's only slightly smaller, and it's I imagine it's probably the same kind, like just a large diaphragm crystal speaker element gives you that like nice condenser sound.
Yeah, that big 4L element. No, that's exactly what it looks like. It when I looked at the front of it, like, whoa, it's a Shure. The front looks like a D104, but a little smaller. So, also when you looked at it, did it say the impedance on this mic?
It said it was a high Z. So I'm guessing 1,000 ohm. High impedance.
The next, yeah.
That's also what makes me think it's probably a condenser, because it's a little more high Z. You're gonna get that flatter tone to it.
What, 600 ohm?
Yeah, you're crackling up and breaking up really bad, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's just weak on the key or something. It almost sounds like your mic isn't keying up all the way.
No, it's if I move the mic around, man. This thing, got it from a friend of mine, and battery, one of the double A's there kind of leaked. So, yeah, mic's kind of not ruined, but probably needs to be cleaned again.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Because that last key up was crystal clear.
Yeah, it's a CA61 Cobra Dynamite Plus. It's been with this radio pretty much all its life. This radio's been around for, like I said, I'm even shocked that I still have it.
I don't know why you would be. That's good radio. I'd keep it around.
No, it's just many years later that I still have it. It's definitely a worker, man. Been happy with this radio. Remember when Dave Johnson had a shop up there and the band was?
Yeah, I didn't catch any of that.
You ever remember a TV shop in Tacoma or Parkland, Johnson Electronics?
Oh, the one up in, I guess that would be like kind of Fife area. Yeah, somewhere around that. Well, I don't know about Tacoma Parkland. I know there was one up in Fife. What was it? Truck City or whatever?
Yeah, Truck City CB.
I think they were closer to Parkland at one point. But the last time I remember going up there, they were up just past Fife a little bit. Kind of the same exit you'd take to Sportco, but going the other way.
Yeah, they had moved. They were down there down there by the port. But no, I'm talking about Shaughnessy was. You take the 512, go down like toward Parkland. It's somewhere down in there. He had a CB shop going for a while, and then I don't know. I guess he got into meth or something, and then a while later he was closed.
That was kind of, from what I understand, what was going on with Jolly Green's nephew down there in Rainier Electronics down in Centralia. Like, I guess when the old man passed, like, it went to his nephew or whatever that was working for him, and he was just kind of, going that shady route. But that's what that stuff does to you.
Oh, yeah. No, I went down to Rainier Electronics once and met him. I had heard about this guy for years, but I could imagine what happened down there, man. Screwed out of their rig. Just they got left down there to, fix or tune, whatever.
Some stories. I don't know much about it because I didn't see it firsthand, you know what I mean? But it sounded like that's kind of what happened, was when the old man passed, that kind of went downhill. But Jolly Green was a good tech. I did a little bit of business business out of there, but not a whole lot. I didn't have a problem with the guy at all.
Yeah, I got into radios and shit, and I was gonna buy a base antenna, and me and a buddy were out driving around. We'd always stop at the Ponders up there, go through all the pawn shops. That's actually where I found my Saturn Turbo, was up there. Like $300. He goes, look over there on the wall. I go, oh. Walk over there, look at the price tag. And it just so happens I got quite a bit more than that on my debit card. Walked up, I'm like, what's the deal with that over there? Oh, blah, 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 you know. Yeah, get her down. And checked it out. Yeah, that's coming home with me. When I got it home, it was doing an oil dummy load that had like an 80 watt, meter on the front. Had it up on high. The thing went all the way to the end of it. I'll turn it down just a smidge.
Those things those have 2290s in it, or were those Motorola's?
I haven't had it open far enough to actually see the pills, but I believe it's two 2290s.
I think so too. I just don't know. I've never seen in the Saturn turbos. I know all the RCI 2995s back then, like the first ones were 2290s. I don't think they made a 2995 with Motorola's in it. But I know a lot of those radios that were like that had Motorola's in it. Like a lot of the ham radios and stuff that did about 100 watts, 150. They were using like MRFs, like 454s and whatnot.
I remember the 454s and 455s. Yeah, like I said, when I talk on that or a big linear, I don't do long key downs, man. It's for shoot and skip, blah, blah, blah. Once I'm done, power goes off. Linear gets turned off.
Those 2290s are pretty damn durable, though. I like those. And the Motorola's, there's nothing wrong with them either. And especially, like, the ones that I really liked were the 1446s back when ST was making them.
I've had that radio since 2012. It's probably worth twice what I paid for it now. And it's still just as nice as any radio that anybody out there right now is talking on. Has all the modes, has all the channels. It still works great. Lettering on the front, it's a pretty nice radio.
I do think that's probably my favorite of all of those when it comes to the higher powered ones. Only because they didn't make the Colt Excalibur with a 2-pill in the back of it.
So that Colt Excalibur, is that a Uniden or whatever chassis inside, or like Galaxy or whatever, or is it a Cybernet radio?
I don't know. I don't remember I don't think they were Clear Channel. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Who actually made that? But I know that they were like basically the same chassis as the Saturn. Same size and everything, same face. They were just that polished aluminum or whatever, or brushed aluminum.
Yeah, I know. I look of it, but I'm trying to figure out if it probably is the same board. But there was some Cybernet export base stations. I can't remember the stock. I can't remember what that probably had an 028 chip in it. Different. They were good radios too. Like a JCPenney 6247 or a Craco Super Deluxe 40. Those are both Cybernet radios with an 028 chip. Good receive radios.
Yeah, I just looked her up on the old Google. Here's a thing on rig picks. It's PLL02A.
Yeah, so that's a cybernet radio right there. See, if it was a Galaxy, that would have been a MB8719 or something like that. Maybe a 1356 or something along those. But yeah, that's a true blue cybernet radio.
Yep, here it is. Yeah, I was just looking above this. It was saying the main PCB is a PTB M048AOX or a PTB M058COX by Cybernet Electronics Corporation.
And like I said, those export versions of those, yeah, they're good radios, man. People will pay for them. And look what they go for when you see them on eBay, man. Like one of those Excaliburs or look, I saw a radio on there the other night. I can't remember what brand it was, what it was. Dude, it was like $1,600. I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I know Motormouth has one. That's the only one I've ever seen in person. But yeah, of all the chassis, I just like that radio. It's a really good looking radio.
I can't remember what this one was, but look, it was some big base station. I swear to like 4 meters on the front, blah, blah, blah. Look down at the price, $1,600.
Oh, are you talking about like a DAC?
Wasn't it? I mean, that's where I'm getting the 4-meter thing from or not, but yeah, I was scrolling through, looking through. It wasn't a DAC. It was something rare, blah, 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 but yeah, that price.
Well, the like, you know what a D201 looks like. They had the 4 meters in the front, too.
A Tram D201?
Yeah, they had the big meters, like, well, I mean, they weren't as big as the DAX, but they had the meters in the front, too, I think.
I had a 201 once, but I'll think of it eventually. I can't remember what brand it was.
I've seen those trams go for that kind of price. That's why I was thinking it might be the tram. And actually, there was another tram that was kind of more DAC looking too. But I don't know if it had 4 meters in the front. I don't remember.
Guys that are into vintage radio, like Brownings and shit like that, and trams, it's just they have their own sound because the 6L6 audio tube or whatever. Yeah, and then you probably a Siltronics VFO or something along those lines. It's just, yeah, that's like a vintage. That's like a shelf piece to me.
I guess the trams only had the 3 meters in the front.
You know, back then, if you had one of those, man, you were the shit. Like a Brownie or a Tram would probably be a good match for something like that Pride DX300.
Oh, absolutely. Any of the Brownings or the trams, to be honest with you, for that matter. Any of the tubers. Or maybe like a, oh, fuck. I'm trying to think. It'll come to me.
Yeah, remember that guy, Mr. Miller, the guy from Alaska? You hear him talk, he says he talks on a Palomar something radio with, like a Model 90 or something VFO on it.
They actually made a few different, they made a couple CBs, they made some export radios, they made a few ham radio, yeah. I've seen a few Palomar radios that I didn't know existed till I saw them pop up on like Fleabay or something, Google.
Yeah, I got that one. I was over at a buddy of mine's house. His garage, there's all kinds of shit in there. And I look and I see this 23-channel radio over there. I pick it up. He goes, oh, you can have it. And I go, no, all right. I'll bring it home. Actually, spiders and cough inside the radio. How the fuck did they get in there? Right? Blew it all out. Fired the air compressor up. Blew it all out. Took some wet wipes, cleaned it all up. There's a sticker on it, diamond cutters on Martin Way. Like, I used to ride my bike there. Put some power to it, turned it on. Well, it seems to work. I just need a mic.
Nice.
Up my look, I opened it up when I blew it out. Looked at the crystals. They're not soldered in. They're in sockets. And yeah, it looked like a really easy to mod or hook an oscillator to it or something to take it out of band.
I got a CB I'd like to get fixed up or figure out what's wrong with it. I just never, I plugged it in, figured out it didn't receive, and never got around to figuring out why. But it's a standard, I think, Standard Horizon or whatever. They used to make a lot of boat radios, and they also made a lot of like aircraft avionics. But I always wanted to see what that sounds like, but it didn't transmit or receive, and I just never cracked the case open to really look and see why.
We made a lot of VHF radios for like Taxi Cat, shit like that. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I know they made a lot of aircraft radios way back in the day, like the HF overseas radios and stuff they'd use when they're flying over the water. They used to make a lot of transmitters for those too. And I'd assume that's where they got into the boat radios, because I mean, most even aircraft back then they were using VHF for most air traffic control.
Yeah, Roger, Bendix King also made aircraft stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that and look and see what that looks like. I can't even picture that.
Bendix is the other one. You'll see that they made a lot of the World War II, like vintage aircraft stuff, like World War II, and then into the like Vietnam era.
Bendix?
Yeah, Bendix. They still make aircraft avionics, but yeah.
Familiar with. You know anybody that does tattoo work?
I don't know if they're... I mean, I know somebody who can, and I believe they still have a gun and are really good. But I don't know if they're doing it necessarily. But they have a lot of friends who do.
Well, apparently I picked up what I've identified to be a tattoo gun.
Those are worth some money.
Now, what was I looking at it first? I'm like, fuck, it looks like a piece of a gun. It looks like it could be a shocker. It looks like it could be a Morse code key. And then I'm looking at it closer. There's someplace where I electrolytic capacitor. I see some insulators. I can see where power goes to it. I had a friend look at it, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't do tattoo work. I've never seen one. He goes, that's a tattoo gun.
Yeah, I mean, like the more modern ones would have like a controller, kind of like a soldering iron on them, like a control box or something. But yeah, that sounds like a old school fucking tattoo gun, dude.
But yeah, that's why I didn't know it was.
Those are actually worth a lot of money. I'd recommend putting something like that up on eBay or even like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something. You get some money for that, because like an actual tattoo artist would want something like that, because it's just, even if they don't use it, it's cool to have, because that sounds like the older style before they had the like digital controls and everything like that on them now.
Oh, my boss has got that thing on his phone where you can just fucking snap a picture of something and think something will pop up. I mean, yeah, and it's pretty cool to have them do that with it.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that typically with any Google phone. I know the native camera app on my Samsung here does that. Like you can do a product search by taking a picture of it, and it'll search all of Google for something that looks like that.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that until, I mean, like 5-6 months ago. I mean, I have that assistant thing on my phone, but I didn't know you could just snap a picture of it and fucking, he goes, oh yeah, here, you just, so I'm like, what did you do, man? Yeah, and whatever it was, it came right up.
Yeah, it's an AI thing, and I want to say they probably started adding that to a lot of stuff about 2 years ago. Like, I know Amazon came out with their version of it about, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years ago. And they've gotten really good. Like, the AI in them has gotten better at it, figuring it out over the last 2 years. So, like, I mean, it's pretty quick now. But, I mean, I remember when it first came out, like, it kind of sort of worked. It'd come up with, like, 5 things that kind of sort of looked like it, and then it'd come up with the thing that you were looking for.
But, and gives you that, I mean, pretty much every time I've seen him click on something with it or take a picture, it found out what it was.
Yeah, and it just, like, uses AI to do a Google search for you and it finds something that looks as close to that as possible. And it usually, if there's something on the internet about it or something, if it can find an image just like that, it'll pop up with the right thing.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool.
I've used it to identify stuff in thrift stores already before. Like, what the fuck is that? I'm curious now. I don't want to buy it because it doesn't look like it's anything. And you snap a photo of it and then it tells you what it is. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Me telling you about that mini Clarion component stereo thing I told you I picked up at the yard sale?
Yeah, 10.
Like I said, I've been around a while, man. I have never seen anything quite like this.
Was this the one that was this wasn't car stereo, this was home audio, right?
Well, technically it's 12 volts, but they're mini components. I mean, a separate tuner, a separate, preamp, two amps at the bottom that fit in the same case, 1 amp for each channel, and a cassette deck. All Clarion, all fit into this mini component rack. And it also has a port on the preamp where you can plug a plug a phono jack or not phono, get your phone going into it so you can play MP3s.
That's right. You were telling me about. I remember what we're talking about now. Yeah, I was thinking that might be like one of those hi-fi systems for like an RV or. I mean, I've seen that in, like, really nice aircraft and stuff where you got passengers and you got a stereo in the back,
Yeah, and I'm not sure the thing was actually ever even used. I mean, all the nuts, bolts, all the paperwork, all the tags, the brackets, you'd have to see it, man. It's weird, at least.
Clarion was one of the ones that I believe still actually makes like RV size stereo chassis. Like they're like that. They're meant to be like a whole home stereo, but for like an RV, and they'll run on like 12 volts, and so you can run them off your batteries or whatever,
I'll tell you, I wasn't sure how much power it was going to have or whatever. A Klipsch house speaker. had the volume up more than halfway. And that's, yeah, it's plenty loud.
Yeah, 10.
I mean, it's called, I've hooked up house stereos, not big ones, but this thing would keep right up with.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and that's why I was thinking it might be like one of those, because of how you described it. And like I still see them like I don't know if they still make them like brand new, but I've seen them pop up on eBay and stuff for replacing your RV stereo with the, there's like probably like 5 of them that I've seen that still make, what appear to be new replacements for those. But some of them, like your higher end, would have like Clarion or Alpine back in the day. I've seen RV stereos made by like Rockford and all the big ones. But like your most common ones are gonna be like Furion and Jensen, and kind of the same thing you'd find most commonly in a stock car stereo.
The thing that's weird about all components, yeah, and they will all unplugged, in plug, so you can slide them out, whatever, slide it back in. But yeah, I've never seen one of these before, dude. All the way back to when I was young.
Yeah, and that sounds like it. I mean, it was meant for like an RV or a portable, like hi-fi system like that. I've even seen some of those where you put the new ones, like the new Furions. You can get them with the HDMI and everything, and they work like they have like the full surround sound, because a lot of the newer RVs will have that all set up.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what era it's from, and I'm like, oh, what's that? And like, well, obviously they were thinking way ahead of their time, because right there on the preamp is that deal for the auxiliary input.
Yeah, and I think that's probably it's probably an older one, but I know that like Clarion and a lot of like Alpine made some really good ones back in the day that you'd find in your higher end motorhomes and RV trailers.
Like I said, dude, I fired it up here in the bedroom. Basic power supply. I don't know, what 5 amp power supply, something on there. Put it on a couple house speakers, and yeah, just the FM, FM radio. Yeah, I was quite impressed.
Yeah, they'd probably be typically hooked up to like a matching set of Clarion like car style speakers, and I'm not sure what size, probably like 6-inch to 5.25 or 6.5 inch, around there usually.
No, like I said, I didn't expect that. I mean, I hooked up like, fuck this thing. I mean, I've got a Harman Kardon 630 that I hooked to some house speakers, and it's comparable to that.
I've seen one of those that had a built-in turntable to it from an old like motorhome. And I don't think it was a Clarion. I think it was a Pioneer actually that had the turntable built into it. And it had molded into the plastic cover for the turntable. It said specifically on there, "Do not use while vehicle is in motion." And that's probably because you don't want to be driving down the road with the record playing.
Yeah, and the preamp on it has bass, mid, and treble adjustments, loudness, down, yeah, all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like an old, like you could probably find something like that in a big fancy yacht too. You know what I mean? But it sounds like kind of like a hi-fi receiver for your motorhome.
That would probably be an accurate description of it. A quality piece, man. I mean, it's a bad boy. Got it for cheap. Friend of mine went on sale to like, everybody walking by it, like, what that is. And it was still there. I go, see what that is. Oh, give me $15 for it. Well, here, yeah.
Yeah, there's a YouTuber I watch, well, a couple of them, that, like, buy old planes and old jets and stuff and, like, restore them or whatnot. One of them bought Elvis's old jet, and because it wasn't ever going to be able to be put back into flying condition, he's turning it into an RV out of the fuselage of it. But yeah, like when they do videos of like going in and looking at some of these old jets, it's fucking crazy. They have like hi-fi stuff, and if you look at it close enough, you see it's like Nakamichi and like Sansui and shit like that from these like 70s and 60s jets, and they're like miniature versions of these hi-fi receivers I used to play with, is what they look like. But they're definitely smaller than those used to be. But yeah, they used to build stuff like that for like jets. So I know you could. I bet you Clarion probably built something like that for jets too.
Big old MAD audio, unless you're pointed the other way or something, maybe.
Something like Elvis would have been flying around in with, it's some hi-fi stereo in his jet.
You out there can enjoy. It's about that time. I was just stopping in here because I got to turn all this shit off.
But yeah, I didn't even know that some of those companies ever made stuff like that till I started seeing that in those videos. I was like, holy shit, that's like a Nakamichi stereo receiver in a jet. It's just like smaller.
I Nakamichi shit at one time. But yeah, like I said, is that what you're talking about? I used to be heavy into the home stereo stuff.
Right now.
The Nakamichi Shockwave surround sound systems are pretty badass still. They're pretty spendy still too. But Nakamichi's, they still make stuff. They actually still make car stereos. I think you can get them on Crutchfield in some of the more high-end stereo places.
Nakamichi at one time.
They're pretty good quality. I've only had a couple of pieces of that, but I've heard some Nakamichi speakers before that they knock my socks off.
What model is it again? What?
Sorry, what model of what? You were cracking up pretty bad that time.
Counting, I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's just crackling up. I don't know what happened there.
In about.
I think I moved the mic gain slider. How's that?
That's a lot cleaner.
Okay, no, that standard CB or whatever. What model did you say it was?
Oh, the standard Horizon? I don't remember. And I don't have it with me. It's out at my storage unit in a box. I know where it's at though, because I was out there pulling stuff out, and I saw it, and that's why I was thinking about it, is I need to pull that out and see what's wrong with that. Because it's a really basic looking, like, I don't even remember if it's 40 channel, but I think it was. But it looks like it's, I don't know, it looks like it's from like the early 80s to like mid 80s.
Standard Horizon. No, now that I'm thinking about it, that sounds like a VHF radio.
See, that's what I thought it was too. But then I started I found it at this one I got at Goodwill, I think, in Portland or Gresham. It was either Valley Village or Goodwill in Gresham. there by Portland, and I was just walking through with a buddy of mine, and I spotted a CB radio, and I was like, hell yeah. So I started looking at it, and I was like, oh, this isn't a CB, it's a standard horizon. I look at the back, and it says 27 megahertz Citizens Band transceiver on the back of it. And I'm like, they made one of those?
Standard Horizon was mostly, they made UHF radios, they made VHF radios, but yeah, that's probably really rare right there, dude. I've never heard of one.
It looks, and it has the same kind of mic jack on it, if I recall correctly, as some of the Johnson 40 channel radios they made back in the late 70s and early 80s. That I actually have one of those Johnsons too. It kind of has the same face look to it, but it has like a Cobra 29 style meter in it. It's about the size of a Cobra 25, I would say.
Yeah, they probably jumped into CBs just to offer them with their line, but that's not a common radio.
Yeah, and my guess is it's like late 70s, early 80s by the look of it. So my guess is the late 70s, early 80s was kind of like the golden era of CBers. Like a lot of people joined that kind of time, and like there was just, into the late 70s you had all 40 channels, and it was becoming a thing. So my guess is that like right during that peak they were like you said, like, we're gonna get into that game because people will buy that.
When you go,
the mic jack you're talking about, I think my brother has that same jack on it. Well,
and their big competitor probably at that time would have been Motorola. So Motorola made CB radios as well.
Yeah, Motorola MoCat. Yeah. GE. They had a VHF, but Wilson. Got over their vehicle-wise, but I got several old ones.
And those MoCats, I would not mind one of each. The base station, the mobile, one of each. Those Motorola's are great radios.
I hear the state patrol years ago. They probably, I don't know if they still use Citizen Band or probably not. They were kind of weird radios too.
potential.
Well, I know Lacey PD has CBs in their car, or they did the last time I talked to one about it. He was like, yeah, we have them in the car, but I don't ever use it. It's just there in case they needed it, kind of thing. And I know that State Patrol, and I could ask, I know a few people I could ask that would know for sure, but I know most of the State Patrol cars still have CBs in them. Whether they use them or not, I don't know. And I know that, there was a little while ago I saw there was like a whole pallet full of Uniden Pro 510s that looked like they'd been sitting in a car but never used. And they were being auctioned off at the state surplus by the State Patrol. So I don't know if that's what they're still using, but they definitely had them in their cars, and they do replace them. Because the last time I saw those things go up in the surplus store was the same time they were replacing cars. So my guess is they were just buying new radios for the cars.
Roger, State Patrol, they should have them in there. That way they can communicate truck drivers and whatnot, and they probably still do. But, I know what you're talking about. And that's weird, too, because Lazy Dave said something about knowing some guy that had a bunch of something like you were just talking about. I wonder if he's the guy that won that auction. even, or bought that stuff.
Yeah, I know lots of motorcycle people all over the.
I don't know. I know that I thought about bidding on it when I saw it, and somebody definitely bought it. They bought all of them because they disappeared. But I was thinking about it because like those are really good radios, and you can fix them up easy, tune them up, especially if they were just sitting in a car never being used. You know, they at least had power going to them. And they looked like the older ones too. They didn't look like the newer ones. But yeah, I do know. I have a friend that I grew up with that's a state patrolman that definitely would know whether or not they still have them or not. But the last time I talked to them, they said that they definitely have it in the car, and they're usually only listening to it when there's like a traffic accident or something like that. Sometimes they'll be listening because the truck drivers will be talking about it and stuff like that. And they were telling me that they will occasionally listen, but like they don't know that like the other officers ever use them because they never key it up or talk on it.
Hey, you fixed.
Yeah, is that officer somebody that works local here or out of town?
I believe. Well, I mean, the last I know that they were a detective, and then they were working at the Capitol for a while before that, and they were just regular patrol before that, and I think they went back to the highway, but I don't know if it's local or I don't know exactly where they're at. I would assume local.
You know what he went by on the air when he was when he was a David unit?
I do not.
Yeah, no, but
How long have you been with him? Quite some time.
yeah, I know it's a problem.
Well, it's not a him, but it would be probably definitely more than 10 years, 15 years now. It's been a good long time. Probably not 20.
You know, even just famous people are dying.
Yeah, I got a good idea there, but okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, and I'm pretty sure if you've dealt with Olympia cops before ever, which I'm sure you have, as we all have, you probably know her dad, because he was an Olympia cop for years and years and years. He doesn't live here anymore. As soon as he retired, he booked it for the other side of the mountains. But yeah, he was a Olympia cop for I want to say like 38 years. It had to been, and then was a state patrol officer for a couple years, and was a Marine MP in Vietnam before that.
Who you talking about? Not Officer Black. Who's that?
Do you know Steve?
James?
Well, I don't know who that cop is. I mean, I've listened to it. Pilot.
Gotcha. Well, do you know Officer Hurd?
Oh, I don't know.
That doesn't ring a bell to me.
Station, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe you never encountered him. I don't know. But yeah, he was probably one of the old timers. When it came down to it, like I think him and maybe another guy had been with the department that long when he retired, and I think they both retired about the same time.
Like, Black, Officer Wiley, there's Dan Smith. Yeah.
All right, Highsider, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to be in bed before 1. Bitching. Yep. You have a good evening.
You too. Good night.
officer. They get a bad reputation. Well, he didn't have that reputation.
That's a good thing.
Oh yeah, and he was a good cop. He was one of those, you know, I definitely know he was not a corrupt cop. And part of the reason I know that is after he retired, one of the things he said to me was about how, you know, the police departments, for the most part in America, are the largest criminal organizations operating.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've always found that I don't deal with cops very often, so, but yeah, being honest, don't do anything weird, and yeah, they generally cut me some slack.
He said that generally speaking, cops aren't corrupt. It's just it's the system that they work in, like the police unions, oftentimes the administration, the chiefs, the elected officials. Those are the, you know, and it, you know, the bad filters down, and you know, if your upper command is crap, you know, all your officers are going to be crap because they don't know any different.
Yeah, sounds like I heard something. He wants to take the approach. You know, Inslee was cutting everybody slack, and according to what I saw, this guy here says he's going to put people in jail, fill the jail up. What's this guy do? Derek Sanders?
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do. I think he's trying to ride the old Edwards campaign, and he's a younger guy, and I don't know what to think about him.
You know, I think you're right. It's weird. I kind of thought that too. Yeah, like he's taking it. You know, I sat there and listened, and you know what he had to say, and yeah, he's coming in like quite a hot shot. And listen to this. I was listening to a chase go down on State Patrol, and the dispatcher comes back and they said they wanted to know if County 1 had state digital in his radio and could come up on there. And I heard him come back, and he said he did and he would. And next thing you know, he was on there, some chase that ended up out Hawks Prairie or something. A guy on a motorcycle doing like 130, and yeah, he's trying to make a name for himself, man.
I remember Edwards was kind of like he was like the best sheriff, and yet the worst, most corrupt sheriff I can remember in this area. Like this guy, I remember a friend of mine lived down the road from him, and he used to just like, because it was his work vehicle, you know, his county vehicle, he'd just fucking haul down the road, like 100 mile an hour, you know, whatever he wanted to do, you know, down through a road that's supposed to be 35 with a bunch of kids and stuff living off of it, you know what I mean? And I guess he got up, like my friend's dad apparently like went out and confronted him on it. Like, you need to slowed him down and stopped him. It was like, you need to slow down. You know, like if you're a sheriff, if you hit one of my kid, and he just started saying, you're impeding it out, you know, started going off on him like you're obstructing me, like what's, you know, who are you to question how I'm driving?
Yeah, I can believe that. So, he shoots somebody in the back? I heard something like this. He was after somebody. They ran into the woods, and he shot. He fired off a shot and hit him.
I don't know about that. You're talking about Edwards, or the new sheriff? Are you talking about the Derek Sanders guy?
I'm not talking about Sanders. I'm talking about Edwards. Something. I mean, yeah, because they were saying, yeah, how shady he was. You know, the guy was fleeing from him or something like that into the woods. He fires off a shot. Now, I'm not saying he killed the guy. I don't know what happened, but something along those lines.
Well, now, I mean, it was excessive force then, because it still had to meet the gram factors and what, you know what I mean? But nowadays, like, yeah, I assume, but you gotta imagine, like, Edwards was a sheriff and a deputy at a time when, I mean, cops could get away with stuff like that. You know, I mean, nowadays they got cameras everywhere. You know, it's a little tough to just shoot at somebody that's running away from you and say that you were, you know, you felt threatened or other people were threatened, especially if they don't have a gun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it was made up or, you know, exactly how it went down, but I had heard something to that effect. But, so also, my next question, I wonder what this Derek Sanders, what was his position before he got elected as sheriff?
I don't know. I was looking into that, and I was like, I don't know anything about this guy. He looks pretty young. I think he's younger than me, actually. And I don't know. I assume he's been a deputy at least with the sheriff's department, but I don't believe he's a command officer. But I mean, he's old enough. I guess he could have been with as a deputy for a while at least. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I've never heard of him until, I mean, obviously, you know, sheriff.
Yeah, I know he's been into some, but, you know, what county, where do you work, this, you know, what makes him qualified, and I'll check that out. But I heard what he had to say, and it's like, you know, that's weird. He's coming across like he's going to fill the jails and you know, throw everybody in jail for this, when Jay Inslee's like, you know, this, if it's not a violent crime, you know, let him out early, blah, blah, blah. But I never got no break like that.
Well, I mean, I think that, like, the way they're trying to do things is how we should have been doing them, but, like, there's a lot more reform that needs to happen before they can start doing that. You know, I mean, it's like, you can't just let them all out anymore, like, yet. You know what I mean? Like, society isn't ready to handle, because what they do is they just end up back on the street in the same problem they were in before. They don't, you know, when it comes to, like, a lot of the stuff that they're talking about, like drug addicts and things like that, it doesn't really do them any good to go into prison, but that's the only place we have to put them, because we don't have adequate treatment. Nobody wants to fund that, you know, I mean.
I mean, I understand that part. Between what prisons he let people out of, he let some people back out, and you know, it raised the crime rate. But and like I said, I've never really been to prison for like a prison beef. You know, maybe some violation time, something like that. But no one ever let me out early.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that. I mean, there's also a difference between prison and jail too. I mean, I don't think that they should necessarily let everybody out of jail either. I think that jail, there should be some punishment, you know what I mean? They shouldn't be giving too much of a break to anybody, in my opinion, that's committed a crime and is convicted of it, you know, but fairly and, you know, justly. But, you know, I mean, at the same time, like, I get where they're going with the non-violent stuff, and the jails are filling up with drug addicts that don't really benefit in any way with going to jail, because you're locking them in a cage with a bunch more drugs. You know, it's. You know, the fear is that you're gonna lock everybody up for drugs, and then you're gonna end up with no place to put the really bad offenders. You know, the murderers, the rapists, you know, the bad guys, the ones that should be in jail and stay there.
I get pulled over. He must have six warrants for the jail. You know, can you confirm? Well, we're not taking anybody. He had a couple felony warrants, this. The cop says, he's been advised of his warrants. They kicked him loose.
Well, until they fully open that other county jail, like, I remember hearing them on the scanner doing that. Like, they have like 5 different felony theft warrants and stuff like that. Like, still, like grand theft and stuff like that. And Olympia's like, we don't have room for them in the jail, so nope, we're not confirming on any of them. It's not a DUI or domestic violence, so we can't take them.
Yeah, isn't that something, huh? And they walk.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get DUI is kind of a serious thing, but at the same time, like, if he doesn't kill anybody, does he deserve to be in jail more than the guy that, stole someone's car?
That's funny. They came looking for me for a misdemeanor.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, you're going to not confirm on this one, but you'll confirm on this other misdemeanor battery warrant or something.
Multiple felonies, and the guy walked.
I heard the one that I remember hearing on the scanner was it was a female suspect they had, and Tumwater had him in custody. And I remember, like, they were reading off all these warrants that they had, like, for felony theft, felony fraud, like, grand theft, like, grand larceny, like, some really serious theft stuff. But it wasn't nothing violent, you know what I mean? And they called Olympia to see if they'd confirm on any of it. And they were like, nope, we're only taking DUIs and domestic violence right now in the jail. Those are the only things we're confirming right now. And I remember the Tumwater officer says, wait, they're not confirming?
Yeah, that was going on in Nisqually Jail, Olympia Jail, Thurston County Jail.
Yeah, he ended up taking him to county on something that they had him on, you know what I mean, which was probably way more minor, but just to get him off the street, because, like, you should have heard his voice. He was, like, it blew his mind that they weren't going to take the person on that warrant. We're all, like, 7 of them. Because they were all like 7 extraditable warrants. Like, they were listed as extraditable. So that means that, like, they'll come pick them up. That's how bad they want them.
So if you were listening to the scanner and you heard a unit talk, and he went by, let's say, 2 Ida 20, what position would that a guy be in to you? Ida unit.
I don't know. I know that the letter stands for their area of patrol, and I know that there's areas in Olympia and, like, Lacey, and I believe you can kind of tell because, like, the number that they say, the first number is the department they're with. So, like, 4 is Tumwater, or 3 is Lacey, 2 is Olympia, 1 county. So, like, when it comes to, like, Tumwater, most of them are, like, for Paul something, and I think Paul just stands for patrol, because I don't hear them really. And then they had, like, the motorcycle guys go by Metro, which I assume stands for motorcycle, and their K9 guy goes by the 4K or whatever, so it would be 4 King, I think is what they say over the radio, but that's the K9 guy.
So everything you just said right there was true. Okay, you pinpointed locations. Yeah, P was patrol. Okay, so follow that. 2 Ida 20.
The which I believe the county does the same thing. Other than they also have areas that they're associated with, because like I noticed most of the normal officers in Lacey are Charles officers, and I think Charles relates to an area of the county that Lacey has jurisdiction in. I'm not sure, kind of like a map grid. But I think over in Tumwater, it's P for that's the area that pretty much Tumwater has. Because I've noticed that county units that are in those same areas all go by the same thing, like Adam, Charles, Paul, whatever, but they'll just have the one in front of their call sign. And then I've noticed the county also goes with King, too. So my guess is Ida is internal affairs.
Yeah, 4P, 4 pole, that 4 is Tumwater. But yeah, the different divisions do have letter-coded different areas, like a Charles area, David area, whatever. But no, one is county, 2 is Olympia, 3 is Lacey, 4 is Tumwater. Okay, 2 Ida.
My guess would be that would be Olympia Internal Affairs, maybe? I don't know.
That would be a detective for the Olympia Police Department.
So investigations, then. That would probably what be the I would stand for, then. Because I know, yeah, I haven't really heard any Ida units necessarily, but I might, I just haven't, I don't listen to Olympias all exclusively.
Well, they're going to be in an unmarked car and plain clothes and have a walkie-talkie. But yeah, like Dan Smith in the day. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. Got Officer of the Year his first year with the Olympia Police Department. He was going by either 2 Charles 20 when he was up by Dog's Easy Stop, or when he went detective, he was 2 Ida 20.
Yeah, 10. And the last number, I think, is their seniority. As far as, like, when they were, every time somebody retires, it was more senior, like, they bump up one. Because I've seen that with Tumwater, and I believe, I remember Steve had, like, a really low number. It was, like, 4 or 5 or something like that, and, like, 1 through, like, 3, I guess, are usually reserved for, like, they would go by, like, Olympia 1, Olympia 2, and that'd be, like, a chief, a deputy chief, or, like, a watch commander, like a captain or lieutenant.
This one, we'll go, this will be the Sheriff's Department, 1 Sam 1.
Yeah, 1 Sam 1 would be, Sam is the supervisors, so that would be either a sergeant on up, and 1 Sam 1, I would assume, would probably be the chief, or the sheriff himself, typically.
Sergeant.
They might actually go by county 1 if they're a sheriff or an undersheriff. I don't know. I know that usually, like, a deputy chief or the chief or the highest ranking officer on duty at the time will go by, like, Lacey 1 or Tumwater 1, and then the next lowest ranking officer will take the call sign Lacey 2, Lacey, Tumwater 2, Olympia 2, and so forth.
County 1 is Derek Sanders, but yeah, and then, yeah.
Because, like, the other night when they all swarmed my workplace when they were arresting that guy at O'Reilly's, supposedly in connection with that murder that happened of those 2 people, Lacey 2 showed up, and he was in a suit. Like, he wasn't in a normal uniform. But my guess is that was probably, like, their highest ranking officer on duty, and it did look like he was probably, like, a captain or higher. I didn't recognize him, so he definitely wasn't the chief or the deputy chief of Lacey anyways, because I know what they look like.
Well, State Patrol, they'll call them David units, detectives with the county or whatever. They'll be like, yeah, that would have been like, if it was a detective or something, that would have been like a three IDA unit.
And I think they probably had one of those, but I didn't hear them on the radio. They might have been just on their cell phone with some of that. And they do that a lot now. They'll like dispatch the call over the radio, and then most of the information they're getting is through the laptop, through CAD and their cell phones now.
Yep, and that doesn't go over the air. Sometimes, yeah, and goes right to their computer screen.
Occasionally, if they're like out with somebody, you know what I mean, like where they're standing around with somebody on their portable, they'll call in an ID or something, like they'll have them run it because they're not next to their laptop.
Oh, yeah. When you hear the State Patrol come back and they say Title 10, that means the person has a warrant.
Yeah, 10, and I know they get everything on their laptop because I've been pulled over before, and I can't remember what their excuse was that time. But yeah, it was Olympia cop, and he was I had forgotten to grab my driver's license, so I just gave him my driver's license number and handed him my registration insurance. He's like, I can look that up. He comes back and he's like, yeah, just make sure next time you have all of your licenses. And I was like, what do you mean all of them? And he's like, all of them. And he's like looking around the car, and I was like, oh, I don't have any weapons. And he's like, just make sure you have all of them.
Yeah, because by law, you're supposed to have Washington ID or a driver's license. But yeah, I mean, if you have a driver's license number or whatever, yeah, they can look that up. They can run you by not a problem. But yeah, interesting.
Well, he told me, he says, I can see all of them on my laptop from because you gave me your license number. But he's like, I can see, he could see, I asked him, I was like, well, what does it show? And he says, well, it shows you have an expired armed guards license. It shows a current CPL license. It shows your CNR FFL.
The other thing, running right? Yeah. And all that shit wasn't attached to it. And all of a sudden, oh yeah, remember all that shit.
If he wanted to, he said he can look in and see all the firearms that are registered to me too. So like, he can check the serial number of a firearm that I might be carrying before he sees it.
Yeah, to know exactly who they're dealing with, so on and so forth, man. Yeah, but it didn't used to be that way. They finally got it all together. Yeah, they got every bit of it.
Well, with mobile internet and the cell phone networks and stuff becoming reliable, they just have that all connected now through the internet straight to a secured thing. And I think they're still using the data links through the radio for that too, because that's way more secure. But yeah, it all goes to this thing. They can all just look it up through the database right there on their laptop. And it has everything. I mean, anything that their dispatcher can look at, they can see on that now.
How's that exactly done? Is that done through microwave links, or I mean, is that classified packet radio? What's connecting them to the whatever database they have, internet, whatever, to from where to their mobiles?
Well, there's certain types of data modems and packet data that you can use for that. I'm not exactly sure what one they're using, but I mean, it'd be similar to like a Wi-Fi that's just way longer range, and runs through roughly the same band that they're, the VHF band. But it'd be kind of like sending a Wi-Fi signal through the radio. I don't know that it's necessarily microwave, but it's the way that it transfers the data, is similar, and I would assume obviously microwave is just the frequency it's being transmitted on.
A lot of the time, sometimes they'll, links or whatever, they'll connect, long distance, point to point, something like that along the line there. But yeah, no, I grasp the concept of how they're doing it there.
Yeah, point to point. I was trying to find that in my head, and it wasn't coming to me. But yeah, that's what I meant. Kind of like a point to point thing where they can send like the data directly back and forth from dispatch. And I assume that all of that stuff's connected to the internet too, so they can log into a database through the internet and get all that information as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they got some professional that sets up security on it and all that. But yeah, like a big microwave dish on, up on Capitol Peak. And it's up there, when it's hazy, you can't see it, but when it's clear, you can see Seattle with the naked eye. You get some binoculars, and yeah. So a microwave dish from somewhere that high, pointed, yeah. They can link in fucking whatever they want to link in. One of those dishes or whatever, like that, drop like nothing. They were transmitting on the microwave dish when the bird flew in front of it.
I know guy, and I can't remember how I know this guy, or how I met this guy, but he was a like a radar operator, technician, or whatever in the Navy, but he worked on like airplane radar, like the ones in the fighter jets back in like the 70s. And it was right about the time that they were coming out with the A6 intruder and the radar jamming technology in it. And they had just gotten a few of those planes onto an aircraft carrier, and some jackass fired that thing up with somebody in front of it, and I guess it like cooked them. It didn't like kill them, but like it definitely messed them up. Like hardcore nerve damage, brain damage, like a lot of stuff.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was like a big deal. Like when that happened, like it was like a big fucking deal to walk in front of those planes when they were playing with that radar jammer.
So I got the computer fired up on the web here. I'm going to look up that radio. One of these videos backed up. Prize. Yeah, dude, that's a badass box.
Oh, I bet.
One One guy, he calls it a mini mall. The first one of those I seen, I was like 13. Over at this guy's house, Florida boy, it had a General Lee Charger, like you were talking about the pies, right? He had this box. I'm like, whoa. He goes, yeah, we're gonna take it over to that CB shop and have it fixed, whatever. So he takes it over, has Matt's dad work on it. He gets it back. We hooked like the 23 channel T-Berry bass. I think it was like a half-wave ground plane. Fuck, he loaded that thing up, dude. Modded it up, had a Turner Plus 3 on it. And he was swinging up about 9, and that's with Dick's personal touches. It was sweet. All new rectifier, high voltage rectifier section in it, all new caps, brand new tube. Yeah, it was fresh and ready to go. Old 23 channel with that Turner on it, man. That thing overmod, loud, splattered, fucking yeah.
I mean, tubers didn't splatter too bad, mostly just because the tubes kind of don't let the harmonics through as much. I mean, you'll end up beating up the tubes in them because of all the harmonics, but yeah, they don't splatter quite as much as like a solid state would that's overmod. That's the thing with solid state is those final transistors are pretty wide band, so if you're, they'll just transmit anything. They're not, they don't, you know what I mean? They don't, it's the same thing with like these solid state amplifiers, anybody that tells you like that guy builds an amp that sounds great, well, the amp doesn't sound great. The guy's radio sounds great. The amp is just amplifying the great sounding radio.
But there is characteristics of the amp that can affect the sound.
Oh, absolutely. And you can clean up the input on it to make sure that all of the harmonics that a radio might be transmitting get filtered out before it gets amplified. You can absolutely do that. But, a basic amplifier, all it's doing is amplifying the signal you put into it. So if you're putting a crappy signal into it, it's going to amplify that crappy signal. If you put a clean signal into it, it amplifies it cleanly. And tubes, they would do that, but, they'd let you know. Because tubes don't like those harmonics. They don't like that really splattery, nasty signal. They like a nice clean signal into them.
No, you're absolutely right about that. That's right. The past couple times I hooked up those two boxes. One being that penetrator 150 that didn't have the control, and then what was I running, a Palomar 75 plus, and I turned it on one day in the truck, and somebody out there goes, oh man, he goes, that made a big deal. He goes, that brought your mod up, no fuzziness, no bullshit, no nothing.
But that's why if you change frequency too much with a tube amp, you gotta retune it in, or even with a tube radio, you gotta retune it in.
Alright, so I just about got this punched in. What am I doing here? Standard Horizon CB? That might be a good start.
Yeah, I haven't Googled it or nothing, but let me look it up again. I bet you I'll find it.
I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, you're gonna have to punch in old school or something like that. Yeah, it's bringing up modern shit. And it says they've been going for 50 years. Marine, this, that, but yeah, I'm gonna try some different, put something else in to get something older here.
I think I may have been getting confused all along. I just found one on, like a advertisement for one on eBay. It's the Standard Communications Horizon 29A.
There you go, model number.
I think the Horizon 29A was the model, and Standard Communications was the maker. But I'm not sure. But it has the same little Standard logo that Standard Horizon has, which makes me think it's the same people.
What model did you say it was again?
It's the Standard Horizon 29A, or the Standard Horizon 29. I've seen both here now. The one that I'm thinking it is the Standard Horizon 29A. That looks the most similar. And they're a 23 channel. '77. The same company. I just looked that up. Standard Horizon. Horizon was just the name of their radios, but Standard Communications was the company that made them all. And I was just looking at this. They had a Standard Horizon CB40+4, which was a 40-channel CB radio with the 4 weather channels built into it.
Yeah, just about. The picture that, yeah, 1977. I'm seeing this there.
Try to find one of these 40 channel versions of it too. They have one here. It looks like a marine radio, but it's definitely a CB. And I assume the +4 is 4 weather channels because it has WX on the knob. It's got a hailer, the CB, and then WX. I assume the hailer is the PA.
I'm seeing a face that's ready now. Can't quite what that is right now, but yeah, I see what that is. Let me read what they say about it. They're selling the service manual to it on eBay for, it said in stock, $15.99, 1977 standard. Yep, and they show a picture of it. I can't, dude, it's almost like an SBE something. Yeah.
Yeah, it just says standard communications on it, from what I can see. Horizon 29A. And then like right before the standard that S is the same S symbol that's on any standard Horizon radio I've ever seen. But I was looking at this one. They have one on eBay for $63, but it's beat. It's the 40 channel CB that they made. I kind of want to get it, but it's beat.
No, I'm looking at the front of this. I mean, yeah, it says standard or whatever, but that front, the way it's modeled with the switches and everything like that, there's another, yeah, this has been multi-branded. I've seen this radio before.
Well, if you take a look at if you look up on eBay the standard Horizon CB40 plus 4, the plus is a plus symbol. This looks just like their marine radios, their VHFs, like their old ones. It's just got it clearly says CB and like weather, and it's just very clearly a CB radio.
Talking about the 40 channel version. But yeah, no, generally when they have weather and stuff in them, yeah, those are the marine like versions of them.
Yeah, this one, it's got a picture of the back tag, and it says model CB40 plus 4, 27 megahertz CB radio. And I remember looking at the back of that one that I was talking about, the 29A. It has the same tag on it. It says, it would say the model 29A, and then it says 27, I remember the 27 megahertz CB radio. Made in Korea. That's what this 40 channel CB says. It also does say Standard Communication Corp, Carson, California.
Yeah. I have to see what the inside of that looks like, man, when you grab it up there.
This 40 channel one looks a lot more like it was trying to go after the MoCat, because it's got like the white bakelite case to it. That's why it's beat. because that case is all beat up.
Those plastic radios just, oh, I can imagine. I had a Motorola notepad at one time, but it was something like, I don't know, I didn't have the right mic for it, or the mic for it, and yeah, something was fucked up with it. But look at those inside, man, they're, yeah.
I have some old, like, Emerson Bakelite tabletop radios, and they're in really good shape. But, yeah, it's a good material. It's real durable until it hits sunlight. So you just have to keep your CB out of sunlight. You know what I mean? If it had a Bakelite case.
Yeah, no, God, what is it? I can't remember what I did with it. I had a really cool radio around here. It was Bakelite, BF Goodrich Company, something, AM radio, tube type, yeah, old. You got collections of that stuff? Or old wood case? Old radios?
I used to kind of like collecting those. I like those Emersons. I had a Philco that I can't remember who I sold that to. I sold that to somebody. But yeah, I mean, I used to kind of like collecting those things because they were kind of cool. If you see them at like a thrift shop or something, nobody really wants them because they don't know what the hell it is or how to use it. You know, like the Emerson I have over here that I'll tune in occasionally just to see what I can tune in. It runs on one of those old 6-volt flashlight batteries that I had to make a fucking adapter out of D-cell batteries to make it work. Atwater tent, some of the old antique shit. Yeah, and that's the hardest part is finding those 6-volt batteries Amazon is awesome now because they make like little you can find the little plastic housings to put normal batteries in it or whatever, put a lithium battery in it now. But yeah, it used to be just hard to find those 6-volt batteries for them, and they'd last forever, but they don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're cool, but they sound like shit, compared to like what a stereo should sound like and what radio sounds like today. But I always thought they were cool because they still work. Yeah, if they make on eBay, they make these little like AM transmitters you can plug into your cell phone or whatever and play MP3s through them and whatnot. Like a little milliwatt transmitter.
I was pretty, experimental back in the day. We took, my 3-watt walkie-talkie or a 100 milliwatt walkie-talkie, hooked it to a ground plane. Just figured out ways, my brother's riding the bike. He's taking off to the store. I'd rig something up, and yeah, we figured out how to make radio stuff work.
I thought about doing that just for fun. Getting one of them 60 volt or 50 volt low drive MOSFET boxes, or just one of the pallets you can find on eBay, and building my own box out of it. And then just running like a little walkie-talkie all turned down to like that. Because, those MOSFETs will do like 500 watts of transistor kind of deal. with like a watt into them. You know what I mean? You don't really want to put more than a watt into them because they don't need it.
I remember this story years ago. I would ride my bicycle from out Go Harbor Road and out there by the blueberry fields. I'd take the walkie-talkie with me, ride down, take Ames Road, go all the way down East Bay Drive into town, up the hill, because I was riding to a guy's house, kind of over by Lions Park, right? We didn't want his mom to know that I was coming over, right? We'd hang out. We'd go to Sambo's, go to CB break, and we'd talking on the CB the whole time. So I get close and I go, hey, well, what do you want me to do? Where do you want me to come in? And he goes, oh, I got the window open on the side. Just park your bike on the side, climb through the window, right? I climb through the window, that. His mom comes walking. Oh, a cop knocked on the door. Said somebody was going to be breaking in the house or something like that. They were sandbagging me on the CB. But the whole time I'm riding, they could hear me out there in Go Harbor, and then and same on the other side. We're good, man. My first radio was a 23-channel Regency Imperial double sideband with a Turner Plus 2. All tube-type radio.
That's funny, Motormouth has one of those, and that was his first CB radio, too. Was a 23-channel Imperial, Regency Imperial. Those are nice-looking radios. A really nice-looking radio for that time. I mean, when your other options were like a Cam 88 and like a Courier 23.
Yes, sir. I've owned a Cam 88, but that thing, no matter what final tube I put in it, whatever, there was one little adjustment on the side you could tune, but the most it would put out was about 3.5 watts. But with that Turner on there, dude, I mean, yeah, that thing had the audio, just, hands down, fucking. So if he's got one of those and the transformer in it is not smoked and it's not completely bastardized, that radio's worth having.
Oh yeah, I don't think he'd ever get rid of it. I'm positive he still has it. Bitch, if he's sandbagging right now, he'd key up and say it. But yeah, he had one of them, and it's the last time I saw it, it worked, because he would key up and talk on it occasionally. Not super often, but it would, it definitely worked.
Well, they made an AM version of it as well. It was a Regency range gain, but the Imperial that I had, the transformer went out. It was like, oh man, what's that? You could smell something, you could hear it sizzle, and my brother goes, that's the transformer. No, yep. I found a parts radio, a range gain. I had sold the radio off to a friend of mine who was sitting there in his closet, and out of the blue, somehow or another, they had it set. So his wife got rid of the radio. I got the transformer. I was going to switch it, and he goes, I go, well, where's that radio, man? He's like, it's gone. The wife just, I thought he was joking. He's like, no, it's gone. I'm like, are you kidding, bro? And yeah, it was, but I had a smoke transformer.
I wouldn't be surprised if like a Courier 23 or any of those radios from that type with the transformer would probably be identical for that. I mean, I know that the Imperial had the sideband, but I'm sure they had the same transformer in the AM.
Yeah, it was. There was a not like a linear, but there was a high voltage section for it, and then your filaments and stuff. But yeah, and I saw one of those. I was on eBay. I don't have a debit card. I pretty much scrolling down. Here's a Regency Imperial something, a state line, a power plug, something. And oh yeah, there was hot. Like a Browning comes up on there, and yeah, they're gonna bid on it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Brownings, Cobra 2000s, like D201s, everybody's favorite radio. Like if it's in mint condition, over a grand. I've seen them go for that. Like the bidding goes that high, the buy it now price they'll sell at that price. I've seen Tram D201s sit on eBay, the better part of a year at like $1,500, and somebody eventually snags it up.
Couldn't pay that much for something like that, man. Those, they're cool, but yeah, those radios just don't do much for me anymore.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. These were minty, like museum piece, fully working, tested out, well restored radios. But that's $500 for me. There's no way in my mind I'm paying $1,500 for that. I could go buy a brand new ham radio that talks a hell of a lot better for $1,500.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it might be worth that to somebody that's putting a collection together, and you're a trailer park, you talks on Brownings and this and that. And, yeah, they were neat in the day, but to me, yeah, that's like a shelf piece, collector's item. I never had a chance to get one of those, a Browning. I've had two 2000s, and a whole lot of others.
I don't know, I just never really wanted a radio that squealed when I keyed it every time.
There's that going out the Pride on YouTube with an eagle, and it was doing that when you key up. It seemed pretty loud, but yeah.
There were other tube radios that would do that, and you can take that out of them. You just add some capacitance in some places, and you can clean that right out so it don't do that. But it's just funny to me. Like, I always love doing that to guys when I hear a Browning key up. I'm just like, hey dude, your radio's squealing.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, they are a cool radio. If a nice one of those with the VFO all dialed in and everything, I would definitely talk on it.
I definitely know why they're sought after, because it's really easy to wire in an external VFO and go all over the place with it. It's set up like a classic ham radio with a separate transmitter and receiver. There's all kinds of appeal to that. I get it, and they're a classy looking radio too. But that's the same reason I like the Tram D201. It's got all of that without the squeal.
Yeah, no. Some of those Brownings, they came with a not the same brand, but a Siltronics VFO. There was a model that was specific for a Browning. Yeah, but yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, I don't know if Motor Mouth sold it. I thought he talked about selling it at one time, but he had one of those Brownings Electronics, VFO, and he had the matching like Golden Eagle D104 with the brown cord for it.
I sure hope. And yeah, that's
That's a talking radio too. Last time I heard him on that was a talking radio. But I don't know. I like him, but that's what I like the tram too. But the tram you're not really saving on any space because they're about as big as that thing is, just in one big package.
Yeah, that 201 I had. That is a big radio. It is something. I don't know if it was a tube. Back then we didn't have no internet and shit to check shit out, you know. I didn't have no schematics for it. Weak receive. It just receive was not the best. And this, that, needed a tune-up, I don't know.
Something like that's been recapped and retubed for about $500. If I had that in my pocket and I saw that, it'd be hard not to buy it.
I always wanted to hook up like a National or a Swan, some kind of a something, you know, move it over off 10 meter and see how that would work.
I mean, if we're talking like National or like some of the older ham radios, National's a great one. I mean, or like a Galaxy 5, or the one that I would like to get again that I sold off, but I'd really like to have another one, and I've seen them on eBay. I just need to find it. Is the Galaxy GT550, and it was basically a Galaxy 5. With a 550 watt linear amplifier built into the power supply.
That I know the radios you're talking about there. Yeah, that would work.
So it was basically your big tube transmitter, plate modulated transmitter with the receiver all in one power supply package. And the power supply was basically just a big tube amplifier with a power supply in it. That was a fun radio. I mean, you key down and talk. You tune everything in on your antenna tuner, and you just key down and talk wherever you want.
Oh yeah, no, I seen the radio. I don't know that one, but I saw a Galaxy, like the one you're talking about, the first one. Yeah, I saw a couple of those, a National, a Swan on eBay. I was looking at prices and shit.
I actually really like those a lot better than some of the older Yaesus and even the Kenwoods that are really sought after. Drake made some really kick-ass radio sets like that with the receiver and transmitter and everything separate. Some of them, you know, hit it combined. But Drake made some really good stuff too.
Oh yeah, Drake, Collins. I asked Gonzo about that. I asked him if that was a Johnson Viking Valiant or a Valiant 2. He said it was a regular Valiant, but yeah. My brother's been looking for one of those for quite some time. I guess there's a sideband adapter that can go with that. But my brother wanted to pair that up with that Hammerland, that Navy receiver.
Yeah, Hammerland and like Collins and E.F. Johnson, those are like the cream of the crop. That's what like the old school hamsters. That's what they look at and drool over as like old, like minty, you know, Valiants and whatnot. Because those were the real radios, or Multa EMAC back in the day.
Yeah, remember I told you I knew that guy is a Motorola technician, and he took piece of, I don't know what the thing was exactly, but it was on wheels. It was about, 4 feet tall, blah, 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 Vox. It had a electro voice mic sitting in the middle of the room on a stand. He dialed that thing in, had it on an astro plane. This guy, he was meticulous. I don't know where he found it. He revived it. He got it up and going. Boy, what a radio.
I saw one, I want to say it was I think it said Multi-EMAC World Transmitter or something like that, but it had two of those, 250Bs or 4CX 300s or something in it. And it was a big tube transmitter dealie, and I was looking at that, I was like, that looks like it might be fun to have.
Love getting his hands on stuff like that when he was younger. He's the one that got me into this stuff. But yeah, something like that would definitely catch his eye. That's the only reason I know about tubes and stuff, because and it got me into this scene. Back when that stuff was the going thing. 811s, yeah.
Yeah, it would need a VFO and obviously a receiver, but yeah, this thing, it was the full transmitter. It just had no VFO in it. It was just the transmitter. It had like the microphone jack, and then it had like all the meters and everything, but it had a plug on the front to put to where you plug your VFO in to dial in where you want to transmit. You broke up pretty bad, but yeah, it was one of those little 2-pin like VFO plugs on the front.
Yeah, so what you said, you had that or you have it?
No, I was looking at it on eBay a while back, thinking about getting it, because it was pretty reasonable. Like they wanted like $800 for it, and something like that would do about a kilowatt at least.
Yeah, I was looking through the linear section there on eBay. I didn't run across anything quite like that, but yeah, a big RF deck out of something or something along those lines. Yeah. I know what you're saying, man. Definitely.
Well, it had two EMAC tubes in it, and it said it was a multi-EMAC world transmitter, I think is what it said. I think it was called a world transmitter or something like that is what it said. But it was basically just a big plate modulated tube transmitter. But with no VFO, like you were definitely supposed to run some sort of external VFO with it. And it had the jack in the front looked like it was an auxiliary VFO, and I think it had another plug in the back for the main VFO.
You might have been able to feed a crystal into it and get it up on one specific channel, but yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, that VFO plug-in. Yeah, you took a VFO into it, shoot a signal into it, and get excited, get it transmitting.
Yeah, the one on the front was definitely designed so you could pop one of those big old crystals in it, like you'd have in those old 23-channel tubers.
Oh yeah, the big one. I had a Heathkit DX35. It was basically a straight AM phone, a CW transmitter with a VFO that we had paired up to that Hammerland at one time. And I talked on 10 meters with it. Took like 29 something, actually high 28s AM. And made up my own call letters.
was thinking about doing it too because it's pretty cheap. For like $100, they have these kits for like medium wave AM broadcast band, and they're just like a milliwatt or so like AM modulator, and they have like Sequam AM stereo modulators as well. But they're clearly designed so that you could like just wire this into like an old tube transmitter or tube amp and use it as the VFO and modulator for it.
That's just the last stage. Yeah, you would have to, that would have to have pre-drive and modulation and everything else before it hits that deck you're talking about, right?
Yeah, this would be basically the driver. And then you'd need you'd need a pre-drive. This would be the pre-driver. You'd need a driver driving like most of the amps, because most of these were like, I think these modulators, like you can get them to produce is like a watt. So you could probably drive like one of those low drive MOSFETs with it pretty easily. But yeah, you'd need some sort of driver in between there and there. But this would work as like a pre-driver. But it was mostly just the modulator, and then you have like these digital VFOs that you can buy for them, or like this one had like just a VFO for the medium wave band that it came with that plugs into the board, and then you just wire it into a transmitter, you know.
Run it one day. Dialed onto frequency. Well, when it's hooked to an antenna, that VFO is basically. Somebody's like, man, he just heard. Yeah, I heard that center my VFO. Listening on another radio.
I guess some of them I was seeing, they did advertise them as just a signal generator, and then some of them were a modulator, but they had the modulator and the signal generator in them, so they were actually generating RF, and then you had to have an oscillator obviously plugged into it to go to the frequency you want.
He heard me bring the VFO on frequency and everything. It was radiating out of the ground plane with just the VFO. I wasn't keyed down with the transmitter.
I've seen that. I mean, if you're close enough, because they are kind of like a signal generator to some extent. And you know, your modulator or your transmitter is just going to amplify all of that, oscillation, and then add audio to it.
Yeah, it was just straight phone, it said phone or CW with more tone. But we're fine on AM. Had a 6146 tube for a final.
Yeah, 10. It wouldn't be biased right for sideband, but anything that functions on CW, if you put modulation to it, it should amplify it. So, I mean, you should be able to get AM out of it. It really just depends on how it's designed. CW is just a big carrier like, FM or AM.
So I tell you that data that comes across channel 23, yeah, that's definitely
of susceptible to that. Like I told you about that Raptor, when the AGC went out in it, if I was on Tumwater Hill, I could hear Chaos, the Evergreen station, coming through it. Because they had a transmitter up there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that even if I turn the volume all the way down, it would be coming through the speaker and everything too. But like I know there's a couple of FM stations that I get over here that I can see on the SDR. I can see some spurious frequency, so I know I'm close enough to them. Stations don't have the money the big stations in Seattle do to keep those transmitters aligned and cleaned up, filtered properly. Things wear out. Sooner or later it's going to start to splatter.
And look through the linear section. Dink with this computer, a Panasonic Toughbook.
Oh, the Toughbooks, yeah. Those are probably, if you want something like that you can blow up and it'll survive it, that's probably the laptop for you. The only thing I don't like about the Toughbooks is they're always like, they're basically a business laptop, and they're always like a processor behind the newest thing. Like they're never like the newest Intel processor in them. Dell makes one that is pretty rugged, that is usually a better computer overall, but yeah. They're not as rugged as those Panasonics, and that's what the Air Force, the military uses. Like, I've seen those things take quite a beating.
Yeah, it's an older one. I mean, I paid my computer. I put an SS, fired it off. A little while back, I did quite a memory upgrade. Took it up to the most it would take, but no, it's just something that just something to surf around with. It's nothing. But no, it runs fairly fast.
I mean, they're not waterproof, but they're pretty watertight. Like you could drop them in a puddle, and it probably won't hurt them. They usually came with solid-state drives when those started coming out, and they almost all of them have like this special, the old 5600 RPM ones, they have this like special shock resistant housing, so the hard drive never takes any beating, just the rest of the computer does. But yeah, those Panasonic Toughbooks are probably the most durable thing out there. I've never seen a laptop that was built like that. I've had a few of them. I still have one of them, but it's so outdated that like it's not really. I don't use it really. Like I mean, I think it still has Windows 7 on it, and that was like the newest Windows I could get to run on it efficiently.
The Windows 7 computer that has 10 on it now, but it's not the bigger one. It's just the small one that actually sell them to fishermen or like that. This is an old 50 for one of these. Swivel monitor, touch screen, blah blah blah. I put an SSD in it. I put Windows 10 on it. It works good, bro.
It'll probably run Windows 10, but I know the one that DDR2 Duo, dual core, like one of their first dual cores they did, besides like the Pentium D.
A little newer than that. I think it's a i5, and I think I got the rest.
Does it have DDR4 or DDR3, do you know, for RAM? You didn't have any audio with that key.
$40.
I heard $40. I almost wonder if the battery in that thing died on you.
Yeah, I think it did.
Well, that time I heard you, but yeah, it's been just like it. The last few key ups, it was just like crackly and fuzzy, almost, but no modulation.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, how's this stalker working?
Perfect. I mean, it sounds like a stock mic, but it's 1,000% more audible.
Yeah, I forgot I even had this mic. It's a Craco hand mic, but it's wired for a 5-pin DIN. I had it on a Rat Shack walkie-talkie.
I mean, it's kind of tinny, but like a stock mic, but it's really clean. It sounds better than I think a Cobra coffin mic sounds.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to figure out, well, I haven't really tried that hard, but what PLL chip that GE help radio has in it.
Do you know the exact model?
I can get that real quick. Beavis goes, oh, don't, he goes, don't tweakify it, this. I go, I'd like to channel mod it. One sec here, I'll find out what it is. So it's a 3-5900 GE.
Oh, I was just looking at one of the... Oh, well, no, I was looking at a 3-5098. 59 or 3-5908, sorry. Was the one I was looking at. I wonder if that's similar.
I thought I saw one with an A, but yeah, all I need to know, something has to show a schematic, an exploded view, something, images, something. Punch in like this. Go inside view of a GE 3-5900, and see if you can blow that up and just see what numbers on the PLL chip.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. The one that I'm looking at here on eBay looks like the one Beavis had, and it's a 3-5908A 40-channel two-way vintage help GE radio.
Yeah, that have like the orange knob for the key up and whatnot.
Yeah, and I was looking at another one that had like a red key up, and then they also have like a 5909B, which is like a black one with like a bunch of green buttons and a red button.
No, this is kind of, I haven't opened it yet, but this is kind of a, it's the silver, the silver or orange button on it, but yeah, I'm just curious as to what chip is in this.
Yeah, it looks like all the ones that I'm seeing with the big orange button would be the 5908A, so I'll see if I can find that.
Watch, it'll have some dud for a chip they don't want you to modify. Almost guarantee you. I mean, you might be able to modify it, but it won't be as easy as like an 8719 or an O2A radio or something like that. Dude, this fucker's like minty nice. Got the original sticker on the back, something for the mic hanger. I put one of those connectors with it that will go from phono to RG8. The factory antenna's there. Yeah, this thing's probably never been used other than when I talked on it. Got like a hanger deal, like a mic hanger deal on the back. You can have it hanging right there on the dash.
So I was just looking through CB Tricks, and I found they have a GE 3-5900A, a 5900B, 5900C, 5975A. So I'm wondering, I'm guessing it's like the 5900A. And it's saying for a PLL it has an MB8733, and then and or a C5121. Which I've never heard of either of those.
MB8733?
Yes, and then the other one that they have listed here is a C5121.
And that I've never heard of. The 87, I've heard of an 8734. that they put in as a dud chip in Cobra 2000, so you have to put a 8719 in it, then you can go ahead and do a chip modification. But I've never heard of an 8733.
Gotcha. Yeah, it says MB8733 for a 3-5900A.
That's weird. Yeah, that's totally weird. I'm gonna Google that chip and see what it says.
Yeah, and I just looked up the 3900A or 5900A, and it looks like the radio I was looking at, but the orange button's a little different, and it looks more like what you were describing. So I'm thinking that's what you got. And the 5900B looks like it's black. So I assume that they had a black one and a silver one.
Yeah, this has a silver, and that has that chip?
Yep, MB8733.
I've never heard of that, dude. This is weird. And I have a PLL data book. I don't remember seeing that number in there.
Me too. I don't know if maybe they typed in a 3 instead of a 4, because like you said, I've heard of the 8734, but not the 33.
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess the chip is, it's showing it's a TC91, the one that I just found is a oscillator chip, TC9109 MB8733 PLL. So I think the new one, I think this is a replacement chip for that original one. So it must have existed.
Yeah, I've seen the 9106. Okay, yeah, I see what direction they're going. So it's a TC9109.
All data, CMOS PLL frequency no, wait. It just had it listed here. Let me see if I can go back.
That's it. That's definitely the PLL. TC9109, BP, I've heard of a 9106. I think I have a Radio Shack walkie-talkie that has that same chip in it.
Oh, I'm sure. They can't. I bet you it was pretty commonly used. If it, yep, here we go. CB PLL data book amateur, and it's showing the data sheet for it.
Yeah, it probably says it's a ROM chip, right? ROM. PLL ROM?
I'm not seeing that. PLLI ROM, or input ROM, I think is what that is standing for.
Yeah, that means read-only memory.
Yep. Versus RAM, which is random access memory.
They make it hard for you to mod.
But it's possible you could swap out the chip, too. You never know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, some of my older literature and information I was getting on that said you couldn't do those, but I found something that talked about that chip, and they claim you can. I'll have to look at that closer another time.
Just looking at this other data sheet that was talking about the TC net. It's comparing the two, and they're both 8-bit ROM programmable by divide by n counter. Yeah, so do you know how to do that? How to read all that and set up encodes on PLLs and all that shit? Because I'm no good at math, but I saw that, I seen how they were doing it, whatever. Have you ever done that? I get how it works, but I'm bad at math. You know what I mean? I mean, I could probably figure it out given enough time, but, I don't know that you'd be any worse or better off than I am.
No, I'm no good at math either, but, yeah. I was just curious, because, studying like the PLL data book and pinouts on PLLs and shit.
Yeah, this one is showing me the pinout, so like pin 1, positive supply voltage, pin 2, reference oscillator, pin 3 is a common CL, so I don't know, I would assume, I don't know, it doesn't have a description for that one. My guess is common lead, I don't know. And then the pin 4, loop detect, phase detector output, amp input, amp output, transmit high, transmit high, receive low, is pin 8, and then it goes into the VCO input, and then programmable input 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then ground.
Yeah, this site's giving me some PDF files you can open up and look at.
But it's basically just a CMOS chip, which is, that's at the very basic microcontrollers in your computer, there's still a CMOS chip in there. That you have to, like, every time you plug something in or whatever, you reset the CMOS. It's the same kind of microcontroller. It just organizes all the voltages and everything on the board. Basically the predecessor to the microprocessor.
Yeah, it's like, FCC was trying to do something, so they say, well, put ROM chips in it, do this, do that, and then something about like a shift, something. The transmit oscillator frequency, and the receiver, they split it. So yeah, make it harder to. Because it seems like you could mod anything if you bought a like those Expo 100 kits or whatever channel boards. All that is a 12-volt crystal oscillator being shot into the radio.
Well, I mean, it was very similar. The way that, I mean, these are similar. These are a frequency synthesizer chip, but like these kind of microcontrollers remind me of when we would chip ECUs in those Mazdas. Because like you could take a lot of the old the old GTX turbos, like 1.6 turbos, and like they made it like a Mercury Capri that had that 1.6 liter turbo in it, and you could take that chip, and the factory boost on those was like 5 pounds, but you take that chip and swap it out in the ECU there, and you could run like 15 pounds right on the factory fuel system.
Yeah, you talking about burning another EEPROM and plugging it into the computer?
Yeah, you would just basically flash it. You would put a new microcontroller chip in it that could that had a different, and there was a couple of resistors you had to change out, I remember, and then you just flash the computer again, and it just reads the new ROM chip, basically the new CMOS, and it reprograms the fuel system to handle up to like 15 pounds before you really you'd have to upgrade to like a standalone on those engines before you get more than like 15, but the factory ECU you could easily chip it to like 15 pounds of boost, and it'd recompute. It was just limited by that chip on all the variables. Like it just would not, because they didn't want it. They wanted it to be reliable, so they didn't want it to be just giving it a monstrous amount of boost. But they were pretty reliable at 15 pounds too.
Yeah, that's early generation old school programming.
Yeah, I mean these are 1980s car computers, so they're as basic a computer. It was just basically a fuel computer is all it was in those things.
Yeah, like my iRock, it's the same thing. It's got a PROM. Yeah, and that's a OBD1.
Yep. This was Mazda OBD1 on these. They had like an 18-pin, like, what do you call that? Is it proprietary? I don't know. But it was just Mazdas had those things. And any Mazda and any Ford that had a Mazda engine in it would have that pin, like the Ford Escort GT had that pin, but the regular Escorts had regular OBD1.
That would be called proprietary.
Yep, but yeah, that I remember you used to have to run the Mazda adapter, and I think Honda had one too that was similar to that, where it was proprietary. But that's how you used to be able to tell what 4 cylinders in the Ford cars were Fords or Mazdas, is whether or not they had OBD1 in them or not. Because if it was the Mazda pin, then it was a Mazda. But if it was the standard OBD1 that like pretty much every GM or Chrysler car had in them, it was definitely a Ford motor.
You remember the early Dodge Omnis that were the first generation 2.2 turbo. They were like called a GLH.
Yeah, those had the same thing as like a Starion motor in them, didn't they? It was a Mitsubishi motor, right?
No, it was a Chrysler 2.2 with a Garrett turbo and their first gen fuel injection, which really wasn't that great. But yeah, GLH stood for goes like hell.
Gotcha. So it was probably more like the motor they had in the Aries then, right?
Yeah, turbocharged, but you know, like or like a Dodge Daytona, but a 2.2 version of it, and those were like 2.5s.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know the Chrysler did some turbo 4-cylinders. I know they did a Caravan with a turbo 4-cylinder in it too. But I know those were Chrysler ones. But I also know that they did like the Conquest, which was basically a Starion, Mitsubishi, and they did a lot of stuff in like the 80s with Mitsubishi too.
Oh yeah, no, you just mentioned Dodge Caravan. I don't know if you've heard this before, but no, I have one. Black, a shorty, 5-speed manual. Power window, power door lock, captain's chair, lean back chairs. Black, 5-speed turbo manual, very rare. Got about 128,000 on the clock.
Yeah, 10. And yeah, that was, I believe, all part of the Daimler takeover too in the 80s. Because I know that, like, what people know as Diamond Star Motors, was all like Lee Iacocca and Daimler kind of started all of that. They bought out like the controlling interest in Mitsubishi and shit. And that actually lasted all the way until Fiat bought Chrysler. And then Mitsubishi, now if you have a Mitsubishi, you gotta order all the parts from Japan because they don't have all that stuff at Chrysler dealers anymore.
Well, I can believe that. But no, that Caravan, that thing's fun to drive, bro. It will, yeah.
Yeah, I know a guy that had one of those that he used to tow his race Caravan to the track with, and he had a Caravan that had a 318 that he had built, and he had plumbed the fucking drive axle to the rear and everything, so it was a rear-wheel drive 318 dragster minivan, but he used to tow it with that 4-cylinder turbo one. And he'd tow it on this like raggedy flatbed up to the drag strip, everybody looking at him fucking weird, and then he'd go out there and like throw down like 10 seconds in the quarter mile.
Oh, they made those, they were pretty fast in the day. But no, this thing, I've driven different cars, blah, blah, blah. And I'll ask them, it's like, how'd you like it? I mean, did anything jump out at you about the car that you liked? Well, that's like when I drive my IROC. I mean, you notice, it's got quick steering, this, that. No, corner's real flat. Kind of drives like a go-kart. You drive that minivan, cozy, fast. I stayed with a BMW, leaving the Red Barn down by Rochester, jumping on the freeway. I know my speedometer was all the way penned all the way at 115, and I left a BMW in the dust with it, no problem.
I had a friend that had one of those Aries turbos that was like that just, it used to crack us up because we would, like, it was, we were in, like, high school, so, like, at that time period, like, Fast and the Furious had came out, so, like, everybody was into the racer imports and putting body kits on their cars, and we would pull up at, like, a stoplight in Tacoma, and there'd be like 2 or 3 of these racer kids pull up next to us at the stoplight. They're revving their engines. And whatever, they're getting ready to race, and he'd just put his foot down and leave them in the dust. And they're racing each other, right? They weren't racing us. They were trying to race each other. We'd just fucking leave them.
Yeah, I used to use it for a daily driver when I was working over at St. Martin's, and then it starts smoking pretty good. Some of those, the valve, not the seat, the valve guide, blah blah blah, they slide down, and if you get some pretty good smoke on fire up, it's like, well, it's either the turbo seals, something. Well, I parked it, let it sit for quite some time. Got it fired back up, got it going, changed the oil, did everything to it, got it valved back in, changed the PCV valve. What else did the catalytic converter was, I'm not close to being all the way plugged. I got underneath there with a sawzall, cut that fucker out of there, put a pipe in between it, got her going. Yeah, it sounds, I've had a few compliments on how it sounds. Power came way up, and after driving it for about a week or whatever like that, seems to have mellowed out. So I'm thinking about tabbing that and driving that. I think the only thing I really need to do is put like a half-shaft boot on one side and maybe some windshield wiper blades, shit like that.
That sounds cool. I've thought about getting myself some sort of classic sleeper. I've been looking around on, the old Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and OfferUp and stuff. I'd like to get me a Merker. I had the opportunity to buy one of those, and I should have picked it up. It was like $1,500, which is a steal. And anytime I see anyone worth buying, they're like $5,000 now.
Did that one you're talking about come up on a marketplace?
No, the one I'm talking about, a friend of mine from Mazda Club I used to be a part of, that I used to build Mazdas a lot. Help people build Mazdas just because it was fun. But yeah, he had it, and he was just trying to get rid of it. He's like, yeah, I bought it as kind of a project, and I never got into it. And it was it wasn't mint. It needed some paint, but, everything was, mechanically was pretty mint, It had less than 100,000 miles on it. He just wanted like $1,500 to get rid of it. I was like, do you know what that is? He's like, I know what it is, but do you? $1,500. And I just didn't have that kind of cash on hand to just go grab it. And by the time I did, at that time he ended up selling it to another one of our buddies for like $2,500, and he wouldn't take any more for it. You know what I mean? But our buddy was like, dude, this thing's worth like $3,000. Let me give you $3,000 for this.
No, I was at work, and one of my coworkers or something, he said, hey, look at this, man, look at this car. I think I might trade this guy or something. He goes, it's a Merker or something like that. And Bruce, the guy that owns the Eclipse, he goes, what? He knew what it was, and he's like, yeah, something, and I can't remember exactly what the guy wanted for it, but it was a pretty good deal. A fixer-upper.
That is the coolest Ford ever made, in my opinion. One of the coolest Fords, definitely the coolest 80s Ford ever made. It basically, what that thing was a Belgian-built Cosworth Sierra. And everywhere else in the world they called it the Ford Sierra, and they had the Sierra Cosworth, which was like the big built 300 horsepower model, which we got the Merker which was a toned down, like, I want to say it had like 150 horsepower, but everything was there to make it the 500 horsepower, like, race model, just like the Cosworth in Europe. And they had to build it that way because when they wanted to take it racing, they they had to build a certain number of cars that were, sold. So, like, pretty much all of those cars, they have 2 sets of injectors. So they have 8 injectors total, and 4 of them are not hooked up from the factory. And the reason why is because they put an extra turbo on there and then hooked all 4 of those injectors up for the fuel to get 500 horsepower out of that thing.
Well, that I didn't know.
Yeah, so you can, I've seen guys running like compound turbo setups on those things, like dual stage turbos, just running a big fat turbo with anti-lag and hooking up those injectors. And, you can get 500-600 horsepower out of that thing before it blows up. You need to do some stuff to the fuel computer, because the factory computer, you could probably get a couple 100 horsepower out of it with a tune, but that's about it before you need to do something with the fuel system. Because, like, they were running a standalone fuel system with all 8 injectors hooked up. They weren't running just a little fuel computer like they gave us. But that is a Cosworth engine in those Merkers. As far as I know, everything was there in those that was in the European model. We just got a tuned down version because apparently, like, 250 horsepower, I think, was the normal one. Like, that's too much for Americans back then, I guess.
Yeah, didn't Cosworth, did they do a Vega too?
I think so. I don't know. I know they mostly worked with Ford, but I know they did a BMW. They've done a couple of different companies over the years too, so it's quite possible they did a Vega. They're basically just a race tuning company. Like, they'll take basically they took a Ford Sierra and then just messed with the engine that was already there to make it faster.
Yeah, the Vega had like side draft levers or something.
That would probably make sense. I'd have to Google it. I've never seen the Cosworth Vega, but I don't doubt it, because I know they did a ton of those cars. They'd been doing it pretty much since the 60s. They had like a touring team and a Formula One team. They didn't do like NASCAR or anything like Shelby did, but they had pretty much everything else, rally, Formula One, stuff like that. Shelby did a lot of that too. He didn't do rally, but he did Le Mans, and he did a lot of he did touring car builds. Like, they had a lot of those Ford Galaxy 500s they used to race over in England against like little minis and stuff in like British touring car races. Those things had like Shelby V8s in them and stuff. Shelby was probably as popular over there as it was here.
Yeah, there was some guy selling some car on eBay. It was like he claimed it to be some rare Ford,
factory 428, blah, 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 convertible LTD or something like that, right? Oh, he faked it out and put fucking emblems on it. I thought, I see what it was. It was a Ford XL he put a 428 motor into.
Yeah, 10. I mean, I could see him put some of the older LTDs, you know, I could see him putting like a 429 in it. But I never heard of them putting the 428 in any of those from the factory anyways.
Yeah, he goes, they're saying it's a 428 Galaxy. I go, if that is what they say it is, they did make one like that. And I said, that's probably a really rare car. And then I got to looking at it, and I'm like, and then they said what it was. I go, no. I go, something's been altered on that car. And then it said, oh, they put emblems off something. It was a Ford. It was a Ford XL that they stuck the 428 motor in.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they put a 428 in a Galaxy, but I've seen the 429s. I've seen the 280 something was the little motor, and then they had the 390 in some of them, and what was the other one that they put in there? I can't think of it. I think they had the Cleveland in there too, didn't they?
Yeah, the guy was trying to say it was like a really rare factory convertible, factory 428 car. It was trying to pawn it off for big money. Yeah, I seen what it was. That car was probably an original 390 car, and they stuck a 428 in it. But it was a cool looking car, but not worth what they were asking.
I mean, one of the something like with that kind of motor, maybe not for what they were asking, but that kind of motor, or like a 429, or even a 390 for that matter, would be pretty dope to have. I'm a big Galaxy fan.
My boss has a all rebuilt forged piston. I believe it's 30 over 390. Hasn't even been fired. All fresh. Cam, everything done to it. Cobra intake, Cobra valve covers, the C6 Transit goes with it. It looks like it was designated to go down into something like an AC Cobra or something because of like the valve covers and intake, but it actually belonged to Frankie, the guy that used to own Frankie's Sports Bar. Well, when he passed, a bunch of stuff came up. It's either like, for sale, this, that, you have to go, whatever the circumstance was. But for Frankie's the one that had that built. And I saw it. It looked sweet. Not just paint. I mean, yeah, all the specs were there for the cam, this, that, degreed. I looked the motor over. Yeah.
That sounds like a nice car. I would say probably, but besides those square body kind of Galaxies or 60s Galaxies, and then like the GTX, Plymouth GTX would probably be my choice of those that time era. Maybe like an early 60s Riviera, but probably with a 400 cubic inch engine or bigger.
Yeah, no, a Riviera, a Plymouth GTX, or that. No, I was trying to figure out. I told my boss, I said, now the thing is, finding something worthy of sticking that engine in. And we thought about like an F100 truck. Do a patinaed, drop it down, some drop spindles, 4 9-inch, some gears, nice wheels and tires, something, or I said, or what muscle car? Obviously has to be a Ford.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that 390 is going to be pretty heavy up front.
Yeah, well, it'd be balanced for it for sure. But also just because, you know, I mean, you don't want to put something in that, you know, that never came with a V8, with a big V8 in it. I don't know. I don't, that's not my thing.
He wanted to stick it in something like a fucking rat rod. Like, no, bro.
No. No, you put it in something cool, you know? Like that, like an F100 or an old, or like an F1, you know, like an old school, like late 40s, early 50s F1.
He had a nice 69 Ford F100, and, I was thinking about putting it in that. I made him an offer, installing that into something, or into that truck, for a car that he had. But if I would have seen the truck, I would have pulled the plug on it. Too much rust in the truck. But a patinaed F1 69 Ford F100 with a 352 in it, or 360, one of the two, an FE block.
Yeah, 10. I mean, as long as it's got a good frame, you know, you can do some stuff to that patina, make it kind of look like a rat rod truck, you know. But yeah, I mean, those Fords were all right, especially even in a half ton, they were all right, putting that kind of power through it. But I mean, it's a lot of motor for that truck.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the truck didn't look bad on the outside, but it's just, you know, the bed had a lot of just deep pitted rust, and floorboards, lower rockers, you know, underneath the truck. Yeah, to make it sure, you would have needed a cab, a bed, blah blah blah, reassemble it. But yeah, you're right. The frame was fine.
A guy, he lived in the like apartment complex across from me, and I doubt he still lives there. I think he moved out, because I think he got his truck fired up and moved everything out. But he had this old Ford like Camper Special 250, and like I heard him fire it up, and it sounded like a beast when he got that thing running. And so I walked over, I was like, what the hell do you got in this thing? He's like, it's probably an engine you never heard of. And sure enough, it was an engine I had never heard of. I had to Google it, and I don't remember exactly how many cubic inch it was, but it was like a factory mercury stroker is what he called it. But he called it a factory stroker because you take a bunch of factory parts to make the stroker. I think it was like a Ford 400 block or something like that you take some mercury engine parts, and you basically get this 420 something stroker or something out of it. I'd have to look it up again, but it's a legit thing. It was like a bunch of parts swapping from different engines.
No, yeah, you can swap stuff around, whatever crank, or get different cubic inches. But yeah, so he still has that motor, and it's like, yeah, I mean, put that down in like a two-door Torino, an LTD, maybe a real light Ford. He had a Fox body, but it was all set up for actually it was set up for a small block Chevy. And the guy that bought it from him, I go, what? I go, boy, you're going to have the Ford guys on your ass. He's going to put an LS in it.
I can't remember what it was, but I think it was something like that too. What you mentioned with it was like the crank and the rods out of one engine, and then the block and the pistons out of another one. And there's something like that.
Oh yeah, you can make a small block Ford a stroker. You can take a 400 crank from a Chevy and put it into a 350 and make it a 383 stroker. You can Ford actually made a 406 big block, but yeah, there's all kinds of different combos. Yeah, no, the guy that got that Fox Body Mustang, I think it's a 89. Bruce bought that. Ty's old neighbor.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think you told me that the other night, or the other day.
Yeah, he's gonna put a he's gonna I guess build an LS, put a single turbo on it, and put it in there. I guess it's what it looks like. You ever seen that show Street Outlaws? If it looks like the Death Trap, Chuck Singer's car.
Yeah.
Looks pretty much like that. White with some flames on the front. Looks like it had some skinnies and I don't know, maybe some 28 10.5s. I'm not sure, but the car had definitely been tweaked on a little bit. Yeah, what was that? He had something in the back of his truck. He goes, that's the heater box out of it. It was all beat back for him to, they welded some mounts on the frame for a traditional small block Chevy. And I go, what are you gonna do? You're gonna put an LS in it? He goes, yeah. I go, well, I go, you're gonna have the Ford guys on your ass, bro. It's like, just like a friend of mine. He's got a '67 Firebird. He's gonna stick a big block Chevy in it. And it's like, come on, man. I'm a die-hard Pontiac fan. Original 4-speed car. He's got the Muncie 4-speed for it. I says, you know what it needs in there? A 455 with that Pontiac bell housing, clutch pressure plate, that Muncie, that shifter, some Pontiac rally wheels, and it make the car what it should be. Oh, no. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Car to have the hood tacked, the vinyl top put back on it. Yeah, I know what those cars look like. The only reason he wants to put his Chevy motor in it is because he's got several laying around his garage.
Right. He can spare one or two.
Well, he's got boats with big blocks. He's got a 67 GTO. He's got, all kinds of shit. But, yeah, the Firebird. It's been on a rotisserie. All the metalwork's done. It needs to be reassembled. Like, well, that's going to be a job. He bought it that way. I told him, I said, if this was a factory 400 4-speed car, and you did this to it, or we're doing this to it, I said, but it's not. It is a 4-speed car. Now it's 350, probably a 2-barrel. You know, the only plus about it, it was a manual car. I'm not sure about the steering or whatever, but had not been wrecked. That's another plus. Most of those cars get front end fucking jammed, the frame. But they actually made a Firebird is worth more. They made less Firebirds than they did Camaros in that year. They're hard to find now.
Personally, always liked the Firebird Trans Am body style better than the Camaro. Except for, I would say, I like the late 70s to really early 80s, you know, Camaro, Z28, and Trans Am body styles. Those were really both equally good, but they were basically the same.
Yeah, there was suspension differences and stuff between models, but for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the Camaros were always just... I feel like they spent a little more time styling the Pontiacs after, like, 1980, even, than the Camaros. But, like, there was that time period in the late 70s and the early 80s that they both kind of had the same lines. I mean, with just a little bit of body different, and they both look great. I'd take either one at that time.
Pontiac's always been a very well-refined car.
Well, some people think they're Cadillacs.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it, but...
Oh, yeah, I know it, bro. I've heard it.
But they were, I mean, they were kind of the poor man's Cadillac to some extent. You know, besides like a Buick, which still a Buick is, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit closer to a Cadillac.
Yeah, I've ridden in, Pontiac Bonnevilles, Catalinas, Grand Prix, Buicks with 455s in them, Oldsmobiles with big motors. Yeah, those things are beasts, bro.
I mean, you can always tell GM kept Chevrolet as their, like, main line of just everyone cars, you know? But, you know, they had Oldsmobile and Buick and, you know, Pontiac, and I always would choose, like, a Pontiac or a Buick or an Oldsmobile over any of the main Chevrolet, like, GM cars, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Chevys, you could get anything for them, but no, I've had a few Pontiacs, and my brother's had a few Pontiacs. Yeah, they're cool, man. They just are.
I like really old Corvettes, and I do like the other Chevrolet badge I really did like was like the 60s and the early Novas.
Tell you what, if you want to look up a picture or something, I had one of these. It was a 1972 J model Grand Prix, black vinyl top, black interior, bucket seats, turbo 400, floor shift. That car was fun. Torquey as fuck.
That's a Pimpmobile with some git, that's for sure. That's a nice rig. Another one I would like around that time period would be like an 88 with a similar setup.
Well, put it this way, dude. I went to jail. I had a 71 Roadrunner that the motor was out of. I get out of jail. That's gone. I take the cash. I go out, find this thing out Yelm Highway. I see this Grand Prix sitting there. I walk up the door. I said, "What's that car back there?" Oh, blah blah blah. I go. I'll give you 500 cash for it. And the guy's like, no, okay. Okay, look, lift the hood up on it, this, that, fire it up. It would sit there and idle, but the minute you gave it any kind of gas, that's it, nothing. Had my brother there with a Chevy Suburban and a tow dolly. Moved it out of there. Got it someplace where I could work on it. Pulled the top off the Quadrajet. Oh, yeah, the carburetor, the float, barely let any gas get in the carb. Did basically an eyeball set on the float, put it back together, and she fired right off. And yeah, what a car. That car loved hot weather. I mean, why I don't know. Yeah, just the torque, the way it shifted and everything. Yeah, that thing, scratch second, not just light scratch. It would light chirp drive. It pulled, man.
I'll tell you that one cool car that I wouldn't mind having a buddy of mine in high school had one of these that was his grandfather's, and it was like mint. Like it was a one owner, you know. But it was like I want to say his was like a 70, maybe. Might have been like a 68 or a 69 Pontiac Grand Sport. The like kind of Chevelle looking one.
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't mind finding one of those.
Pontiac made some hot motors that a lot of people don't know about. Well, you can't make a Pontiac fast. Yeah, no, I take a buddy of mine for a ride. He's a Mopar freak, right? He's had Barracudas, Chargers. We drove over to Puget Pantry, and I was mellow driving over there. Came back, and I didn't take off out of the stop and just smoke the tire. I mean, I could have. I take off and I kind of rolled into the gas. And I dropped it back and low, took off, kind of rolled it down to about three quarters like that, rolled into it a little more and brought it up in a second. And it goes, hey, I mean, it scratched, you felt the back end kick over. He goes, fuck. Yeah. And we get back, he says to my brother, he goes, dude, have you rode in that car? It's like, I mean, just the throttle response, the pull, it was torquey, man. 400 Pontiac. It's the same motor that'd be in a GTO that year.
Say that like the small block 350 and that Grand Sport was enough. I mean, for some high school kids to have fun with, but yeah, I mean, I would have liked to seen that with like a 383 or something like what you're talking about, and they're kind of a boat, but that's the fun. You put a bunch of horsepower to it.
Yeah, it had like a 323. It wasn't a posi. It was a single legger. But I mean, even if you were sitting there at a stop and you just like, right, if you just stuck it right to the floor, it instantly fried the tire as long as your foot was in it, man, until you lit up.
Yeah, it was just putting all of its torque right there, right now.
I mean, it was surprising, dude. It's like, this guy's he was a Mopar, this, and he was like, it got his attention pretty quick. I said, yeah. I said, this is stock, dude. Stock quadrijet carb, dual exhaust all the way out the back, turbo 400, 323 gear.
It has a lot to do with what everything's behind it, too. I mean, the transmission isn't a slush box. You got the right gearing, plus, where your power band's at. And that motor, it had a lot of low-end torque, so...
Oh, yeah, it all matched up. No, exactly. The gear set to the transmission, yeah, it was, trust me, fun to drive.
I mean, you put a 440 or, a decent Hemi or something behind the same kind of gearing, you get in the right power band, you get the right get out of that, too. But that's mostly, like, when you get really into the technical things about, laying power down, it's, getting the right gearing at the right levels of the power band and utilizing the right RPMs of the engine to get the right kind of torque and power.
Yeah, I mean, over the years I've had a split bumper Camaro like a trailer park's working on. I had a 73 Roadrunner with a 440 in it. I had a 73 Charger with a 383. A 71 Roadrunner with a 383, that Grand Prix. I got my IROC Z. That's a TunePort 5.7 liter, 4-wheel disc brake car.
That sounds like a fun cruiser. I just looked at the time. I'm gonna head to bed, dude. My lids are shutting. I just realized it's 3 in the morning.
Yep, I'm gonna crash too, dude. I should be able to wake up, go cash my check, and yeah. This is Friday for me, man. It's the only reason I'm up. Yep. Anyway, bro, good talking with you.
Yeah, same to you. Yeah, this is my Saturday now, but yeah, it was my Friday.
Yeah, exactly. I get off and finally fucking relax, dude. I've been pushing it, man. Working, 40 hours, this, that, 10-hour days. I've been staying pretty busy. Anyway, man, we're out of here. Have a good one. We're off the Cape. Who do we got there? Who do we got there?
Depends who's asking. Smuggler I heard down there?
No, Gunner. It's G-Man.
Oh, what's going on? You were low in the radio. I thought it was your brother.
Yeah, just getting up and drinking some coffee here. I think he's back here in the state. I seen a video just yesterday. He was at, or maybe the day before, he was at some bar or something. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's okay. So he wasn't here, he was just delusional, huh? Oh yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, and he was at the feed store there for a little while too, there on Pacific Avenue. Oh yeah, copy. Oh yeah, I'm doing okay. Yeah, how about you? Yeah, that's all we can do, right? Oh no, yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, you have to get out at certain times of the day to catch them, you know. But usually they're out there every day. You just got to be there at the right time. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'm just getting up. You're just now going to bed? I'll copy that. Yeah, I'm an early. I go to bed pretty early. You know, once it gets dark, you know, I'm hitting the sack. I got rid of that, but here a while back I used it for some trading material.
it could be. No, I don't know anybody that just really works on mics anymore. You pretty much got to do everything yourself anymore, you know. Yeah, you're still going to have to get in there and take a peek, though. Yeah, probably just wiring in the plug there. Yeah, copy that. All right, well, you have a good one out there, and don't sleep too hard.
400, boots on the deck. Rise and shine on the firing line.
Good morning, Big Bird.
Good morning, Erica. I went up and got turkeys. It was like, butter balls are all gone.
Well, that sucks. Genios are good. That's what we have for Thanksgiving.
Turkeys.
Yeah, some are higher quality than others, so. Fills the hole, makes a turd, that's all that matters.
A couple right around 20 pounders.
Yeah, mine are all like 17 pounds, which is just about right.
Gold seems to be holding right about 2030.
That's good.
Silver's down 23.87.
Both need to double.
Oh, they will. The weather today is
Sunny and warm.
sunshine and clouds mixed, high 45, winds west 5 to 10. We got a flood block.
It always happens this time of year, though.
Affected area, Mason County, flood west watch now in effect through Sunday morning. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall in the mountains. Through Sunday morning, excessive runoff may result in flooding of river street streams, blah, blah, blah. Heavy rainfall. Tomorrow it's back to the rain again. Tomorrow it says cloudy with periods of rain, temps steady in the mid to upper 30s. Right? Winds light and variable, chance of rain 100%. Rainfall may reach 1 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Saturday night another ½ inch it says. There's some decent weather coming like next week. Enjoy this day while you get it, because we're back to the rain again. Fishing today, other gunner?
I'm thinking real serious about it.
Did you catch the Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones thing?
I did not.
You should watch it. It's good.
Good morning, Big Bird. Good morning, Gunner.
Morning, Tom.
Good morning.
Good morning, Time Wrench, and welcome to the start of the weekend.
Good morning.
Only 4:30. I suppose they could all be going in early.
Guthrie, Ohio, a person has an animal sanctuary 9,000 feet in the Rockies. Tells a story very similar to the one told by UNESCO, don't irradiate the birds. A deterioration in the health of all the animals that accompanied each advance in wireless communication. Cell tower provided first cell phone service in that remote location 10 years ago. The tower was upgraded about 2 years ago, and most people in Guthrie got a Starlink satellite dish this past summer. Just about everyone in Guthrie has one, right? And here, get back down here. Strange things happening in our animal sanctuary. I would find a cat dead, not killed by an animal, not sickly. About 2 years ago, it became even worse because we have an animal sanctuary. We need to keep good care of these animals, not because of legal ramifications, but because that's how it should be. This past year and a half, it has been worse. My vets believe me because we have so many animals that have been treated seeing no natural reason for their injuries. This past month, while walking 2 dogs, one was on a leash and one can run around and have fun. That night I noticed the dog on the leash was walking strangely, but my husband had no idea why. The next morning I went to the cat condo to feed the cats. I found one lying in a corner in a pool of urine. When I went to pick her up, she skin felt like it was detached from the body. Another cat was making loops around the condo, round and round and round. I hurried back to the house and called the vets and told my husband, I think the animals have been hit by EMF. He said, he asked me what I meant. I said, like someone hitting you in the back. His reply was, is that what happened? I asked him, and he meant, this is some woman writing this shit. And he meant that, he said, while walking the dog, he felt like someone had hit him in the back, and when he looked around, there was nothing there. Continue. Then let me see if I can get to where the important shit is. And laying dead on the ground in the enclosed run. Rooster seen in a day. Cat who was injured had to be put down. Dog suffering from neurological problems. Yeah, the rest of the hens are no longer laying eggs except on one day down from 10 to 12. All this is a matter of one day and continuing onward. Then she continues. Now, in addition to our problem, a friend in Divide, which is also above 9,000 feet, said while out playing with their dog and 3 of their neighbors and their dogs, the dog suddenly got sick and other people took their dogs to the vet and could find absolutely nothing physically wrong, but they had to put the dogs down. We allow other nonprofits to graze horses on our 250-acre sanctuary, and one of her old horses had to be put down due to cancer. I was talking with the gravedigger while waiting for the lady to come to put her horse down and told him about the problems we had with the animals. He just looked at me and said his chickens were doing the same as mine. If they laid an egg, they were soft shell and very few eggs. I asked him how long, and he said about 3 weeks ago. It all happened after people started installing the Starlink 5G. Starlink is a 5G phased array technology from the sky. When a Starlink dish is online, that means the satellite is aiming a narrow beam directly at it. But by the time the beam reaches Earth from a few hundred miles in space, the beam can be 8 miles in diameter or more. The dish also aims a beam of radiation directly at the satellite and scatters radiation around it. If there are a lot of dishes in a 10-mile radius, as there is in Guthrie, radiation from Earth and space is scattered far and wide. Interesting stuff, man.
happened 94 instances in 2022 when vast numbers of animals died suddenly. Although no link to EMFs have been made, perhaps we should at least ask the question. Keep saying it's bird flu.
Remember what they did to the 5G towers in China?
They burned them. Well, actually, it's running there anyway right now. About people attacking the antennas, yeah.
Yeah, there must be a reason.
There's that story that came from a ways back in Great Britain where they had that tree that was planted in the sidewalk, you know, these maple trees to give shade on the sidewalk, and they put a 5G antenna next to the tree, and the tree's about 15 feet away, and the part of the tree that faced the antenna died, just frickin' died, like instantly. It's all dead, and the part of the tree facing away from it is still alive.
And it's leaning hard away from the 5G. Yeah, I remember seeing that one.
Frickin' says a lot right there, man. This is a proven deal where people with that keep their cell phone in their pocket, they're like three-quarters of their sperm is dead.
Yeah, they get testicular cancer and shit.
Huh. It's not good for you. Humans were not designed to be in the presence of these EMF, electromagnetic fields all the time. Designed for that. Here's another. Kids develop headaches, stomach pains, sleeping issues while at vacation homes near multiple 5G antennas. 3 children and their parents rapidly came down with multiple health problems, including sleep difficulties, headaches, stomach pain, and skin rashes when they stayed at a summer home 125 meters away from a cell tower with multiple 5G antennas. Peer-reviewed state case study. An article written by Suzanne Burdick, PhD. Study published December 2 in the Annals of Clinical and Medical Case Reports reported the family member's symptoms subsided swiftly after they returned 3 days later to their regular home where they were exposed to far lower levels of 5G. Children ages 4, 6, and 8 also experienced emotional symptoms such as heightened irritability while staying at the summer home close to the 5G tower. This is the 6th scientific report on the human effects, health effects of real-life 5G radio frequency radiation.
I'm wondering how many of them got the shot.
Now, this started before the shot even got developed.
Really? I heard different things supposed to be bad for you, and I also heard it goes along with the shot, supposed to do stuff to you.
I heard that too, the metallic stuff in the freaking shot.
So what do you got planned this morning there, Brother Sledge?
I have heard that too, yeah. Dr. Leonard Hardell, a leading scientist on cancer risk from radiation, and Mona Nilsson is authors of the first report on how 5G affects the health of young children. Hardell, an oncologist and epidemiologist with the Environment and Cancer Research Foundation, who has authored more than 350 papers, almost 60 of which address RF radiation, said 5G radiation is especially of concern for children. Well known in medicine that children are more sensitive to toxic agents than grown-ups. Moreover, they have a longer life expectancy, so chronic health issues may develop over a longer time. More and more stuff is building up that points to it, man. One case study about the people at their vacation home. They were there between July 29th and August 1st. The parents completed the questionnaire, ranked the severity of the symptoms. 2 of the children got diarrhea, pain in the stomach, and headaches, graded between 8 and 3 on the severity scale. The child aged 6 years who did not get pain in the stomach and diarrhea got skin rashes, graded 8 on the severity scale. The symptoms appeared soon after the arrival to the house and disappeared after they came home, where radiation levels were considerably lower. Wilson, managing director of the Swedish Radiation Protection Foundation, said she found it very concerning that the children got headaches and had sleeping problems. Children of that age should not be suffering from headaches or sleeping problems. She said, yes, such symptoms are expected effects from the increasing exposure to RF radiation. Wilson added, it has been rather well known for many years that this kind of pulse-modulated radiation disturbs sleep and causes headache, that it affects the functioning of the brain in terms of reduced learning, memory, and concentration, and also can cause behavioral changes. The case study illustrates what is most likely happening on a much broader scale, which is very alarming. Parents reported severe fatigue, headaches, and...
Morning, Dino.
In previous descriptions, the family spent time at the same house without experiencing any health issues. This was before the 5G antennas were installed.
Smuggler must still be busy feeding critters, huh?
Coffee time.
No, I'm going through the Facebook notifications and swiping left. No, that's just what they said yesterday. It all changed in the last 12 hours.
Oh, wonderful.
Only a 30% chance here for today. They're talking most of that's about 5 o'clock, and that's it. Morning.
Well, that's good. Just in time for the evening commute. What a better way to start your weekend. Yeah, Mr. Ed, I don't know if it changed in the last 12 hours or not. I'd just thrown that out there because that seems to be the way it works.
Yeah, that's the norm.
They're calling for sunshine. But Saturday is a 90% chance of rain.
Yeah, what I was hearing yesterday, one of the channels said something about possible snow in a couple of low places. Kitsap or something?
You watch your mouth, buddy. Yeah, it's gonna snow in the mountains.
Shit, I-90 was shut down both directions last week.
Who you talking to, boy? Who you calling boy?
You, boy.
Okay, you're done. Goodbye.
So they still have
See you later, little girl.
snowplow drivers yet, huh? Nobody wants to go to work for them? They don't want to get vaccinated, what?
All right, boy, you better step down, boy. Yeah, I don't know how that's going down. They just said there was a whole bunch of spin.
You do buy your radio to be a smart ass, it ain't working.
Well, they already said that they don't have any money to plow the roads, maintain for snow and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of wondering, wow, it's a real head scratcher because they got more revenue than ever. And roads are shittier than ever, so it just kind of makes me wonder where all the money's going.
Yeah, I call bullshit. I think they got plenty of money.
Yeah, Inslee was on the news.
Look at all the new government cars on the road everywhere.
Yeah, help the homeless, too.
Oh, shit, what, you want to start buying their drugs for them now?
Probably buying their drugs, buying most.
Where you at, boy?
Well, you need to get them off the street. I mean, it's just not right for them to overdose.
This guy's got boy on the brain. What a loser.
At least if they're going to die, they should be able to die in a nicer place, like a hotel room or maybe a little mini house.
You from Louisiana or something? Call everybody boy?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking to the dickhead out here. You probably can't hear him. You got no receive, but I do.
Well, I'm a lot farther off the freeway than you are. I'm going to guess that he's probably on a mobile radio.
Yeah, he's a mobile radio. He may not even be anywhere near a freeway. I'm not. But I am surrounded by an industrial area, so where I live, there's a lot of trucking. Most of the truck drivers are nice. This guy's a dickhead.
Going dickhead.
So we're just going to call him Richard Cranium for the rest of the day. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's the first thing that ran through my mind when you said dickhead.
Yeah, Richard Cranium. And that's, we could call him Desch Neblin, but I don't know if he speaks German.
We used to have a guy at work, this is a true story, his name was Richard Ficker. So we shortened it up.
To Ficker or Fucker?
No, to Dick Ficker.
There you go, I like it. Figured you were going to say, yeah, we called him Rick.
Down here to Pepsi.
That's a true story, too. Good old Dick Ficker.
You might as well quit keying up your radio. Smuggler's out in McKenna, and he's walking over you, numbnuts.
That's cool, boy.
Yeah, it is cool, boy.
Yeah, I'm glad I can help.
Oh, boy. There's always one, smuggler. Never fails.
Anytime, you need to just give me a shout.
Every town's got a fucking moron, and there's his. What makes them buy a radio? That part I don't understand.
Well, they come out in the evening time, too.
Yeah, they sure do, and you know who they are, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, Roger that.
A couple shots of alcohol, huh, Jay? No, not you.
Too bad you guys can't hear this little mouse.
No, I can't hear him.
No, you can't. I can barely hear him myself. That's why I know he's a couple miles from my house, Roger.
Well, he's probably a big strapper. He's probably talking on a Cobra 19 Ultra, with one of those Walmart Magnum mounts on top there, running it out the window.
Yeah, if they let him, yeah, maybe. A lot of the trucking firms won't let them bring their own personal items with them, including a radio. Isn't that a joke?
Well, Ed's truck, it's got just a company radio on it. What you need to do, well, you'd have to run leads, would be just to bring a box with you and transfer it to each different truck.
Yeah, I know truck drivers that said that's too much of a hassle.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it would be.
And they said that they get their radios ripped off, so it wasn't worth doing it. They said, why don't you pull your radio out when you get off shift? Well, that's a hassle. Well, I got a radio in my car. It took me less than 1 minute to unplug it and take it in the house. Oh, you're a fucking hero, aren't you? Oh, fuck. Here, we got another one now. Jesus Christ, where are you guys coming from? Somebody let the door open.
I can't speak for everybody, but I'm coming from your mom's house.
Yeah, you're done talking, motherfucker. Goodbye. My mom's dead, you dumbass. Want to go fuck her in the cemetery now?
Not again. Once was enough.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. How many kids did you produce that are like you? That's too bad that you brought children into the world that are as dumb as you are.
Come on, son. Don't be like that. Your mom wouldn't like it.
Hey, you can get up now. I know when I've been licked. Want to keep going?
Hog does too.
Want to keep going?
Sure. I got all day.
Yeah, sure you do. You better go do your job and pay attention and drive.
I'm probably quite a ways away. Can you hear him, G-Man?
Barely. You guys should come to Tumwater. You'd have quite a fun morning.
Amazing how fast you let him get. Who the fuck would want to live in Tumwater?
I don't know. What are you doing here? Why don't you get the fuck out of town? Nobody needs your kind around here, asshole.
Well, you're an expert on assholes, ain't you?
Oh, yes, I am. It takes an asshole to know an asshole. You want to keep talking about this or what?
Yeah, you are what you eat, right?
No, I didn't say anything about eating, asshole, dumb fuck. You don't have a brain, because if you did, you'd probably take it out and play with it, and then you'd lose it. Early morning dickheads, Dutch Neblins.
I'm sure glad today's payday. It makes it, worthwhile to go to work today, I guess.
Well, you can't get your check unless you go to work.
Exactly, and I'm the one that passes them out, and, my rule is, and even though the office manager tells me I can't do that, it's illegal. If you're too sick to come into work on Friday, then you're too sick to get your check.
Well, me and my dad used to give them their checks on Monday, and boy, were they pissed off on Friday when they found that out. Guaranteed they were coming back the next week. He said, if all of you want your jobs, then you'll have your paycheck Monday morning. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you guys have to learn to budget.
He did. He kept a lot of people working.
So did your mom. Well, that's because she raised 5 boys, dumbass. God, you're a fucking moron. Why don't you go find something to do? Next we'll have the ultimate truck driver coming out here telling everybody how he's shutting everybody down. With the old Frankenstein radio? Yeah, you know the routine. We've only been listening to that for 10 years. Isn't it fun? I tried to double dip popular now. You never know what's going to happen on your CB radio, that's for sure. What, you think the radio's not popular? Then you are a fucking newbie. Okay, that was been after my 4th or 5th shot then, I couldn't remember. Looking at a report from the... Yeah, I can hear all 3 of you out here. And I took it. All 3 of us? All 3,000 of us? Are you sure? Neither. But, what, on the fans... I think that's funny. You think there's 3 people on the CB radio, huh? These people in a lot of them are black. They come from Mexico. They're coming from, you guys that got your trucks and your little radios that you got in your trucks with your little $10 antennas, you better buy better antennas. Cherry-aged men.
I seen it on the news yesterday where they were talking to fucking one of them border crossers, and he had the deepest fucking African accent you ever heard. The motherfucker ain't from Mexico.
There was freaking hundreds and hundreds of them.
Morning, Gunner.
Morning, Zodi.
Oh, there's 4 now. Way more than that. He's over in Mason County. If you can hear him, then you got a pretty good antenna on your truck, which would make you a smarter truck driver than most.
Well, I was going to probably comment on the same thing you just did. I said I learned something. He can count to 4.
I'm not giving him credit. You can if you want.
Yeah, this was something that came from Alex Jones.
Well, you know me, I try to get along with everybody, on the radio as possible anyway.
The White House.
Right.
Joe Biden is drugged up like every freaking day. They get him out there in the morning and they shoot him full of shit so he can take care of stuff. And when they have a problem is when he's got to be up in the day and later at night because he gets completely out of it. And it's like, they tell me that Joe Biden, Alex Jones says, I'm getting from Secret Service leaks that Joe Biden walks around the White House naked on drugs at night.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
So, G, when you were showing me those fans, those ones have built-in blue lights or something?
No, I don't think those had any lights in them. They were just thin ones.
Okay, because you sent me a picture of one. It looked like it had a fan that had a blue light in it, a little light ring.
Well, it might have, yeah. One of them. I don't remember everything I sent.
You got to write that shit down.
Oh, it's on my phone in text messages. I'm just too lazy to reach over and scroll through it.
Tax. They indicted him where? In California.
Well, yeah, and that's going to allow him to be able to plead the 5th in front of Congress because he has an ongoing investigation and prosecution.
Exactly.
They had to give him a way out. They just couldn't figure out how.
Where you at now, Mr. Ed?
I am over here on 8th Avenue East, about 2 or 3 minutes south of the camp.
get invited, Mr. Ed, so have a good day.
Dang it, I hate it when that...
Hell, you should have been the first one there. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna make the best of it.
San Antonio, Texas on Tuesday.
Well, good morning, Brother Sledge. Glad you could join the party.
That had been bailed out of jail by a group funded by...
Good morning. I'm saying good morning to everybody because it's a round robin today, okay? There's too many.
34-year-old Shane Williams, or Shane...
Well, you know, Zodi's got a bunch of guys down there driving around him in his ear that would probably like to hear your soothing voice. It's a calming factor.
Yeah, they could use it in therapy.
Soros Foundation bail.
They need VS therapy.
Two police officers.
Well, if it's okay, I know a little bit of Big Bird, and I just got up and I got my coffee, and it's Friday, and I'm not awake, and I don't really care.
Good morning, sleepyhead, and we don't care either.
Murderers, rapists, loose on the street.
I wish I could hear Big Bird better because he's got a lot of political information out there. Just seeing if, you know, on the same page, because yesterday's big topic was the head of the Department of Justice on Civil Rights Division being questioned in front of Congress and didn't know anything about the biggest First Amendment civil case against the Biden administration, Missouri versus Biden, and how they were censoring during the 2020 election, the Democrat Party, and they're continued to censor after he was president. And Missouri, she go into the states, or to the United States Supreme Court, and she's the head of in the Justice Department and doesn't know anything about it. And the reason why she says she don't know anything about it is so that way, even though they're going to lose the case, they're going to do it again in this election.
Go to Rip's Gate. Maybe you can hear him there. Just an idea.
I know. I went through it all. Yeah, we probably all listen to the same shit, and Big Bird and them. But yeah, sometimes I catch it. It's pretty interesting commentary.
Well, you saw the thing about them honoring the Nazi in Parliament, right? This is a certifiable Nazi Waffen-SS Nazi combat soldier in World War II. So they honor him in Parliament, right? You saw that one.
I did see that, yeah.
All my drivers are loaded, and I sent them out of town. Nice and quiet.
Up there where they want to kill off the old people.
Wow, you up bright and early this morning.
I'm up bright and early every morning. Where the hell were you born? Just get up?
Wants to sign off.
Wow. No, me, I've been up since 3.
Oh, 3? Well, you got up an hour and a half earlier than I did.
I always get up earlier than you do.
I'm always up by 4. I've been doing that since I was 16.
It's the T4 fucking program, man.
I'm 62, just so you know.
See what it is?
I was going to be a smart ass, say so. 2 years now, huh?
Oh, fuck, I wish.
Split eaters, man. Those were...
I'd love to be 18 again.
Oh, yeah, they got to...
That's what they all used to say. Remember, I'd like to be 18 again and know what I know now?
Well, that's a fact. Shit, we'd both be rich. Come on, think about it.
We fought a fucking war to get rid of them, to stop that shit. Now they're...
I wish I could hear these smartasses that are making comments that don't have radios that get out.
Holland and Belgium, they're doing it there.
I don't think you're smart enough to understand what we're saying.
Well, once you learn how to talk, I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. What are you, spastic?
Fully disabled people, and they were just gassing them and burning them in the crematory. Showers, they had showers that were actually a gas chamber.
Must be Smart-Ass Friday. I'll write that down in the book.
Always said it would rise again.
I don't know, but Smart Ass Friday's kind of funny sometimes. It's not as irritating as Red Light Thursday when you're driving around.
Yeah, I'll agree. We used to call that Recording Thursday around here. That's when we used to hear all the recordings of the shitty music from the
80s and 90s that nobody liked. Well, one guy liked it, because he recorded every fucking song.
And you just sit on the edge of your seat waiting for somebody to turn on Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. Is that one of your favorites?
Not mine, no. I'm a guitar player, so I don't like shitty music.
Because, you know, those dudes are fast as lightning.
Yeah, they are. They were here and gone just as quick. There's a reason why they didn't make it to the top.
Because you weren't in the band, that's why.
I wasn't in their band.
Come on, I was trying to give you a compliment and you fucking just blew it out of the fucking water. You should have said, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You're the coolest fucking guy I ever met.
Oh, crap. Hang on. I don't think number 10's out of bed yet. You want me calling?
Fuck you.
Good morning, Trucker Mike.
Good morning. Fuck, I forget your name, but the guy that I always talk to.
I know. 141. We'll just let you have my numbers.
Oh my God, you think I can remember that?
I don't know if you can or not. You want to try for my handle?
Here, 141. Hey, new guy with the 141 number.
Yeah, Zodiac.
Oh, Zodiac, there you go. That helps, yeah. See if I can remember that. It's not you, it's just I suck at remembering names.
I know you told me that when I met you.
See, you got a better memory than I do.
Well, I write stuff down. I got a book.
All right, I'm gonna jump out of here. It's 5 after, and I got to get in there.
Oh shit, you gotta go to work.
I know. That's why I said it's 5 after now, and I'm still down here in my PJs, man.
Oh, don't let him fool you, Trucker Mike. He's the boss. He has to go to work so he can get his paycheck and hand them out.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't have my paycheck out to nobody.
Well, he's the boss. He gets to hand out the paychecks and take his home.
Oh, that's just great. Wow.
Have fun, smuggler.
Yeah, and he probably takes a quarter of everybody else's paycheck.
Who cares? He's the boss.
Actually, I don't even grab my check till Monday or Tuesday, because, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry, so it don't matter.
Hey, quit ruining my story.
Yeah, you're fucking up his story.
Smuggler, have a great Friday.
Yeah, we'll catch you guys later. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a great day. Remember ISK.
Remember what? ISK. What's ISK?
ISK. You know ISK kebab?
Ish kebab?
You give these people your DNA.
Yeah, that's what my grandpa used to say all the time. Remember ISK.
What does that mean, ish kebab?
I don't know, look, you got your phone right there.
Hell, I can't even spell it. How do you spell it?
Just ask your phone, do voice testing. You know how to do that? And say, hey, Google, what does ISK kebab mean? Tell me anything you need to tell me about ISK kebab.
You know, I found out that my phone could do that when I bought it. It's an Apple iMax, XX Max, whatever they call it. You know, it's an expensive Apple phone. And they said, this phone can, you just talk to it and it'll do what you want. I said, turn that feature off right now.
Oh, no, I love voice texting. I love voice everything. It's a lot easier than fucking, doing it manually. Like my phone, I can go, hey, Google, tell me something I don't know, and it will tell me something I don't know.
Yeah, I got a friend that he showed me, I think he was using Siri at the time.
That's the problem with everybody, is they don't use the voice texting. If you use the voice texting, you can use the voice for anything. I mean, anything. You use it for texting, calling, you know. I don't have to use it for, I don't have to say, hey, Google, but I mean, it's a lot simpler. I mean, sometimes it can be a pain in the ass if it doesn't hear you, but if you're in somewhat of a quiet area, it can hear you. I use my headset, so it works pretty good.
Roger, I know a dirt man, he has it at his house, so he can sit like in the living room and he'll tell Siri to change the channel or what's on TV, or he'll want to find out like what you just said about something, and he'll ask, what is this? And it'll tell him, and I said, man, you're lazy.
Yeah, that's just fucking lazy. And I'm sorry to have a computer running my house. No, thank you. Before you know it, I'm sitting in the living room eating popcorn and the fucking thing comes on.
Hey, that's too cool. I was giving him a bad time. I thought, damn, that's some awesome technology. You know, there's some houses already that are out there that are fitted that way.
I'm not surprised. But, you know, so what happens if it malfunctions and the fucking hot water comes on while you're sleeping and it runs all night?
You're gonna get flooded?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I trust some shit like that. Or the dishwasher starts on and there's nothing in it.
Right? Yeah, like a fail-safe, maybe?
Yeah, well, you know, maybe the burner comes on and there's a pot that you forgot to take off of it and your house catches on fire.
How about you tell it to make you breakfast, and you tell it the instructions before you go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you smell is breakfast cooking.
Oh, no, I can get with that, but, you know, how does it get it from the fridge to the pan?
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Some of these houses are getting pretty automatic.
No, I don't know. I think I'd rather just have a woman do it. I mean, at least I know the ingredients will be correct.
Well, you don't want to live in the Jetson era?
No, I'm good. Thanks, though.
You don't want a hover car?
I mean, a hover car would be kind of cool. I mean, some of the things would be kind of cool, but computer running my house, my arms and legs worked the last time I used them, which was just a couple of seconds ago. So, I think I'm all right.
Well, we'll find out by the end of the day, right?
Yeah, if I'm not walking, if I had no limbs, then it would be worth it, but, you know.
Well, don't work too hard out there and try to be nice to the people.
No, if they're nice to me, I'll be nice to them.
All right, let me rephrase it. If you run into decent people, why don't you be nice to them?
That's not probably going to happen. I usually am.
All right, don't punch anybody out unless you absolutely have to, or I call you.
I'll try not to.
All right, we'll see you later.
All right, you have a good day.
Yeah, you too, for sure. Dr. Mike, always a pleasure.
I know. Hey, I know I'm going to let you go, but you don't work. You're retired. What do you do all day?
Hey, yeah, I'm tired. I told you that's why I retired, because I'm tired. I used to lay carpet, and I laid a lot of it.
Yeah, but now you're retired, what do you do all day?
I do landscaping, and I help Vietnam veterans. Right now I've got 2 new veterans that I'm helping, and I usually help them until they pass away.
Oh, okay, so you're not fucking just sitting around the house waiting to die?
No, God, no. If I did that, I'd already be gone.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm pretty active. I got a mountain bike, and I got a pretty big yard, and I got a creek in my backyard, and I stay pretty busy for the most part.
Oh, that's cool.
I do admit that I take a lot of porch meeting breaks. You know, that helps me keep going, right?
Right? You did 50, 60 years of working.
One more time?
It is Melania Trump supports Tucker Carlson for vice president.
Yeah.
So you deserve to sit down whenever the fuck you want to sit down.
Right. Well, sitting down is overrated, and it could actually be bad for you if you do it too much.
I'm only there, so I guess I'm fucked.
All right. I hear you're almost there. I'll see you later.
Yeah, bye.
Take her easy. Well, that ought to liven them up out there. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. dummies, my phone clearly said it was going to rain at 5 a.m., and it is clearly very clear in the sky. I see nothing but stars.
And the moon.
I have a funny feeling that some weathermen are going to lose their jobs.
Don't forget the moon.
Is that you, dear Slayer?
10-4, Rudy.
Hey, good morning. Thought I heard you in there. Hope you have a good day.
Well, I hope so. It's Friday.
Yeah, all day.
Let the weekend begin.
Looks like you guys might have sunshine down there in Mason County today.
Well, it's looking that way.
Yeah, nice and clear here.
Didn't get as cold as I thought last night either.
They are calling for Shelton to be just cloudy. That's it. Oh, and a little bit of sunshine. Dirt man will like that. Guess we better enjoy it. It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be nasty tomorrow.
I remember when I was a kid, I used to ask my dad, how come it only rains on the weekends? Oh, shit. Somebody earlier said they heard snow in the forecast, and I'm looking at Wenatchee, and Saturday, they have a 70% chance of snow.
That's a good place to snow over there.
That means she's coming down the mountain. It's the only day that they are saying potential snow, but it's still there.
That's a naughty word.
I know, it is a naughty word. We heard a guy say it a little bit earlier. Good morning.
Top of the morning to you.
Yep, right back at you.
Yep, good morning.
Dirt up.
Got her?
Got your coffee?
Nah, it's a brewing.
Oh, Roger. Well, say good morning to that lovely wife of yours.
About 10 minutes ago.
Say good morning to that lovely wife of yours.
She's looking at the blankets in there.
I don't blame her. Some people can sleep, you know.
$10, Gunner, for some shotgun shells up at Walmart last night, yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit of price.
I paid, well, they're a little different. I paid $18 for the other.
What are they, bird shot?
Like 80 cents a shell or what?
Just curious, dear man, did they ask you for your ID when you bought it? Did they record your name and shit?
Oh, yeah, the gal did ask for my ID.
Yeah, you barely look 20.
I've been on the freaking pad before they get it back to you.
I don't know what she did, but these are let's see, Winchester Fast. They're oh, let's see, Dove and Clay Pigeon.
What do they get all them little ones for?
There's still a 12 gauge, 2 3/4, 1350, 1 ounce, 7.5 shot.
Home defense, he ain't bird hunting. Yeah, what the hell is with the little bitty shot? That ain't gonna hurt nobody unless you're right next to him. Yeah, as long as you're over 40 yards away from him, it won't hurt.
If you're a bow, birdshot makes one gigantic mother and hole.
In the length of a house hallway, you get about 99% of those pellets in your fucking chest with a center mass shot. Even if it spreads, you're going to leak from so many places you ain't going to have enough fingers to plug all the holes. Yeah, well, if I'm going to shoot somebody with a shotgun, I'm going to use buckshot. I'm going to make sure the gun... You had 3 of the pellets miss, go through the wall and hit your wife in the head. Birdshot ain't going through 2 layers of sheetrock. Well, I probably wouldn't be in the house shooting at it, for one. Well, then you don't need home defense. You got a rifle if you're outside. If you're outside, you're using your fucking rifle. Yeah, or my pistol.
Hey, you never know. I might see a duck or something fly over the house here.
You're on number 6 if you're shooting at ducks, and you got to have steel shot. I doubled with you there, Big Bird. What did you say?
They recommend like number $4 for not shooting through the walls, for getting your max performance on the target without shooting through the walls. That's what they say.
Go on YouTube and watch the shotgun on the sheetrock test. Number 4 blows through walls really bad because number 4 is all high base and hot. It's made for shooting deer.
So I got the stuff I got at Big 5, the Winchester high velocity still, and the stuff I got at Walmart, Winchester fast, and that's high brass lead load.
Yeah, that's some rockin' shit. You do need to get you a piece of cardboard about 3 foot square and go out there and set it up and shoot it so you know where that gun's hitting and what it patterns like.
What kind of shotgun did you get?
Just one of them Maverick 88.
Right, that's a reasonable shotgun. Yeah, that birdshot, that's a straight on cylinder bore barrel. It's like that birdshot spread all over the house.
Well, it comes with 2 barrels. It comes with an 18.5-inch cylinder bore, and it comes with a 28.5-inch with the AccuChoke system, so you can screw different chokes in it.
Right, for bird hunting.
So that's made by Mossberg?
Yep.
Absolutely. I have 3 of them, and I shoot the fucking bejesus out of them. I never clean them. I throw them in the back of the truck. They're just tough as nails.
That's a lot for shotgun.
Yeah, I've had a couple of them. They've always done me good. The Mossberg shotgun is cheap enough. I don't give a fuck if I tear it up.
Bar, they call it a shotgun, or a double.
Well, I got that Ithaca though. That was the one. That's a nice gun.
The Ithaca 37 here is engraved Illinois State Patrol.
Well, yeah, I've got a 1897, a Model 12, a Model 1910 lever 10 gauge. I got lots of shotguns. I got those because I don't care what happens to them.
This one is an heirloom gun. The whole goes back to the day. It's a riot gun from with rifle sights. Like I said, Illinois State Patrol engraved Ithaca 37 bottom eject. You know, it's got no board on the side. And yeah, cool.
I think my 1897's a bottom eject too. That Ithaca was a Shelton Police Department gun. I got it when they bought new ones. It had a short barrel and a long 32-inch barrel with a fluorescent beam.
Now that fucking thing is so fucking slick, man. That old Ithaca, man. The thing is so fucking slick. You hold the trigger down and jack the freaking pump, and it fires every time the chamber closes. And this thing is so smooth, it's almost scary.
My Model 12's that way too. Slam fire.
Now this was one gun that recommended, and I called around, found it, and went and bought it.
That's you only got one shotgun and you want to hunt and freaking do home defense.
Hey, I found a nice car that I think you and me would like. Could you go get it?
Yeah, it's regular buttstock. It's they call it the field and defense or something like that. That's the reason it comes with 2 barrels.
Yeah, I got you.
Talking to me, Zodi?
Yeah, I was just making a joke.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I got the guys here, so they're booming in right here.
We'll let it go.
Hey, Dirt.
Yeah.
The screw cap that holds the barrel on, is it threaded for a sling swivel?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I found that's real nice and handy to have a fucking sling on your shotgun, like a quick action sling, so you can open it, throw it on your shoulder, and go to your pistol.
Well, I was looking at that yesterday, but also looking at them soft cases, you know, and I found a nice one up there for $17, but, you know, it's got the small barrel on there now, which will probably stay on there for the most part, but, I was going to measure everything out, see the length, because it was either 46 or 52 or 54 inch. But that one, man, $17, that's fucking all nice, soft felt inside, you know. So, yeah, I was going to grab one of them, but I thought, well, I better do some measuring first.
Man, does that have the double action bars from the pump? Does it have 2 bars on either side that go back into the action that work it, or is there just one?
It's doubles. They only made the single for about 8 months, and they broke, so they upgraded them.
There you go. I was watching some videos yesterday. A guy was testing it, and I think I told Gunner they went out and shot 505 shells through it, 77 minutes, which he figured one went off every 9 seconds and never skipped a beat, not a one. I mean, it got hot, but that was about it, you know.
Hey, Dirtman,
Yo.
when you get that gun carrier, don't store it in that. Put it in your safe. Just use that for transportation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think my sister's going to be here next week. We're going to go out and do some shooting.
And if you're going to store it in the case, you got to add the fucking water absorbers in it.
Right, yeah. It will absorb water all on its own, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a pic, Dirt.
Okay. You know, this is stuff I used to have years ago, and I don't have any of it now, so we're just kind of restocking a few things.
Shotgun is good to have. With sitting on the rack right there within reach.
Me too.
The last one I had was a kind of a sawed-off at 18 or 19-inch 870.
You need one of these too. I just sent you a pic.
Oh, I was looking at buttstocks last night too, Gunner, so the one you had, I seen that. It was like, what was it, $80? And several other ones. I don't really care for that pistol grip one. That's just a pistol grip.
My reach gun is the Dirtman's old AK sitting here next to me.
There you go, see? I had all that stuff at one time.
The hand tap rigger?
What's that?
Is the hand tap AK you got underfolded?
No, it's a post band.
The old Mac 90.
All right.
That was another one back when I was buying them SKSs. I was saying yesterday for $69 each back in the 80s, early 80s. And then that Mac 90, I think I paid $249 for it back then. Well, I know I did. Still got a memory, kind of.
You get that picture?
Not a bad gun. It's lined and accurate.
That's the thumb hole stock magnet.
Yeah.
The threads card, you know.
Then have you converted it over, or do you leave the thumb hole in?
Well, that's it. It's just the way it came out of the store. I'm taking it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that thumb hole. What's the deal, Gunner? That sticks out like that, huh? Oh, the sling?
It's a scabbard. You wear it on your back with your shotgun sticking in it.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's got molly straps. I got a fucking 50-round thing that straps to the front of mine. I stuff my short barrel one in it when I'm packing it around in the car and shit.
Wow, I like it.
They're really cheap too. I bought some fucking Tough Force or some generic brand one. I think I paid $40 for 2 of them.
I was surprised. I was up there at Walmart. I was just gonna go look, but hell, you can get a case of 100 shells. It was like $34. I mean, depending on what you were getting.
Gotta get some good ammo though, so just in case.
There was a couple in there, and so I started talking with them. They were with one of the Walmart guys. You got any gun safes here? Oh my God. I said, man, those are gun cabinets. Those fucking things ain't any good. And then I started telling about something else. And even the guy that worked there said, fuck, dude, you should work here. You know, you're pretty knowledgeable about stuff. And I said, well, run over to Tractor Supply. And they didn't even know that the gun, well, I didn't know this either until I bought one that, you know, the safes in Washington, there's no tax. So I said, hey, that price you see is out the door. Well, I wandered off. I told the girl, get my shells out. I got to run down here, and you have to buy them back there. So I was getting a couple groceries. So I came back, and those folks were gone. You know, they ran up to Tractor Supply. They took your advice to, you know, said, yeah, that fucking gun cabinet, that'll last about 10 seconds in a fire.
They still sell that diamond ammo for shotguns?
I haven't seen it anywhere in years.
Looks like they had a good pattern. It was wicked.
I used to like skeet shooting. We used to do a lot of that. That was good, man. Throw 2 of them in there, bam, bam.
Well, you put that long barrel on it, that thing will shoot skeet all day.
That was always fun, man. My stepfather that died, we used to go up to a place in Renton and skeet shoot all the time.
I got a 3-disc launcher, ground mount launcher.
That'd be fun, man.
Usually we take the rubber fucking hand thrower, and one person has to throw and shoot both.
Right. So real quick, can I go out on the California road, you know, the one out 101, and then go out there ways? You can shoot out there somewhere? I've never really been out that way. I've only been on that road just a quarter mile in there.
Yeah, about a mile off the end of the pavement there. There's a wide spot in the road. It's clear cut on one side with a big high bank. You can park on the edge of the road and shoot into the back of that pit right there.
I mean, I do have a little shooting range here, but yeah, no, I'll do it once in a while, but I try not to make a habit. I get the neighbors riled up, you know. I'm nice enough to call them and say, hey, you're going to hear some shots, man. There's no war going on over here. The neighbor gal was laughing when I called her.
Yeah, just drive out California Road. After you get off the pavement, it's maybe a half a mile down. You'll see a big wide spot with a bunch of fucking blowed up shit in the back of it there on your left-hand side.
Okay, yep, that's where we'll probably go. It's close, and yep.
Yeah, take you a big cardboard box or something, put your spot in the middle to aim at and pattern that thing. Make sure you know where it's shooting.
Right.
Actually, it's going to shoot straight. You need to know where you're shooting.
We'll definitely do that.
I dug mine out yesterday and was messing around with it. Put a red dot on it. Took the scope off, put a red dot on my short barrel one.
Sweet.
I had a scope on it. I was shooting slugs in it, and yeah, it kept kicking me in the face. So.
I told the wife, yeah, you shoot this one, it'll put you on your butt right on the ground. That thing might weigh more than hurt.
Well, I can give her some rounds that she can shoot in it without getting her ass kicked.
She would, yeah, she's never shot a gun, but she's, honey, grab my pistol for me. She could, yeah.
Yeah, she's little enough, she'd need a youth stock on it anyway.
it or a nice 22?
You know, a 20 gauge is better than good.
I can turn her on to the BB gun, maybe.
There you go.
That's a good start.
I did have her girls friends over here a couple of years ago, and I had my 40 out and shot a few rounds out of that. Let one of her gals, you know, that's familiar with gun shoot, and the wife wanted nothing to do with it.
Especially for a small chick, a 9mm carbine is probably the best. A short-barreled 9mm carbine.
My 30M1 carbine would work too. Got no recoil. The biggest problem with brand new shooters, especially if they're older and haven't shot, is their sound. They're so fucking loud. You got to get them adequate ear protection, and it helps when they're exposed to it, you know.
I got a couple decent pairs. An old drill bit gave me a pair that all twist and fold up kind of, but you know, the old ones I got that are bigger and goofy looking, fuck, you put them on, they're way better. But yeah, I've got all that stuff from years ago.
I run electrics. You can talk normal with them on, but gun sounds are real quiet.
Yeah, I probably need to upgrade too on that, so.
Yeah, they're like noise canceling.
Walmart.
Well, I'll get back up there, look around, and I was really going up there looking for a piece of metal, you know, to re-brace my antenna that I put up here for the TV. So I went to Toes, who's got a piece, and cut it already, and started drilling it, and it was dark, so I'm going to finish that up this morning. It'll be done very quick. So that thing's never going to come down.
Yeah, and those electric muffs, they come with a fucking cord so you can plug it into your radio and be like Mike and wear headphones.
Oh, there you go. Is there a mirror involved, or?
Yeah, mirrors are sold separate.
What about a set of shearers for the trim?
There you go.
You know, I had a set of walkers, and the fuckers tear through the batteries too fast. I bought a set of generic fucking $20 ones from Walmart. I've been using them for 8 or 10 years and still haven't even changed the batteries on them.
A couple of walkers.
Yeah, I have a pair. My grandson wears them when we shoot. The ones, the generic ones I bought, the cups are smaller. They don't rub on the stock as much.
Yeah, Big Bird, that shotgun was, I went to Big 5 out in Gig Harbor, $280 on sale for regular $309 for $289, and you probably could have went somewhere and got it cheaper, but I located 2 of them. They had a demo one there in Port Orchard, and the guy gave me the wrong price. I said, well, hold that thing, put it on hold. I'm coming from Shelton to get it. So then I called back, said, nah, don't hold it. I found one new in the box with both barrels.
I have a Mossberg 500A, you know, the standard 18-inch Mossberg riot gun, and I paid like $189 at Big 5 down there in West Olympia.
500A or 590A?
So there, yeah, they didn't have any in West Olympia. Well, they had something, but that gal that answered the phone really didn't know, so I just called around till I located one.
Dirt doubles with you, Big Bird.
500A aluminum frame.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the 500A in the riot configuration unless somebody built it. I know the 590A and 590A1 are in the riot. They're considered the riot gun.
590 has a steel frame.
Walmart claimed they had. I just checked, you know, when I was up there, and they didn't have one, but the guy looked it up. They're like $199 or something, but it's wasn't the one I got.
Well, not all 500s have aluminum frames either.
They have the 500C, which is C for cheap, because they replace a lot of parts and shit with plastic.
And then you got the 500 Slugster. It's a steel action rifle barrel with sights. Those are kind of hard to find nowadays, though.
Mine is completely loaded now. It has a Warhammer full-length rail and a laser sight and a flashlight and the pop-up AR-15 type sights on it, and it's got the AR high tube, Mesa tactical high tube rear stock on it with the AR grip and all that shit. And I use it for night vision because it's got the night vision laser on it, so I can see with night vision. I can put the laser right on the target and let him have a loaded triple-aught butt shot.
Yeah, I put a pistol grip on one of mine. I got one with a scope, but I got one with rails. I got a fucking whole assortment of them. But I buy the fucking Mavericks. They're cheaper. You know, and Mount Man always bitches because the safety's up on top on the Mossberg and it's down on the trigger guard on the Maverick, and he doesn't like where the safety's at. But every air rifle I own has that fucking crossbar trigger safety. So that's what I'm used to anyway.
That's some of that plastic shit you're talking about, isn't it? They replace the plastic by putting some real plastic when they break.
I had a Winchester 1100 Defender. That was a fast shooting one too, and that had the cross trigger safety on the trigger guard. Yeah. And that's just a different one.
Yeah, I guess it's all what you're used to, you know.
Other than that, they're all the same. The Mossberg and the Remington and all of them, they all operate the same. The Winchester, they all operate the same.
And as a rule, I don't run the safety on my shotgun anyway. If I'm closing it, something's getting shot.
Yeah, lifting it up and pushing it forward.
I don't spend much time. And now, if I was out walking, if I'm out walking a back road, grouse hunting, you know, walking a trail or something like that, I use my safety. But other than that, I don't even use it. Because I don't keep the gun loaded anyway.
I like semi-autos, I do.
Yeah, I've owned semi-auto shotguns, and I didn't like the reliability. I'll stick with my pump.
The auto loaders.
Yeah.
Mossberg, the freaking, yeah, it's tried and true.
I can't afford the shotgun you got, Big Bird.
Bought it when it was cheap. Now it's all loaded with all the goodies. Boy, you look at it on Gunbroker, damn, what an investment.
I have. They're fucking pricey nowadays.
Guy could sell that and retire, huh?
Which one is it, Big Bird?
Pepper's weapon.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a wicked gun.
Russian military autoloader, man, with a big box magazine. I got a 25-round drum for it.
Do some serious pheasant hunting with that one.
The shit. See me bump fire.
You got a 870 12 gauge there, Wolf Trapper?
That's a burn game. I got it.
I like that.
I think I got a stack of 870 12 gauge barrels laying around here.
Mine is right on the rack right over here with a 10-round box mag in it because it sits flatter against the door. Drum is a huge round thing, man. It's really awkward.
Yeah, my short barreled one, that's the behind the door shotgun.
Yeah, I got a home to see it.
My Stevens is a long barreled full choke single shot 20.
Remember, I was telling you, back in the 80s, I had that Luigi Francini 12 gauge, and supposedly that was the latest 12 gauge in the world. I know you guys probably heard of that one, right?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind having a Francini. My other Stevens is a 410 double hammer gun.
I think, is that how you say it? Luigi Francini?
Yeah, I think that's it. Francini.
I landlord, he was an older guy, right? So we kind of lived in a duplex, my ex-wife and I, and we were up in the Renton Highlands, and he sold me. I don't remember what I even paid for it. I don't know what the fuck I even did with it, but I don't have it anymore.
All right, time to wake up the boss.
That means I need my second cup here. Third.
Mossberg has a Mesa Tactical High Tube, so it's the rear part of the receiver of an AR-15. So it gives you the whole feel of the buttstock, the grip, and sight of an AR-15. So when you shoulder it, it feels the same way. You just work the pump hand. Puts the barrel on the center line with the buttstock right to your shoulder. You don't have the rise of a regular shotgun stock. Straight line recoil. There it is. There's a Mossberg 500 with a high tube and the full-length 24-inch rail. They call it the Warhammer rail. Like I said, I have it set up for run a green laser with night vision. So yeah, I can see at night, and I can put triple-aught buckshot right on the ground. Mossberg, they make an extended safety button that sticks off to the side so you can reach it, because the full-length rail covers the safety. Mesa Tactical, they are the shotgun guys.
Did you go up and get some more turkey?
They got 2 20-pounders, Jenny O's, all the butterballs and stuff.
Yeah, they were going out the door the other day pretty good, seemed like. Sure them Jenny O's will be just fine. And good morning to that Maytag. It's your Friday. Good morning, Dirt in Channel 17. Gunner, Big Bird, Dirt, Deer Slayer, whoever else is out there.
Morning time, Maytag.
Maytag. That pretty much covered the whole crew. Well, I went out there yesterday and lowered that antenna, pulled them 2 bolts out, you know, and propped that pole down the sleeve inside, and I got it down where I really didn't do nothing, and I fucked. And then tried to reel that pole back up, standing on the edge of my roof with my hands as high as I could go above my head, trying to jack that thing up 6 feet to line up my holes. What a bitch. I won't be doing that again. What a bitch.
Have a floor jack of some kind?
Yeah, but yeah, the situation. But yeah, I finally went and I have a axe handle, and I got underneath that thing and took some of the pressure off my arms. And still, man, it was a bitch. Don't try this at home alone.
You can make a jacking fixture where it's a long pole with a clamp arrangement at the top and a pad at the bottom that'll sit in your floor jack. So you put it and hook it on the pole, and you jack up the jack and it pushes the pole up, and then you lock the pole in place, and then you undo the clamps and you draw it back down for another shot at it. You keep going up and down and you jack it up. They call it a jacking fixture.
Well, that would have been easier, but I had all my tools on the roof, and I've got these vice grips that are like a C-clamp, and I clamped right where the 2 come together, so when I pulled the bolts, I could get a hand up there so that thing wouldn't go boom down inside. That all worked out good. But, yeah, oh boy, up and down the ladder, and it's like, man, why did I even try to? I didn't gain a damn thing. I came back in the house and rescanned, and I'm still at 32 channels, and I'm like, you know, fuck, that's good enough. I'm not messing with that thing again. But today I'm going to go out there. It'll take me just a few minutes, and I got a brace that I'm going to bolt right into the house, and that thing ain't coming down ever. You know, because I'm up 30 feet in the air with that.
Right. You seen my antenna? It was all done on top of the ladder, too.
I was actually on the edge of the peak of the roof, standing right on the edge, man. I'm thinking, fuck. And I can't look down. I'm looking up, trying to get that both hands, you know, one. It's hard. It's heavy. I'm just trying to push all that 10-foot heavy pole up inside the other one to get back up to where I'd already drilled it out and, you know, had it bolted through in a couple spots. But I got it, and it was not fun.
So we got you.
I know one thing, I will not be doing it again. Right? Shit I try to do that I should never do, you know, even when I put my antenna I'm on right now, I was talking about my TV antenna, but the base antenna, you know, well, I had Jack and Nato come help me the second time. The first time, they were, how the hell did you get that thing up there? I said, that was not easy. I got halfway up the 6-foot ladder, or 8-foot ladder, and with all that weight, and I was 50-some feet, and I'm trying to go up to get it on set the butt of it on a chunk of 4x6 that I had bolted into a beam, you know, and anyway, I had to come back down and resituate and go back up. I finally got it, but that pole was like a fishing pole. It started rocking on me, and oh boy, I can't let go of it now, but I got her. I'll never do that again either without help.
And just make sure you don't let it take you with you.
Well, that's it, man. I would have jumped, but yeah, exactly. I thought about all that. Yep, nice to have help, you know, and there's always somebody out here that'll give you a hand, you know, for sure. So that's good. We got some good people out here. I'm always willing to give a lending hand myself, so.
Don't mind to be a tip-up, you know. I put the winch upstairs, so when I did the big old bracket that went on the side of the wall there, it's like I just used the winch to haul it up there. It was easy enough.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's nice.
Goes up and down on the winch, so that.
Yeah, old Woody used to be out here. I helped him. We put up a tilt-up. He just had an Antron or something, IMAX on it, but it was up there quite a ways, and it seemed like it was on a reel. And we put it in his backyard. I don't remember exactly how we did it, but once he got that thing stood straight up, that thing was way in the hell up there. And it was freestanding out there, and you could lower it, and yeah, it was pretty neat. I don't know whatever happened to that guy, man. I helped him move from here clear out to Highland Road out there. And I don't know if he's passed away now, but we used to kind of hang out there for a while. Do you know him? You probably knew him or heard of him, right, Woody?
Yeah, you know, the name rings, yeah.
Matter of fact, the power supply, while Gunner rebuilt this pyramid, 52 amp, he had two of them in line, and he was running a bunch of shit up here, and he sold me this thing, this power supply, pretty much brand new in the box, with the bag over the power supply, for $50 when I was sitting out in the driveway. I didn't have my base up or nothing, you know. I'd go out there and talk on the mobile, and him and I was like, hey, where you at? Because we were hitting each other pretty good, so I ended up meeting up with him and bought this power supply, and then he bought a brand new truck, and he didn't want his neighbor, brand new, he paid cash for it. We went to Olympia, got him a brand new fucking nice truck too, little Chevy. It was it's like the one Smuggler's got anyway. It's real nice four-wheel drive. He kept it over here. He didn't want his neighbors because he was having a hard time with them. And then he went out and bought a nice place out yonder and paid cash for that, a house with frickin' 5 or 10 acres. I helped him move, and my buddy came out and rewired his whole garage, and yeah, I don't know if he's still alive. I don't think so. He was all helping people out with that Rick Simpson oil. How about old Left Lane? You ever heard him? Big Bird, Left Lane? He was up here staying at Bobcat's here a while back, but he used to kind of drive a tow truck, and Bob got all drunk up and went out here across the road and fucking had his truck buried down in the trees, and I said, well, hey, I know somebody, so I got hold of him. He came and pulled Bob out. He was way in the fuck down in these bushes and up against some trees. That's a big dude, too. He's like 6'8" or something.
I don't know.
He used to be out here on the radio. I think he lives way out towards Elma now. Riding around on his Harley all the time. He's got a pretty nice fat boy, or all done up. Been by Wilbur's place over there and seen what's happened there?
Last last time I drove over that way, it was the trailer was gone and the shop was sitting there alone and the trees were all gone, and Christmas trees and all that, and it was just kind of stripped naked.
Yeah, they got all the dumpsters in there now from the place next door, all lined in there. Kind of looks like a big muddy mess in there.
They must have robbed the place. For,
yeah, I think they were bugging him the whole time, trying to get him to sell.
They were. Shell carrier on that shotgun?
I don't know, I haven't done nothing yet. I get it yesterday, no, I got it the day before, so I think I got it Wednesday, I went and got it.
Tactical, so you have to go there and check them out.
What's the name of that again?
Mesa, M-E-S-A, like High Mesa, Tactical, Mesa Tactical, that, the shotgun guy.
Oh, 10.
That's all they do. Always remember that the more shit you put on that sucker, the heavier it gets.
Yeah, I won't be putting a bunch of shit on it, that's for sure.
For a pistol grip, because it gives you more control, better grip on the shotgun.
Yeah, I might do something like that. I was looking at them last night.
It's got to have a buttstock on it. It can't be like one of those pistol grip only. I don't think that at all.
No, I don't even like the looks. No, Gunner's got what you were talking. He sent me a picture, and I actually seen those last night. They were $83 or $6. I don't remember, but I was looking.
Look around. There's a lot of options, you know, it's like as far as what you get. Hold shells right in the buttstock, so it's easy to get to them.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I kind of like the looks of that, yep.
Remember with a shotgun, it's usually shoot for and load for. Shoot for and load for. You never run yourself all the way down the down.
Take yours apart and take the stick out yet, Dirk?
I have not.
If you don't do that, it'll only hold 3 rounds. You gotta take the stick out on you.
Give me the hoedown, you know, since you got a few of those.
Yeah, just unscrew the nut that holds the barrel on. Take your barrel off and turn it upside down and shake it until the stick falls out. It's just literally a wooden stick.
Blocked it from the other, what, 2?
Yeah, it's to keep you from being able to load more, because if you're bird hunting, a lot of states have a 3-round max capacity on a shotgun. You can't load more than 3 rounds in it if you're out hunting, so they have to have a stick in them. Just make sure you put it in your safe and don't lose it.
Right. Yeah, I kind of remember that from way back, so, all right, yep.
If you don't plan on bird hunting, you don't need to stick in yours.
Oh, Maytag couldn't picture me bird hunting. I know he's over there laughing.
With your camo hat on.
This is my camo hat. And my Hardy Duty boots. Shorts and a t-shirt, Maytag.
I can see it, yep.
There you go. I do got a nice duck call here Catman gave me. I'm pretty good with a duck call. Yeah, go Eastern Washington, go see Lost Cause. They're all over there. Over there in the Deer Park area, then. Them things are running wild everywhere. You know, I've seen them over there by Ellensburg, too, rolling. Whoa, on the side of the road there in the field, there was a bunch of them.
That would be interesting to go turkey hunting. I've never done that.
Yeah, I'd like to go do some turkey blasting myself.
I know I was over there a few years back, and my sister lives over there, still kind of out the house there, but them frickin' things are everywhere over there.
You know where Carson is, down on the Columbia River?
Yeah. I don't.
And there's hundreds of them running around right through town there, that little town.
Where is that, Deer Slayer?
Go to Stevenson on the Columbia River and you hang a left and go to Carson, go up past the fish hatchery into the little town there, and it goes into a big flat kind of a canyon, and that sucker is full of turkeys. We used to go there every year and shoot the hell out of it. My grandma lived there.
I'll have to look that one up.
Well, we used to go down there and we get that hunting turkeys. We drop down to the river and usually they were running as, shad. Caught a bunch of shad. Shad are great for catching sturgeon.
They work pretty good for lingcod and crabs, too.
Oh, yeah, crabs, yeah. The more it smells, the better they like it.
It's basically, all it is basically you can use it on consumption, like if you get it that ran the winter time, and all of our so forth is used often on the spider boxes. You just go down and you buy a jug of Vaseline, basically the same shit, just toss in the Vaseline and plug it in, and you never have that problem again. Wow, that's good. That's what we a hell of a lot cheaper on electric grease too. Absolutely.
Don't forget to look over your shoulder when you change lanes.
Good morning.
Yeah, I've got, look, it cycles through. I've got truck scales, so got to be something in the trailer. Either that or the vocoder took a shit, and it could be that. Lose ya?
It's usually error 3 when the plug-in's got a bad connection.
Right, but this isn't an error 3, but it's something on the trailer. It's not the plug or the connection. It's either a load cell or it's the vocoder. Yeah, I'll bet load cell 2, which, yeah, it's got, I'll bet a load cell went out.
Because it's cycling through, it's showing you 55 or 56 up front.
Yeah, I got a truck with. You quit looking at that meter box and start watching the road a little more.
They only offer the high tube for the Remington now.
The what?
High tube stock for the Mossberg shotgun, for the pump shotguns and basic tactical, and they only offer the high tube for the Remington now. They no longer offer the high tube type stock for the Mossberg.
That's the stock with the hole in it to put the shotgun shells in?
No, this is, you have to look it up. Like mounting your shotgun into the back end of an AR-15, and it's got the high tube. Sits up high, so you get straight line recoil, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've seen those for Mossbergs before.
Apparently they're not making them. They don't offer it for Mossberg. They have a different one for Mossberg. They only offer the high tube for Remington now. I'm on the website. But they have a new one called the VO2 for Mossberg.
You can buy it from Mossberg.
I do.
Yeah, Mossberg sells one.
All right, working this third cup of coffee.
Got your book, Greg?
What's that now?
You know if you have that book?
6th edition adjustable slide. It might be in my glove box. I think it's left it from where it came. That or in my little wooden box here. Yeah.
It's saying load cell 2 and then error 6, so I was going to have you look up error 6.
The pistol grip?
Okay, and then load cell 2 is either the right or the left load cell on the trailer, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a straight line right to the back of the action. I just typed in high tube stop for Mossberg.
Yeah, now at a dead stop when we're not bouncing around. I've got 29 and change on the trailer, which isn't right at all. So it's, yeah, it's either the vocoder or the load cell number 2, whichever one that is.
Yeah, you can buy the adapter from Mesa Tactical to put it on your Mossberg. And you just use an M4 buckle tube.
But that's not the high tube. See at number 178276 position, adjustable stock with aluminum buffer tube 12 gauge.
Want the good news, Greg?
You bet, I could use some good news.
Yeah, that's not
Ain't gonna stop me from hauling one bit.
No, hell no. You get the front to 54 or 55 and you know you're damn close in the back.
Just go with it.
I've done it many, many times.
I remember when I went out buying shotguns, I just bought everything right then that I need for it, everything the doctor does. Right. I remember when they passed that thing saying that you couldn't put the extended tube on. I just freaking stuck it in the back. Eventually that went away too. It's always a circle.
Go that way too. You can go with a 26-inch barrel standard, like a deer hunting shotgun, and then use a magazine extension, and then get what is it, like 10 shots out of it, 12 or 11 something.
Yeah, on an 870 you can put a tube extension on. You can't do it on a Moss.
And then put that tube on there. It sticks out past the barrel.
Nice. Neither is a vocoder.
Doesn't get in the way at all.
Change out.
Roger Remington in, yeah.
Winchester and Remington's, I think you could do it on both of them.
I'm assuming that's a little orange box that's taken off to the side there before they go up to the load cell.
Oh, Mossberg tube design's wrong.
Right. End cap with the bolt in the bottom, yeah, with the solid tube.
Yeah, you wouldn't have any way to attach your barrel.
They had a kit for them.
Like the mag tube in the barrel.
Yeah, you have to change the tube on it.
Yeah, I don't remember how it works. I got one somewhere. There was that breech one by the China Mart a long time ago.
Well, they make an 8-round Mossberg. Looks like a 500, only holds 8 rounds, so it's a 20-inch barrel.
Yeah. Exactly what I got.
That's 500 tactical, isn't it?
500A cruiser, they called it the cruiser shotgun.
So what's the difference between that 500 and that the Mossberg 509, or excuse me, 590S?
590 holds more. It's more designed for tactical applications.
The shockwave?
Barrel is the key thing, I believe.
Well, the Shockwave's short barrel, long tube, and a pistol grip. Doesn't have a butt stock on it.
Now the one they had there was that 590 S Shockwave, but it had that kind of ugly looking butt end on it. I don't know, maybe 8 inches or something. Kind of looked funky.
You guys gotta make me dig to find mine. I don't even know where it's at. But now I'm getting pretty curious about it. Because I know I put an extender on it, too. Had that thing on the end of the barrels where you couldn't really change barrels. Unless you cut it off, which that wouldn't be good.
If you have a long barrel shotgun, you want it as long as you keep it over 18 inches, 18 and a half inches. Yeah, it's perfectly legal to cut it off if you want.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. It wasn't. It was 18 inches after that freaking doorknob thing, door breach. It was 16 inches and then 2 inches for that breach thing, I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what it was.
As long as the breaching end is permanent.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have to cut it off to even change the barrel. It's as permanent as they get, as I remember.
Well, you can just unscrew the thing and pull the whole barrel off and swap barrels out on a Mossberg. I've never seen one that you couldn't. 500 ATI Tactical.
Yeah, we're going to get wet tomorrow, so get all your outside activities done today. It's only a 100% chance of rain tomorrow.
I'm down to one pile of leaves. And good morning, Richard.
And I'm still thinking about it.
Okay, I found the one I was thinking of. I was way off. It's a Mossberg 930.
Autoloader?
Yeah.
I know the one.
Yep, I got the extended on there and everything.
That's a good shotgun.
They are. There's a
skeet shooting record made with it.
Yeah, I've never owned any of the auto-loading ones.
They use those for 3-gun matches too, or pistol, shotgun, and carbine.
Yeah, from my understanding, when I bought it, the research I had done, it was probably the most reliable Mossberg out there.
I don't think we've had one since they closed the one down out in Limerick.
Well, there's a gun club. I think they might have a rifle in town.
I think they're just indoor and pistol.
Oh, the one at the airport?
Yeah, I think they go somewhere else and rifle.
Yeah.
Hey, Dirt.
Yeah.
That barrel, the 28-inch barrel, Mossberg sells it for $207.
Really? Wow. For the 28?
Yeah.
Well, it makes me feel like I got a good enough deal. Would have even been better when the guy told me, oh, I think it's on sale for from $269 down to $229. I'm like, shit, I'm on that. And then I find out calling around, no, that fucking thing's $289 on sale from $309.
No, they don't have one. High-powered outdoor range.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with people and their dignities anymore. They'll lie to you and drop of a hat to get you to come in the store.
Yeah, well, big five, right? So I called a couple, 3 of them, maybe 4 of them. No, I called 3. And yeah, it's like, why would I come and buy the demo model when I can go get one brand new in the box that nobody's handled? And it came with the sticker. When the guy opened it up, said, oh, wow, the sticker's still here. And he said, usually they steal them. Like, really?
Good morning.
Good fire?
Morning.
Yo.
Hey, we're not grounding this morning. Yeah, that's some good news.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'll be out helping building the playground.
It's only a 100% chance of rain. Make sure you get your rain hat.
That's what I get for volunteering.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it seems like the weekend's right, and then guy gets a couple days off and it's going to rain.
Get one of your buddies to call in sick for you. There you go, Zody. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Used to say that all the time when we were getting ready to go do carpet jobs that were going to take all day.
Make sure you got a doctor's note, man.
Yeah, none of us ever got away with it, but it was a good laugh at the back of the warehouse.
Yeah, when I worked at Western Distribution in Kent, there was this gal. She ran the temporaries that came down, and they had this little production line. They were putting juice, you know, and shrink wrapping it. And her name was Wanda. She took a liking to my buddy Chris, and they'd go behind some of the stock. She'd set down a chair and have them sit in it, and away they'd go.
Oh, damn. There's a job.
Oh, Wanda. She was married, too, man, down there fucking plowing away.
Fuck you! Willing Wanda, huh? Fuck you!
Yeah, I mean, he'd go early, right? So before the whole crew would kind of get there.
Yeah, work a double shift.
Hey, against the wall in the back of these huge bays, and away they'd go.
Talk about extra benefits.
I was smart enough with another one to go park on the back road, and she'd come out that back door. And, yeah, when I worked nights down there. Those were the days, my friend.
Fuck you! Not over till it's over.
I mean, my boss used to call me the coxman.
Fuck you!
No shit, too. Did you hear that song Sweet Pea played last night for old MAD?
Yes.
Oh, that's funnier than shit, dude. I Googled it and I played it last night. That's funnier than hell.
You Googled it?
Yeah, it's the wife's work, man.
Yeah?
I found it.
A bit too early, huh?
Double with you, Gunner.
I went to bed too early.
Yeah, this was about 10 o'clock last night. Her and that Sweet Pea and that MAD, man, they're always going at it.
Oh yeah, there's a crew of them over there going at it. Kind of reminds me of Channel 21.
Fuck you!
Of what, Richard?
Channel 21 back in the 90s.
Oh, Joe. That's before I was here, but I never came here till 05, so.
It got stupid for a while.
I remember I was on Channel 21 when you guys were all there when I first kind of moved here. Found you guys all on that channel. I don't remember Gunner there. I remember you, Gonzo, Cutter, yeah, a few of the guys.
Yeah, I think Gunner came and left and came back after that. Or towards the end of it, anyway.
Yeah, I've been known to do that, put everything away and not talk for 5 or 6 years and then get everything back out again.
I could be wrong, but I think he's out working, making a living. Pretty close, Gunner?
What's that?
When you disappeared off the radio for a while, was you off in Nevada or something like that working?
Oregon.
Yeah, okay. I knew you was off somewhere. Getting the bills done.
Yeah, I was down there, almost 6 years.
Where were you, Gunner?
Living in Tigard.
Oh, yeah, Tigard, Oregon, yep. Yeah, I remember you were like a weekend warrior.
Yes, sir.
Isn't your bike still down there, or you got it home?
No, it's still down there.
Where at? I mean, you got a place down there still?
It's at my buddy Rick's house.
Oh, 10.
What kind of bike is it?
03 Harley Electric Glide.
Damn, dude! You got a bike like that and it's not at your house?
Let's see, it's got expired tabs and he's got no bike license.
That's a hell of a nice bike.
And it's got a stereo. We went on a ride, you know, when him and I, Gunner, me, Humbug, Red. Who else was in there with us?
Probably no need to hold it up.
That's my problem. I can't keep it up anymore.
That's me. You know, I could probably get away with a old school chopper or something that's skinny, but that'd be about it. No couch cushions.
Did Humbug ever sell his bike?
I don't know.
No, he was talking about it. I don't know if he ever did. That was a nice bike too.
Yeah, I missed the Harley. Yeah.
Yeah, I went from a Harley to a mountain bike. Oh, and a riding lawnmower.
I'd like to get another Harley again someday. That would be great.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be out there on the road on a bike again like that.
Nowadays, you just get yourself a Honda and put a Harley sticker on it and have the same thing.
Don't forget about the pipe.
Yeah, you can make a Honda sound pretty decent nowadays.
Sold my street bike down no interest in riding this weekend. Nice one in the shop. I mean, out in the storage out there, and I can finish that and I can get back on the road. Just don't want to do it anymore. Even my just be fucked up on the motorcycle freaking out.
Yeah, I'm going for it. You like to do when you're young.
Back to the saying, those that have and those that will. Yeah, I don't trust.
But these days, financially, it can really freaking hurt you.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, dear man. Good morning.
Out of date, out of debt, I don't need to go back in debt because I was stupid.
Or because somebody else was stupid.
That's usually the case.
Stupid for being out
Yeah, I got woke up early. The cats are being a little lax over here. Darn, one of the mice got in the house in the trap. They're pretty loud over there.
I bought some different lights this last time. They're round instead of the ones we always got. They got a little heavier gauge wire, so I'm thinking maybe they might.
Oh, man. I'll catch you a little later on there, dear man. Yeah, sounds good day, number 10.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think my desire for a Harley reached all yet because I don't have
No, you didn't.
sold mine when I didn't want to. I had to. Probably why. But yeah.
Okay, Alex.
Won't ever get one again. I think I'd much rather have a hot rod. You know, a lot safer.
Yeah, nowadays a Harley, all it is a status symbol anyway. It's a yuppie status symbol, basically.
I don't know about that. I mean, I get what you're saying, Richard. To a lot of people they are, but if you've ridden a Harley, you know there's nothing like a Harley, man. Riding a Harley is definitely different. It's a different feeling, experience, and everything. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying.
Overgrown lawnmower.
I'll take the British bike.
Yeah, I had the same one for 13 years before I sold it. And yeah, especially living around here, hot rod would be the way to go. Well, there's some good bike riding out here, man, but yeah, I like to be down around the water, you know, just kind of putting around, not in no big hurry.
Towards the end of my riding days, I didn't even want to ride during the summer. It was too crazy and stupid. I'd rather ride during the winter.
God, I did a lot of that, too. I never was real fond of riding at night, though. I got stuck out there a few times and never cared for that. People think I'm crazy, but some of my most enjoyable riding was, you know, I loved riding at night because I could just see so much better. But during, you know, some of my best riding was in the pouring down rain. I don't even know why, but there was something very soothing about it. Like, not a sprinkle, but just downpour. And riding in my monkey suit on my Harley. God damn, that was pretty awesome. That hurts your face.
I bought these goggles. I think they had blue rocket lenses or something like that. And at nighttime, man, it just sharpened everything up. Without those, I couldn't see worth a shit. But with those, I could ride and see everything.
I remember, you know, when I worked out here at the coal mine, when I was living before I moved here, and living up there with my sister at her house, till I found a place, you know, and it'd be 90 degrees, and I'd leave Kent and ride clear out through Bakota and out to the mine, and I was getting off at 4:30 in the morning coming out of there. I'd make it into Tenino, and there's a little store I'd have to stop, and, you know, it was only 7, 8, 9 miles from that point to that store. I have to stop and get coffee and buy another pair of gloves because my fingers were burning. But man, going to work, it was great, but yeah, coming out of there in the morning in that cold, and then I still had another 80 miles to get home. I was like, why in the hell did I do this? And the next day I'd drive my car or whatever, my truck, and a week later the weather's nice, I'd do it again. Why in the hell was I doing this?
I still got my mittens still. Gramps made me down around the railroad. He made all my leather stuff. He made me some really nice ones, get my hands nice and toasty.
Yeah, and I mean, I had, you know, all the good gear. I still do. I got the face mask, and I never wore a full face helmet. I got a nice half shield, but, you know, chaps, thick chaps I got here. And man almighty, I'd still get cold. I had a nice jacket. When I sold my Harley, I gave the guy my jacket, everything. It was one I bought at Eagle Leather, but it was like $350 for the liner and had all the little zipper vents, you know, with the fish netting. You could open them up to get air in there. I gave them all that gear, except I still got a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, the Mary I got never have old 1953 holy wiper that flips over your hand finger. Really thick leather, and they had that silk stuff on the inside, lined with yeah, they're winter pants. They were thick. You get out frost on the outside of them, and you're still pretty nice inside.
Most of my problem was that I never had a windshield, right? So you know what that's like. And then I finally got that little windshield on there, and it took some of it away, but oh boy, you take that thing off, or before I had it on there, that was miserable.
Do you have the wiper blade that fits on your index finger?
Never had one of them, but I always just wore a full-face helmet. I thought them guys that were too cool for school to wear a closed-face helmet were silly riding out there in the rain, and I saw people get hit in the face with bees and stung and half their face swole up, and I'm just like, damn, I'll take a full face any day. So much more comfortable.
I'm that guy. You talking about me?
I must be, I guess. I just look at some guys riding and their faces deep red and hail, you know, or whatever, or bugs, and it's like, dude, you know they make closed-face helmets.
That bee did get me, man. Yeah.
Your closed-face helmet and have a bee get sucked up inside your helmet, so it's buzzing around in front of your eyes.
Yeah, I've been there, man, for sure. I had one buzz in and land right on the ledge there in front of your face where the windshield visor closes down, and oh yeah, talk about freak you out.
Well, it sucks when I go up your nose.
But that was only once. I only had that happen one time. And I did a lot of riding. I didn't even have a car for a while. I used to ride through the winter. I mean, I rode. I was a rider for sure.
I did that when I was young. I'm way too old for that. I remember it.
Yeah, it's just a memory. I hear that.
Hey, nowadays, man, my car's got a windshield and a heater. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, go for the heater.
I like that leather seats, and I like the electric windows, and I like all that stuff, yeah.
Right?
We're getting old dumpster fires. Don't mind us. Hey, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I talk about wanting a Harley, but like I said, I think, you know, I think I'm in the hot rod era. I probably won't get one of them either. But I think if I was going to have some sort of toy, it'd be a hot rod again. I don't want to leave my kids.
I'm not kidding about that windshield wiper blade that fits on your index finger. It goes over your glove. It flips over. It's like a tube, and it's got a windshield wiper blade down the edge of your finger, and it wraps down around the back of the heel of your glove. So if you need to wipe your window, you need a windshield wiper. You with your finger right across your closed face helmet and your visor.
That would have been awesome, Big Bird. I can't believe I never tried Googling something like that, because that would have been awesome.
That's the shit.
Yeah, I never heard of such thing either. I took my goggles. I did all three. I did no helmet, I did partial helmet, and I did full helmet. I never heard that one. I could definitely see times that would came in handy.
If you think about it, you just stretch your finger out straight and you put it edge against the visor and you run it across, and there you go.
Well, I need one hand to ride anyway. Just keep that one going back and forth.
I lost some rain in.
Polishing the visor every day, waxing it up, and turning your head side to side every couple seconds.
Yeah, I always had, you know, I had that little leather pouch in front of my headlight, below my light, and I had clear glasses, and, you know, I got stuck out there many times at night, but nothing like doing 55 down Highway 3 between Allen and here going, God, I hope a deer don't run out in front of me.
I was too stupid to even think about that.
And then, you know, you hit them cold spots, all of a sudden you're warm and you dip down and it's, whoa, 10 degrees difference.
That's why I don't want to ride anymore. That's
think of that stuff today. Back then, I didn't even think of that stuff.
Don't forget about the naps at dusk. You get a frickin' swarm of them things. Keep your mouth shut.
Simple lunch. That chili's smelling pretty good.
Ooh, chili. Cornbread?
No, I'm just making it to can up.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't made chili in quite a few years now, but Mom made some here last week and brought us over a big container and took some tater tots, cooked them up, and then took them out, put them in a glass pan, dumped chili over the top, and then cheese, and then back in the oven. So it was her homemade chili. Well, I made some the next day, but I went and, don't tell her, but I got some Nellies.
That's what I'm trying to get away from. I've been eating it for a few years, and I decided I'm going to go back to what I used to do.
Yeah, man, nothing wrong with the homemade's way better. Well, I think I'm going to try one more half a cup of coffee and leave just enough for the wife. She's only a one-hit wonder on the coffee, and I'm going to go after number 4.
I got all kinds of running around to do today. Gotta take the kids to school, well, drop one off at the high school, go out to Pioneer. I got the doctor's appointment at 1. Then I gotta go get the kids out of Pioneer. Take one out to a friend's house. Come back home. Go back to town. Story of my life.
I don't know how true it is, but I was talking to a nurse at one of the schools, and she said some of the schools are going to shut down because they just don't have the attendance.
What?
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. They're going to end up having to bring them together because some of them are going to shut down because of attendance. Who knows? That's what she was saying, though.
Wow.
Classrooms are all overstuffed in this district. Too many students per teacher. We don't have enough teachers.
She's here in Mason County. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know nothing. She was saying that. I'm like, huh? She said, yeah, I got all this homeschooling going on. Who knows? They could be getting ready to try and force them into a contract or something, doing a scare. Who knows what they're doing these days? They never tell the truth.
Well, I know District 309 is currently hiring teachers.
Well, maybe that's the real problem. Maybe nobody wants to work for them. So they'll blame it on the homeschooling.
Right, I know that just to get kids to school is like pulling teeth right now. And it's not because kids and parents don't want them going, it's because they don't have bus drivers to get them there.
They're definitely short on those.
You got that 4-door truck, right?
Right.
Might as well, yeah, use it for a bus, dude. You can make some extra money. If you don't like that, you can, mine's always for sale.
I'll catch you all on the flip side.
Oh, I double with you.
Roger. I was just saying I gotta roll. Gotta get these kids ready, so I'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, well, working this President Richard. On the old handheld mic. And have a good day, Maytag. I know you snuck out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, over on your mom and dad's old road.
Oh, darn it, you're pretty quiet on the radio in the morning. First stop, Limerick.
First stop is Limerick.
Uh-oh, what happened? You're getting some feedback.
There we go. That should be better.
Would you have the talk back going?
He must have a sticky mic or he's sitting on it.
That's what I thought. Remember, Catman would do that, man, and it'd be, yeah, for Zena. Everybody's trying to call him to tell him, hey, you're sitting on your mic.
You hear his phone ringing in the background when I call him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had talk back on. It's not on no more, but the mic's still getting stuck.
They have to spray, you're on the extreme still, right? That's been a good mic, man. I may have to order another one.
I don't know. You do good with those extremes. As far as your audio with your voice, it just made you who you are type thing. Some people, it ain't worth a shit for them, but you knew how to set it just for your voice.
Well, I think Cos gave me that name, and you called him the Dirtman Mike there.
Roger. You could definitely cause trouble with them if you wanted to, though.
Oh, I have before. I had the one I sold that one to Maytag that he's on, but I bought it brand new and only had it for a minute. And then I said, dude, this will work good on that 98. So, yeah, it's been a good mic for him.
I used to have a Cobra 2000 sitting here, and I'd have one of those plugged into it, and I'd flip the antenna thing over to the Cobra, and I'd get on there and just have that cranked up and raise hell, and people didn't even know it was me, and I'd just be having a ball. I'd do it probably about once every 6 months.
Yeah, there for a while you couldn't get them, you know, and if you did find one, the guys were wanting like $200 and $300 for them. I mean, now you can get them again, so they're still, you know, $70 and then shipping.
I remember somebody talking about their static was having trouble, and what they're talking, it almost sounded like their potentiometer, variable potentiometer in the bottom of it. And yesterday I ran into a package of those things. Made me think of it. Is that who it was? Yeah, I remember that. I've got some of those potentiometers for the bottom of those mics if they're still having trouble. It's an upgraded version too. From back in the day when his refurbishing them.
Where are we going?
I ordered a bunch of them from him.
Okay, I won't mention any names, but yeah, I need to stay out of the mic a little bit. And this radio's turned down as far as it goes, so.
What do you think?
Yeah, I even turned the density down, so I'm only doing just under a watt. But there we go. But yeah, if I get up in it, yeah, it probably gets a little over. Somebody has sent me a text. I'm not going to mention any names.
What was that there again?
You sound like shit.
No. They said it was a good combo, but I know if I get in this thing like that, you know, I got to stay out of it a little bit. It's way better, just a bad habit. And I'm usually not on a hand mic on the bass here anyway.
I was kind of wondering about that. I was cold just taking
Yeah, it's true. You can definitely hear the difference.
While you were sitting there waiting, did you do something ever sick?
Oh, that's a good make.
I didn't even think about it. Oh, God, yeah, but this dog just farted.
Just passing by.
Oh, God.
I'm at arm's reach. Dang, I tried to do the same thing.
He's looking at you going, it's your fault. You're the one who feeds me.
Well, I really only came in to say good morning. Normally I'm sitting out there right next to the fire, right? I keep walking out there looking at it.
Oh, you do her right. Nice. Yeah, I've always been I get organic trees.
a cheap motherfucker till it comes to the dog, and then you go fucking top shelf. I like it. Yeah, she likes the green bones. They're non-GMO and non-rawhide. Friggin' love them. You get those at Amazon. I order them about every 2 or 3 days, 4 at a time.
I did do some cutouts on that Mossberg box I got, and got a big Mossberg. I'm going to cardboard. I'm going to put out in the shed, and then I cut out a small one on the other side of the box that's sitting up here on my gun safe.
Bucket. I don't care if it says stay in the bucket. I never read that anywhere before. It's always right over there.
Yeah, my 390 I looked into it, and it definitely has the extended tube. You just put that on there, and you put a different guy in there.
Just sitting there, huh?
Hey, Gunner?
Yeah.
Pretty damn good getting up here. You know what, though, it's all off, and then turn it upside down and shake that. We both have lines and Brett Roadhouse anymore either.
Okay, thank you.
It's just nice to do it one time anyway. It worked out just right where everything lined up. 70 gauge range. Yeah, and maybe we'll have export on the other job too, hopefully.
You got plugged in your dirt man?
Yeah, I mean, it's brand new, so yeah, I guess there's, yeah, so I can open it up and get an extra 2 in there.
We do, definitely. Everybody's up here. Friday, it's bonus day, it's bucket day, you know. They just, my biggest worry right now is I gotta call him up, call up Chad again and give him some more bad fucking news about that fucking load cell again. It's like...
How was that outfit, low driver? You already said it, you're going now.
Did you have trouble with it before? On this truck? Yeah, I didn't know that you did.
We're down to what, 35?
I've had that load cell problem.
Well, I know when I got up, it was 36.
It was plugged in. It was plugged in.
Right in there.
It's reading the trailer. It's just either the voltcoder's fucked up and it's not reading right, or the load cell, one of the load cells is fucked up and it's not sending the weight right.
Yeah, otherwise we'll get a few big pellets down there.
Yeah, then it would say error 3.
My hop was almost empty, and I got 1 bag in the trunk, so I just been going down there buying 5 at a time. And make sure you ask for the employee discount. It works, trust me. Okay, next time I'm going to use your name down there.
See, where I see the advantages of
Yeah, said, well, do you work here, or what's for you? Well, I wanted to at one time, so I get the discount.
5 down to exit 77. That run there versus 50 miles, where it just seems like going to Brady would be shorter. 10 miles.
You don't ask, you'll never know.
Yeah, apparently so. So it is what it is. Basically to the Rochester area.
She said the other day, no, yeah. You know, she lives there in Issaquah. She ran up to Snoqualmie Casino and wasn't doing good. She went into the high roller room and threw a $100 bill in there, got down to, what did she say, down to about 40, and then hit something and won 1,200 and something, 1,289 or something. And she's still way behind, right, from coming here when we went the other day. But I said, well, I'm only out $50. She's out hundreds. I don't know how many, but yeah, it's like, wow. But I said, well, she was in the high roll. I said, what were you playing, you know, each spin? I don't remember what she said.
I usually do.
Yeah, I'm so happy I, you know, $1,200. But they didn't ask for the tax deal. Usually you got to pay taxes. She said, the gal said, oh, congratulations, gave her the whole amount, which is kind of unusual. Isn't that like 1,200 or 1,000? You got to pay the taxes. I mean, they do it right there. Yeah, she was almost 1,300, but they never.
You know what? I generally don't even listen to the CD at all as far as what anybody else gets down through my throat.
I don't really like to go
I'll go up one channel. I don't know.
I get in and get out. I don't stay in there.
Fuck it. We'll just stay on 17 then. Fuck it.
Then they're quite.
That way, well, I figure if I'm traveling with somebody else, we want to bullshit. We're not interfering with what everybody else has got to say. We're not listening to our conversation.
I've always been a believer in that myself. I like that philosophy.
You know when you get people bullshitting on 14 or 17 and then you're running down the road and you got to listen to them bullshit. And sometimes that ain't so bad, but then sometimes you don't like it at all.
It can be dangerous. You get up there on the 101 above Hoquiam headed to Forks and shit, and you get guys that are bullshitting on the channel, and you know you can't make a fucking call out. You just they plug it up. It gets kind of dangerous.
I can see that happening too. Yeah. I fucking love this drive, Joe. This is one of my favorite fucking drives in the world. It's coming off of I-5 and coming back out this way. I did it for years in a truck. Years.
I've commuted this forever, but I've only been doing it in a truck, you know, for fucking, well, since I've been trucking. Not nearly as long as you've been trucking, that's for sure.
Yeah, I first, well, it was before my kid was even born, so it was 93. Well, I got my CDL in 93. I moved up here in 95 and started for Drake Taylor, which is doing all that bark down there at the Raymond Mill, but his yard is right back up here. I lived up here so that I could get in my truck cold in the morning about 3 o'clock and get it warmed up and run down here to, well, it was ASY at the time. Right now, where the peelers are, that was all warehouses, all from one end to the other, from Swanson all the way down to the sharp corner there at the CFM.
Oh shit, huh?
We took care of all their bark and all their debris and shit. Greg pretty much got all that for free. He just had to get it out of the yard. He made nothing but money.
Oh shit, wow, that's crazy. It's fucking free material and then he got to turn around and just sell it.
Exactly, because it's a pain in the ass for us. What do you want it gone?
He really fell into a honey hole on that deal, didn't he?
He did, and he got it from his dad. His dad did it first in the 60s and the 70s and 80s when Greg grew up and took over the company. And his brother is Mark Commodities, the purple T800.
Okay, gotcha.
They had a yard, Gerald, at exit 99 for years, right down there by the airport. I don't know where he's at now.
What she said anyways, and you know, driving gift truck experience, I know her gifts are about 12 hours shift to do, so right in there pretty close to you, so morning. You know, can ridiculous making. Morning. It's that long to go long as long as I've done before. A bit of a wait up there. What's that? You're backed up a little bit. You're not going really fast.
Okay, I'm getting one and done.
I'm good. Who's in Oakland?
I get new tires. And I got this fucking head cold this morning that won't let me fucking do anything.
Whiskey, man. Have more with me. I don't know why you ended up down in Raymond, but now it's down to us down.
I'd just be happy to breathe.
Fucking hat top of it. To be honest with you. All right, Mike. Have a good Friday. Or Friday. I'd fucking probably make you jump too.
I'll quit whining.
$5 a gallon, Bill. It's just $20.
That's like the one big hurt about being in a fucking loss right? You know, 90% of them are going to go home in it, and I mean, at the wages we get, if I had to commute with a truck, I would not be long haul. Exactly. That's a big thing right there. The warehouse guys, because they got to pay for the gas, well, we've talked about it many times. They're just not going to do it. Even $2 an hour more, it doesn't work out. Oh, especially if they don't go back and get that last load. And a lot of times, this happens because they're on their fucking time. Yeah, exactly. Everybody? Oh. Well, yeah. What do you call it, a bird caller, a bird caller? Bird, yeah. I think they might have one and a half seconds. You get a good one at work, or the company. You want to do the XK and whatever the other day. Go back. Yeah, that's the one. You put it on the highway and the fucking thing shoots out as far as you can. Yeah, just go off and go down and grab it and see the top. Yeah, I haven't owned one with anything. I don't think I had one.
Good morning around the bend, and I'm back out. Good morning there, rifleman.
Do all kinds of
trying to jump, and he's not. Morning there, rifleman, I'm back out. Hey, Froggy, like I tell everybody, if you want me to shut up, make me shut up. You're not gonna.
Oh, it just never ends, does it?
No, it doesn't. Good morning, man.
No, sometimes it never begins, but when it does, sometimes it never ends.
Roger, well, I was actually referring to Dino, but good morning, number 10. And good morning, Dino. And yeah, it just never ends.
That's right.
Sometimes all you have to do is key up.
All you gotta do is this, right?
Yeah, Roger. How's it going, number 10?
Not coming. Going south does not.
Oh, it's going.
You been sandbagging?
Yeah, I am. Got woke up early.
Yeah, I've been up since 4.
I found a mouse in the mouse trap. Apparently the cats have been lax a couple days because a mouse got in the house. We haven't had a mouse in that house for a long time.
Hopefully somebody got to eat it.
Mouse trap caught him, and so I got up early because that darn thing was clattering and making noise there. The dog was barking at it. It was kind of funny the way the dog was carrying on.
Sorry, I'm answering a text real quick here. Busy morning.
That's fucking fantastic, man. All right, I just heard you out there. I had to jump in and say hello.
Get ready for the shit show.
the tangled web we weave. Where'd you go, number 10? Bet he went to get coffee. The swamp has disappeared. Tried to hurry. He'll be back.
Yeah, he seems to pop in from time to time.
He's up early this morning, Dirt Man.
I noticed that, and I was kind of surprised to hear him.
Me too. I wonder if he, you know, made an obscene move like he farted or something and she kicked him out of bed. Get up! Get out!
I got up and tried to sneak around the room and walked around to the wife's side of the bed. You know, we got that big king playpen there. And I made sure she was snuggled in there nice and warm, and then the blankets were all on her good, and snuck out of there. But she's not awake yet. I can always look on Messenger when she's awake. The little green light comes on, so I know it's time to, I go bring her coffee pretty much every morning.
Oh, that's awesome. You keep her in her playpen now?
Yeah, for the most part.
Well, it's probably better that way. She doesn't get hurt.
Right, right. It's all caged in, you know. I might let her out about 9.
She's always where you need her to be, right?
Yeah. Always a few steps away.
That egg won't get loaded when you put that big ass.
Love and marriage and love.
I think she might be the, well, I know she's the best thing that ever happened to me. I was kind of running wild prior.
Yeah. We'll leave that one alone.
Thank you. Wow, he can be kind of tamed.
Yeah, sorta.
You notice I said kind of.
Right, that's why I just said sort of.
She likes to hear about exes. I'm like, no, you don't need to. That's the past, man. Move on.
Oh, honey, there's never been anyone but you. I have never been in love before. I grew up watching all my friends and family, well, not all my family. My mom and dad stayed together all the way to the very end. But they're the only people I know that did that so far.
Yeah, I had my buddy, you know, the one that passed here, my best buddy from when we were kids, you know. So his wife's pretty snaggy. Sorry, Rob. He's probably listening, but yeah, well, back in the day, we'd go out drinking, and then, you know, he'd leave the bar empty-handed and go beating on her door, and she always opened it for him, and it's like, man, yeah, I'd make sure I went there after dark, too.
Yeah. Might be lonely?
Yeah, it's pretty rough, pretty rough.
Yeah, there's too many nights on the planet to spend them all alone, Roger.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people do.
It seems to be barely above freezing out there.
You got static at your place?
The window, I got one blind open in here. It's almost time to go out there and get my project done here this morning.
Yep, daylight's a-coming.
That's right at the right.
Well, I'll let you go. I'm gonna get going myself. I've been working on stuff already. Been sneaking around the yard being quiet.
Chilly Willy.
Have fun over there and tell the wife good morning.
Oh, yeah, she's still sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
I know she's about to wake up. Usually she's awake, but I haven't noticed she's not awake yet.
Yeah, she's a hard-working lady, so she needs her sleep. All right, Dirt Man, I'll talk to you in a bit.
Yep, have a good day, Zodi. Catch you later, man. Be safe out there.
Number 10, drink a cup of coffee. Don't know if you made it back.
He's just getting started with the coffee. I'm done.
Sounds better than mine.
You too, Wolf Trapper.
Good day, Dirk.
Yeah, likewise. Catch you guys all later. I'm going to shut this thing down and go hang out by the fire for a few minutes before I go outside.
One day out, give me a big radio. I'll show you.
Oh boy, here we go.
That was almost a bumper getter.
Fucking psycho.
And BS, if you're out there sandbagging, possibly good morning to you.
Morning to you there, Road Dog. So there, Ball Don, you ain't got the biggest radio. It sounds like she does. I don't want to go to work. Don't worry.
This truck's just set up really good so you can do everything. You know, it split. It doesn't take long. The trailer loads super easy. I don't even hardly touch it. It just falls right into place. It just, everything's set up good on it, so it makes my job a lot easier and quicker.
Yeah, no, that's sweet. I want to convert this after my green one I loaded behind the bunk. I want to convert this one over.
The blue truck was that way when I first started driving. I didn't like it.
Oh God, I loved it. It gave me more traction and everything.
Yeah, give it more traction and everything, but I don't know, it made that blue truck steer funny going down the road. It just feel like I ain't weight on my steer tires.
Oh, I'll be damned.
I don't know if it set the damn right back there too. Just about as easy as truck I've ever drove for a long time. I call it the damn old man's truck. It's just super simple.
You have automatic?
No, they 600 gas on the road. Everything. Oh man, these boxes up before you put in, but yeah, I didn't crash and all that stuff.
Copy that.
They also need the one that they just bought, newer, George bought that. Hey, one. Damn 6 foot long. Yeah, but they're only had this amount of that.
Yeah, 10-4. Fuck, I couldn't hardly see the road this morning coming to town. That fucking fog. Man, I was only doing about 45 there for a long time. Oh, fuck, yeah, I was ugly. Probably made a lot of time on me when I was going through that shit. I don't have them very often up there.
Floaty's not working so well this morning. Standing by. Who was that car one more time? Roger that, 967.
We saw a great with deer or elk coming out in front of me. It ought to be that far.
Roger that, Washington State. Town all time, good, vulnerable food. 2037, show me state, got that. Show me state, working with barefoot radio, a 4-element flat side, got that.
Chop, chop, chop.
I heard you out there in that diesel wagon as well. I heard that diesel wagon. 1137, show me state stepping. Roger that, 777 and a diesel wagon. Merry Christmas coming up. 73s, take care out that way. 1137, jack down. I heard you, I did hear you, but it was way out there. 1137, standing by.
He must have heard me, because he did say it that. Right, chop, chop, chop.
Speaking of malls, can somebody take me to the hardware store? I need to buy a bigger hammer. 1137, barefoot radio, got down.
Detroit Falls, get somebody over there.
in Indiana waiting.
Boy, you did. You got all the way down. 1137, show me, stay waving. How about it, 42? Hey, 42, you got a sloppy copy on this Barefoot Radio? 1137's waving. Roger that, 222. From the Diesel Wagon, Mobile. I heard you out there in Oregon. 222, 1137, waving and stepping.
How about it, DA, saying 777 Indiana, I'm waiting.
Somebody's going to have a bad day.
Man, it became a mess up in here real quick. 1137 swinging by. Hey, I'll get on a Barefoot Radio over here, fellas. Barefoot Radio in Missouri. 1137, working a 4-element flat side and about 10 watts got down. Roger that, 42. Take care out that way, slowly breathe, and have a good day. I hope I didn't step on anyone's toes. Here I go.
Adios. Yep, this is now, yep.
That's all right. That's all right. One of these days I'll grow up and get me one of them big radios. 1137, got that. Helper got down.
108, Mr. Freeze out here. East Iowa. How about it, DX? Lamb? We got you there, 42. It sounds like you're in the other lane here next to me.
Yeah, 42, I think Coyote, Northwest Indiana. Ground, you got a copy of the Coyote, Northwest Indiana.
108, Mr. Freeze.
What are you doing?
Swinging to 12. Boy, I'm getting after it now. Nope, I didn't turn the house whatsoever. Just turned my variable power all the way up on this old Galaxy SSC Echo radio. Here I go. Roger, Dodger, 42. It's not about the power, it's what's out there on the tower. 1137, got down.
Rolling in the Buckeye, we rolling in the Buck 10, we rolling in the Buck 10. This is in the Buckeye, 44 on the Good Morning Wave, like a brother.
I'm going to take a standby. I need another cup of coffee, but I will be listening. 1137, set it, and got down. Hello. Man, antenna now, receive plumb out. 37, set it, and back quiet.
We're good to go at 1421.
Roger that, 565. I'm going to take a standby, go grab me another cup of coffee because I need it real bad. 37, got that.
Okay.
Okay, Gunner, I got that dowel out. Yep. Took me a minute to figure out to get that barrel back on there, but yeah, you got to conk it, so I got her back together. Torn ripped. Torn and ripped. No, I mean, I can, but yeah, I try not to make a habit out of it. to go out and do some shooting with my 10 mil and the shotgun here this next week. Take my sister's 43X for a ride too. Good morning. You're above dirt.
Easy day, don't wake up yet. It's a good day.
I'm ready. Yeah, but I know a guy that's even taller than me.
Let me get back up in here one more time.
That can be kind of hard to pull out of there sometimes.
1137, show me state, waiting for it.
Not as bad as trying to cross Lynch Road to 101 though. That's a bad one. That's a dangerous one there.
Especially for a barefoot radio. 1137, waiting and stepping.
That's why he's over mod.
Waving right back. Take care out that wind, 70 degrees, and have a great day. 1137, 7 and stepping.
Yeah, you got a little bigger signal than he does, but not much.
Miss Nugget, have a good day if you got a sloppy coffee. 1137, waiting. Come on, conditions. 1137, show me state, standing by.
get up there. Guess I can call that guy over here by Island City and get that hits of it. Up the back of the trailer and put it there.
How about it, 565? You still got a sloppy copy up there in the corners, 1137 Missouri, trying and sending back.
Lay it across the hood road.
There it is.
Sunrise is looking kind of cool over there.
Yeah, it is. It really is. That's pretty cool with the sun coming up and then the reflection above the clouds. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think.
All right, I think I got everything hooked back up. The cat coughed up a hairball on the power strip there and shorted everything out, and I kind of lost power down here. But I got it all sorted out, and I'm back up and running. I only got 2 outlets, so I'm running off of power strips, extension cords, and the cat sat there and coughed up a big hairball on the one power strip, kind of knocked everything out. All my wiring and electrical outlets and boxes and stuff I had for down here, I used them all in that remodel in the garage, and I haven't acquired any new stuff, so I got 2 plug-ins down here, and that's it.
All right, I'll haul it out to the suburbs.
Yeah. Jacks out or whatever. I thought about saving mine for late month, or maybe don't go
Yep, catch you later, man. Have a good day.
I told them.
Well, I did get my power hooked back up there after the cat barfed over my power cord. I am back up online here, but I'm going to wander out the door now. Like I said, I kind of had an electrical issue down here. Cat's okay. Didn't get electrocuted when she did that. Funny stuff. I'll be back out here in a while.
Bill the boss says, well, I don't know why you ain't got more of these. This is way better. He's like, yeah, empty night. There's a lot of people way down.
He calls Billy like he's called his fucking Holly, his mama. Thinking he might have a chance of seeing Billy's tit or something. Just that easy, smack my little bitch down. Yes, it is. Well, nigga with that wave, let's get her. All T-bags got. All T-bags got. Right, Joe, we're waving, bud. We're waving until we do it again. So if balls got all the way down.
Good morning to that triple nickel, Captain Caffeine.
Yeah, but I'm so fucking jealous. Me and Billy bunks them. Now we need to bunk them.
I guess Mother Nature's still going to wake me up.
An Indian bitch over there, she must be funny. Keeps trying to get me. Been married 45 years now. Douchebag. Sound like fucking T-bag lover out there. Somebody ain't got somebody you can call lover. Go over there and fucking get T-bag and reach around. He'd like that. They think they do. That's right. According to the law. According to the law. Hola, hola, hola. Coca-Cola. Just sold that back now. Lucky woman. You're so full of shit, nobody wants to hear your fucking mouth run. Somebody thinking you bad.
time on the 165.
Sure, ETA. Get behind the fucking wheel.
How about it out there on the band? How about it 17? 7-4 Kansas waving, Mike. Guess I could dip this Detroit yellow paint, take it back for a quart.
.1137 in the same estate, back on the road and the same line.
No, 647 any other ways.
get down.
Right, Joe. Just got down in the Evergreen. Triple nickel Detroit Balls. Got right back.
Top of the day, triple nickel. Mr. Detroit Balls. 650.
Way down. Just that easy. When you're smacking teabag around. Just tell teabag what you earned. Oh, baby, you gotta read the mail. Well, see what this can bigger does. I've been around DX man, old BB gun waving a hand, I'm back out. Hello. Start your mind. Little bit. The way down. I don't hear nobody out there. Bunch of bumblebees, bunch of bigger radio. I guess I'll shut this can bigger down for a little bit. Come back later. Hello, BB gun, and he back woods, and I'm back out. Show up. Tell me where I live, T-Bag. Tell me where I live. Who's that up there in New York that came in here for old BB gun there, break? All right, I went and fetched me coffee and made it back. Man, it's rough out there right now. I got about 4 or 5 people coming in here and one can big at a time. And it's rough. No doubt about it. Old BB gun waving her hand and I'm back out. Arrgh, I fetched me coffee and then I made it back. Arrgh. My damn beans from. Old BB gun in backwoods and I'm rocking this can big and mail. And I'm back out. Right, Joe, wagon wheel. Wagon wheel. I heard 761 come in here. Hello, 761, old BB gun. Got the critters all fed. Only got 2 eggs so far today. I'll be here for a little bit, at least till I finish my coffee. Audio. Oh, BB gun out here in the backwoods of Missouri. Trying to warm this old cotton up, man. Trying to warm this old station up just like me when it gets rough. Something. I'll wave a hand up around Montreal, up around New York, old BB gun. Hello. 647 dollars for Detroit, triple nickel, Detroit balls with the lead. You open the interview with them standing in front of Tucker Carlson, so it looks
say it looks mighty nice through the window.
Yankee Bravo getting all the way down in Detroit. Yankee Bravo, triple nickel, Detroit boss, right back. 3, 4 other ones coming in there. I might as well get my fixings together and smoke a bowl while I'm sitting here drinking my coffee. Garage. Joe, you got all the way down. You got all the way down. Smacking teabag around. All the way poor teabag. Ain't nobody can tell unless I put my foot up. Nobody can hear teabag unless I pick my foot up. The ongoing saga of in the bushes behind Billy's dad's garage while looking in the basement window. Make sure you're having to put a big old kiss on it for me. Johnny Walker Center, get around with her. I got all that time, Johnny. Hey, Johnny. Old BB gun said, I got all that can bigger old BB gun back out. Teabag. That's all Teabag's got, little bitty carrier. Nah, and he's in there. You can't get across the water. You have a good one up there. Keep always keeping it on. Be safe, my friend. Good talking to you, Johnny Walker, with your badass. Teabag up. They call him Kevin Pine, Teabag's sister. I can't hear Kevin Pine. You never hear Kevin Pine, but he's over there just a fucking whining because I beat Teabag up every day. Morning, road noise. Tell him what you switch it. Good morning, right back to the handle. Have a good day. Anytime you're ready, turn the afterburner on, because Kevin needs a buck of water, and he don't bother me with he's like you, Keith. Hey, with that got something to say, but nobody's hearing you. Oh, the way down. Just that easy. Getting this old girl warmed up down here in Missouri. Sitting in a pissy chair with puke on his sweater. Need backwoods of Missouri, my little old, he knows. Leftover 45s with cigarette butts in me. Whoa. Heard it all. Because I said it all. Ain't there something road noise every time he picks a bottle up, cigarette butt or something in it? He gone when you shoot all the way gone. Poor Teabag. Yeah, poor Teabag. Joe, too bad you couldn't hear his bitch Kevin crying. Why you always saying Teabag that night? Yeah, I can't hear him at all. Right, Joe. It's a good thing you can't hear him. Snow talking in the switcher. Smack that bitch all the way down. Teabag. The only ones in a fucking timeout cheering you. Change that fucking. Put out some
unclean pants. Let's do this. Smack that bitch down. There you go. Key up on it, Kevin. Bitch has enough time getting out. Key up on it. Why, you big fucking squeal. Shut the fuck up, Kevin. It doesn't concern you. Why BT bag up?
Sitting in the bushes behind Billy's dad garage, looking in the window, man, life is really large.
Talking, because I shut you all the way down, T-Bag. You once told me, when you open your fucking mouth, I shut it down. All the way down. Ask anybody around. Yeah, that's true. Listen to the games, T-Bag. Because you're never in there. Unless I put my foot up. One hole. No talk. Just that easy. Putting T-Bag in the fucking corner. He's never there. Right, Joe. He can sit in the corner and bounce off his mama's lap. Sucking her titty. That what I said back. Mama said if he sat in the corner, he could suck my titty. Hey, where's Johnny Walker with you? Medicine man, medicine man. The way that we're smacking T-Bag around. Poor T-Bag. I don't think anybody likes you, Kevin. You're like a T-Bag. I'm in the swear chair. I'm gonna have that one dumb fuck in the left side. And what you gonna do? T-Bag. Bounce off your Why you're because you've been told. Your neighbors will try to eat everything. And that's where there ain't getting any fuller, is it, T-Bag? Yeah. Spell it. Spell it, T-Bag. You're right, Joe, and T-Bag gets smacked the fuck down today. Just getting warmed up. All the way down. T-Bag's getting smacked around. Look at your needle, cornhole. I ain't gotta look at nothing, T-Bag. Smack down. Look at your needle. Try to get it to do a watt today. Johnny Walker, I'm back. I'll catch you later. Good day.
Well, lively conditions in here. Hello, come in. 1137 and Missouri, standing by.
And there's Johnny Walker Rogers. I'm back out. Good day. You believe that? Oh, BB got away. Y'all watch out for old Johnny Walker, because that guy bigger than Chunky Archer. My jewel machine to play with. Because it didn't do no more than it did yesterday. It didn't do no more than it did yesterday. All 2 watts. That's what you're doing.
Roger that, 464. Sun freeze and have a great day out that way.
Oh, he's gonna cry a whole lot. You can't put out more than a fucking watt. I think T-Bag lies every time he opens his mouth. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. But I ain't seen him do talking. No luck. No luck for Teabag. I guess the daddy's on that loan because he keeps calling him on the phone.
Hello, Halloween.
Well, I guess I said to this old girl, that's where he's headed. Smacking Teabag around. Oh, the way down. He trying to turn it up. Oh, the way down. Right, Joe. I think he's turning it all the way down. All the way up. Now look at your Teabag. Oh, looking around. Not looking too good for you, Teabag.
Yeah, my coffee's been empty for a little bit, but I'm still sitting here standing by.
The music carrier. Out here crying about the boss.
Hello, audio.
Flying out there. There's no Detroit boss getting all the way down. Good morning out west. 747 said that.
747, Station 10, Western Washington. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm waving back to that 747. Number 10, standing by.
We live good from Calcutta. No talking for Teabag. Smack his lips one day. That's another beautiful day in paradise.
This will be station number 10 in the beautiful swampland South Puget Sound out here in wet, windy, wild Western Washington. Station 10 standing by.
Teabag, he can't spell a goddamn thing. And it's another fine day for another shrill declaration. For Teabag. No talking for Teabag. Anybody hear Teabag? Tell them it's always somebody broadcasting a new set of rules. It's all good. Shut the fuck up, Kevin. So goddamn it, it doesn't concern you.
I was sitting there listening to Skip on my radio. I was catching that early morning Detroit show. Out in the bushes behind Billy's dad garage, looking through the window. Man, life is really large.
Wandy, can you turn right for me?
All right. Hey, I'm waving across the county line. I thought I heard NATO out there. Good morning.
747's gone again. And he ain't getting out so good. Poor Teabag. You cry a lot, Teabag. How come you gotta cry a lot? Just 'cause Mama put you in the chair, she won't let you suck the tit anymore. So jealous of the boss, poor Teabag. Good morning, Double Tap in the morning. Keep up the good work. 747, Tornado Alley said that. That way, right back to you. Just that easy, Marty. I'm getting a lot of skip talking done today. Teabag ain't stopping none of mine.
Yeah. E-B-B-B. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, wise guy. Yeah, try to think, nothing happens.
He's got Mama's tit in his hand. Don't even look around, cornhole. Just that easy when you're in the swing. Ask him what your, Governor, for Teabag. That's when he
call me the boss. Smack it. It costs to be the boss. And that's all T-Bag is. The guy is a Ruddle Terrier trying to plug my ears because he knows you guys are coming back to me. Sure. You don't get it. Just that easy. Smack the T-Bag around. Detroit ball smacking that T-Bag all the way down. Yeah, talking to a little girlfriend on the phone. Kim Pine on the phone. You doing fine. You're like geeking each other up. They both must have been to prison at one time and been geeked up. That's all T-Bag's doing. Staring at his radio, waiting for some talk time. Get back on the phone, T-Bag. Everybody out there, if you 105 Illinois. Triple nickel. Look in the university. Not looking too good. Even Kevin. I guess conditions done changed. Oh, yeah, you're gonna need that loan. That number 2, triple nickel. Smack T-Bag all the way down. Just like that, concrete. 14 spaces in there. But his two-way walkie-talkie ain't working because Daddy ain't out here to talk to him. All right, you have yourself a good weekend now. 105 Illinois, number 3. Sure. Better than being in the fucking chair you're sitting in, the pissy pants and pukey sweater. Not doing shit running down his fucking leg. He's sitting in a good chair where Mama's gonna clean him up. I'm gonna stop by and scrub your nuts. Just smacking T-Bag around. You're gonna have T-Bag around. Something we do over here in Detroit. Smacking holes with my nabo. You're gonna have to spell something. Sure. Smell your mama. Smell your mama. Poor T-Bag. What a joke. Don't even look around. Look at the wall. But a radio stand out in Detroit. Nickel Detroit Boss told you. Wave a hand. Around Motown, Triple Nickel, 747 said that. Station number 10 out here. Beautiful swampland. Beautiful swamplands. South Puget Sound. Out here in wet, windy, wild, western Washington. Number 10 in the swamp, standing by. Number 10, Triple Nickel with the wave. Hey, Triple Nickel, you Detroit boss. Sounding good like always, number 10 over here in the Great Lakes. Yep. Hey, we're waiting for the next exciting episode of In the Bushes behind Billy's dad's garage while looking through the basement window. Yeah, go, man, go. I hear that chief kick a bitch out there from the Slabahoe track. Settle down, kick a bitch. I'm kicking this bitch all around today. I got it under control. Kick a bitch. the ball Scudell. Yep. This is station number 10 out here, Western Washington. And I turned down my radio. I kept it kind of low. I was listening to that Detroit show. The latest episode in the bushes behind Billy's dad's garage. We was looking through the bender window. We saw the large try. Start giving out addresses and phone numbers. Get ready. If you're not gonna spell, and he ain't gonna say nothing, just tell him to shut up. And he ain't gonna say nothing, just tell him to shut up. Go outside and they're trying to see me. Well, you guys have fun in Detroit. We're over here in Western Washington listening to your talk show. That's right. You get them guys to clean up them bushes out there behind Billy's dad's garage. That's quite a mess, you know.
Sure, Rick. Hands down. Look at the wall. If you're not gonna listen in the swear chair, cornhole, you're gonna go outside and play.
Smell it, T-bag. It's always cooler. Raw power in reserve. Well, I've been staring at my empty coffee cup long enough. I'm gonna be stepping out now. We'll take care of some. I'll be back out here later. Get working. All right, keep that Detroit show cooking over there. We're waiting for the next latest episode. In the bushes, behind Billy's dad's garage, whilst looking through the window. 42. 456 West Oregon. That's where General Dad go with the wedge. I think he said he's going to go outside and play. Roger that. Yeah, you're putting me up out there in Oregon. Keep up the good work, man. You better watch out, 555. He'll be in the bushes. Roger. Roger that. 456 and a Dave made Mobile. You reckon he's still eating turkey ass? Got one down that neck, too. Not the neck, too. Damn. Joe, twin powers activate. Poor D-bag. He just don't understand. He ain't gonna stop me from talking. And the only time people hear G-bag is when I lift my foot up. Why is he gonna sit out there and cry? It gets all of his other bitches out here crying, because nobody can hear them. You guys should listen up real close. You'll hear that bitch over there, Kevin, crying because I'm beating T-bag up. And Kevin's in a different fucking country. He's working up on the T-bag. Time to put a cornhole in the kitchen.
He's not gonna...
Looking out for each other. They're looking out for each other.
Time to...
Go, Gay Power! Go, Gay Power! No talking for T-bag. Joe. I think they're trying to get the Gay Powers going. You hear me, Brother Sevens? Can you hear me? I do think so. I got a little bit of
You're in the swear chair.
poor T-bag. Is that all you're going to say all day today? Because you ain't getting out of that pukey-ass chair of yours, we know. You're stuck to it till Mama gets there. It's a bitch when you're stuck in a fucking pukey-ass chair until your Mama comes.
Key it up, G-Bag. I like when the boss smacks you down.
He's on the phone to his daddy trying to get a loan. Hang on.
Yep, he's on Howie's phone calling his daddy.
Told you, huh? Didn't I tell you? That's what T-Bag does. When you don't hear him keying up, he's usually on the phone, because nobody can hear him.
Is all the way up in the swear chair.
And I smacked him all the way down in the pukey chair.
Alright, I'll handle it. Classified COD boy, that's what happened to River Falls. Great.
Just that easy, smacking D-Bag down.
That's quiet. It really makes things nice.
That's perfect. I know over there in Canada, you guys think different over there. McDonald's is different over there than they are here, man. But burgers taste different. Yeehaw!
Been so warm out here the past few days out in western Washington. Today it's a little bit chilly out here.
I just came in the house. I can't feel my nose.
Man, the cat went and coughed a hairball on my power strip, and I lost all my power down here. I got that all cleared and everything all hooked back up. She's all right. She did not get electrocuted, and I put the power strip somewhere else so she can't get near it.
Yeah, I heard all that earlier. Are you repeating yourself?
I'm reiterating. That's another word for repeating, right?
That radio check, is that working?
Hang on, I'll have to look in my urban dictionary. I wonder where it is.
It's probably out there in some urban area.
After mine, not used to one of these Zoom. That might solve my game issues.
281, keep it down, man. You're making a...
I'm frozen. I'm getting me a cup of coffee because I'm frozen.
Yeah, I got my cup sitting here. I'm trying not to drink it too fast.
It's going to snow in Wenatchee tomorrow, so winter is upon them.
Yeah, it's creeping down here on us.
Flat lights. 225, 25 and a half. Have a good Friday, okay?
Got half my bowl smoked already.
Got a horn now.
Shit, all I got's a pair of kings. All right, you win. Don't forget to cough.
Yeah, about the only fast food I eat over here anymore, Mud Puppy, is Subway or...
That guy in Skip?
Just talking about fast food.
Wendy's isn't all that great.
I don't know, I was over across the room. I just heard somebody talking and it sounded like Skip.
Like maybe once a month, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's all Skip out there.
It's about $30 you go to a sit-down restaurant. So yeah, it's about the same.
A lot of that going on.
Uh-huh.
Did you see the report about the sunspout? It's 50 times the size of Earth. And it's just a spot on the sun.
All right.
That's humongous. That's what's causing all this crap.
Yeah, the Earth ain't all that large, but that's a big hole if it's the size of the Earth.
50 times.
Right, that's even huger.
Right, and actually it read 60, but I'm saying 50 in case people want to misquote me. It said 60, but I went, wow, man, I'm just going to say 50. At least 50 times. That's freaking humongous.
That's right, you're damn close anyway.
If you were to try to leave here right now and go in a straight line all the way around the world walking, I wonder how long that would take.
Well, if you did it at the equator, that's about 24,000-mile walk, and you have to swim for some of it.
Straight with a hand.
So the scuba gear is going to weigh you down. That'll take you longer.
The rotation of the Earth puts us traveling at about 1,000 miles an hour as we're just sitting here in the orbit around the sun. You can add another 100,000 miles an hour to that to create that distance. We're 93 million miles from the sun, you know.
That's probably why most people just go, I'll just sit here and wait for you. Right here.
Yeah, my point is it don't feel like we're moving, but we're traveling pretty fast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but walking-wise, we can only go so fast, so, and then if there's current, you're going to go even slower because the scuba gear is heavy, so that's going to slow you down even more while you're walking on the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, now that I'm older, I don't walk fast. I only walk half-fast.
Have a water, huh?
Keep that in mind. There's a lot of people that aren't fast, so there's a lot of half-assed people out there.
That's probably in the dictionary, too. that mean they're like half donkey?
640. That's right, they're half-assed. Where you guys get them big?
Which half?
Triple nickel, not the slow half. Right.
That's funny.
How fast are you? Oh, I'm only half-assed. Hey, happy holiday.
He's donkey fast.
Good friends out here. Triple nickel, Detroit boss, got all the way down. All the way down into the bushes out behind Billy's dad's garage. You're looking in the window. There he is. Sounding good, my friend. Triple nickel with that wave right back to you, bud.
And it was perfectly clear at 4 a.m. You could see every star in the sky. Now all you see is white. Just white. Oh, maybe some gunmetal gray here and there.
Yeah, it started getting lighter outside, but then it started getting dimmer because of the clouds.
Yeah, and I mean, it packed right in. It's going to rain tomorrow.
Well, I got the roof all swept off and the gutters cleared and stuff. That took like most of yesterday.
Did you get that water diverted to your neighbor's driveway?
Oh, no, I'm not that kind of a neighbor. I made sure my drainage is all draining properly and stuff, you know. Roger, Idaho, it'll be your turn, bud. Let's go.
Did she pay you?
No.
I'd make a big sign. Don't work for this lady. She doesn't pay her bills. She owes me this much money. And don't take the sign down until she comes and pays you. And tell her that when she comes out and says, "You are rude." Well, and you're a ripoff.
Well, I was thinking about something very similar. About the size of a keep out or no trespassing sign posted on the front of my property that says, "If you owe, pay."
Too tiny. Only attention you'll get is your own, because you'll see it and go, "Oh, there's my sign." Yeah, that's not a sign. Hang on, I'll be back. Go to Home Depot and get yourself a 4x8 sheet of particle wood or plywood. That way you can paint it with exterior paint so it'll last.
Right, but if I put it in the corner of the yard where I was thinking about is like right in her driveway, right in her face.
Right, and you could call oh, this is just a wind wall. Well, why do you have writing all over it with my name on it?
Oh, it wouldn't have the name. It'd just say, "If you owe, pay." And my excuse for that is, well, that just reminds people if they owe, they should pay. Why, you feeling like you owe somebody? Maybe you should pay them.
I like my sign better. She already knows she owes you. But you're trying to make sure everybody else knows that if they work for her, they're not going to get paid.
Right, but I was going to try to do it in a more polite way and kind of pick on everybody, although she'll know I'm picking on her, but she won't be able to prove it if I don't have her name on it, you know?
Good morning, gentlemen. Diamondback said that.
Mr. Diamondback. Good morning.
I got it all going on fine on some investigation.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Just trying to dry out. That last rain, that 4 inches in 24 hours or whatever it was, 4.7. It kind of messed me up a little bit. I had like 3 inches of water in the machine shop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a good thing I got a really good grandson, man. I called him and he came over and we started trying to get the water going. It was one plug culvert down there by Mega Machine. We went and unplugged that, and then got every pump I had out there going, and finally got it dried out. Spent 6 hours trying to get everything dry with squeegees and firing up the wood stove and trying to dry everything out.
Wow, but you were able to do that without damage?
Yeah, it really didn't. It's a good thing all my cabinets and stuff were up off the floor. But I had one power strip in the office here that was laying on the floor. And so it was kind of blinking and stuff, and I said, oh shit, it's in the water, man. So we unplugged that. Sure enough, it was full of water, so. But other than that, it was just mats and, you know, stuff that was on the floor that it's all drying out little by little.
Damn. Oh, I wish I would have known that. I was sitting here, I watched the creek go from, you know, what it normally is to almost 4 feet, and it became like 20 feet wide in about 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we had a hell of a lot of rain in a short time.
Yeah, we did, and you live right at the edge of that wetland, so, oh, damn. Too bad you weren't up just like another 10 feet.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd settle for 5 feet, at least it wouldn't get in my shop, you know. But it is what it is, I guess.
So are you caught up? Do you need any help?
Oh, no, I'm pretty well caught up. Yeah, I've just been firing up the wood stove every day, trying to get, you know, every little nook and cranny that's still got a little bit of moisture in it dried out.
Right, yeah, that can be a bear, but as long as you got enough fans and you obviously know what you're doing. It's a good thing you had pumps, eh?
Yeah, the one pump that screwed me up was, I think it was a sump pump that was out there, and some pumps have a screen on them that is fairly small, so it ended up plugging up, so it wasn't doing its job. Once we replaced that with one that was a trash pump that couldn't plug up, then the water started to flow.
So what got clogged?
Well, the clog was down there in that, on my neighbor's next door, you know, that's all swamp in there. I mean, his whole front yard is nothing but just a lake. And usually the water goes from my place and down along the side and up off the hill and goes right into that property. And that property dumps into the ditch right there on Trosberg. And when that one culvert plugs up, it backs everything up, so all the drainage from everywhere just kind of stops right there. So, yeah, I kept looking. I was up probably 3 or 4 times that night, and I'd look out the kitchen window, and I said, well, it's raining really hard, but the pond is at the right level. And looked out the back window, and I says, yep, the creek going into the pond is at the right level. I said, we're good. And I noticed in the driveway, you know, it was building up a little bit, and it was deeper than usual. But I didn't think it was getting into the, you know, coming through the sandblast booth into my shop. But when I came out at 7:30 in the morning, I opened that one door going into the machine shop, and it was all the way up to the jam. And I said, oh crap. And that's about as deep as I've ever seen it in there. But when we started pumping, it wasn't doing any good because still all this water coming down off the hill and stuff. Yeah, it was coming down, it was going into that low area next door, but it couldn't get out because the culvert was plugged. Once we opened up that culvert, man, you could see the water just rushing, you know, off the property and heading down that way.
Oh my God, yeah, so you were a sponge for a little while there, and too long at that.
Yep. Yeah, it won't catch me by surprise again. You know, it just fooled me because the pumps that I have that keep the pond at the right level and keep the creek at the right level, see, those were working. That was the only thing I was looking at. So it won't fool me again.
Yeah, so in the dark, it was coming up all around you, you just couldn't see it.
Yep, exactly. But now I know, so I used to I had a water sensor. It's just kind of a little battery-powered deal that you put down you know, someplace where you're worried about water, and it's got an antenna, and if the water gets to that point, makes contact, then it sets off an alarm in the house. But I didn't put that up because I figured, well, you know, we've done a lot this year to control water, so it should be fine. I don't think I need that.
Yeah, except for one thing. 100-year floods, that kind of thing, history.
Yeah, you remember back when we had a lot of rain, that, you know, I don't know how many years ago it was. But I called the city of Tumwater, and they said, oh, it's just 100-year rain. And I said, okay, yeah, well, I won't be here in another 100 years, so I guess, you know, we'll just work our way through it. And then, you know, maybe a month later, the same kind of flooding was happening, and when I called, they said, yeah, that's a 100-year flood. And I said, man, the 100 years went by fast. It was just a month ago. You guys told me the same thing.
Right, well, they forgot to tell you about the 5-year flood, the 10, the 20, the 30.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if the city of Tumwater would get off their butt and get out there and actually clean ditches the way the county used to do, I don't think we'd have any problem.
I agree with you 150%. Yeah, I was talking to number 10 the whole time about, you know, house of water at your house, and he was saying, well, I can see it, so we knew it was coming up in the yard, but yeah, I was wondering about your property, but when I drove by, it looked okay.
Yes, it fooled you too.
Yes, it did. I did see water in your driveway, though, and I did notice that and thought, oh, is he going to flood?
Last year, so it's a little hard to flood.
Yeah, when it gets up to, when the water in that west side pasture there gets up close to the driveway, and you know you got a problem because all of my other drains can't drain if that's that high.
Yeah, that makes sense. Damn, well, I'm glad you guys got it under control.
Yep, we'll be good till the next time. So, I'll just keep a closer eye on it.
I know that big station up there in Northern Cal can hear me because I just heard him coming back to me.
That day.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how fast it was going. I'm thinking 15 miles an hour or so.
Yeah, that dumps out the backside, right? And then down along toward the north.
Yes, so this is the mouth of the Percival Creek, which jumps into the lake, Capitol Lake.
Yeah. Right. But it goes, it kind of goes towards Sapro, doesn't it?
Beautiful. Yes, yeah, it winds its way down and around.
Get some of that sun, Gunner?
And it comes out of Trosper Lake.
Gunner has left the room.
Yeah, so there's not much from my side that dumps into Trosper Lake. That little swamp area across the street, some of that goes that way, but the majority of it will go toward the west underneath that road that goes to Oak Creek there, and it'll go back in that low area back to the beaver pond behind the blueberry farm there, and then out.
Oh, so it goes completely the other way.
Yep, the majority of the water. I'm sure some of it goes into Trosper Lake.
Yeah, it probably does, because all of it's really just one giant wetland.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen when they build that development there on this side of Gold Creek. When they put that in there, that's going to add more roads there, and I don't know what that's going to do to the water flow.
It's already got nowhere to go. You're telling me they're building a housing development down in there?
Yep, right along the back side. If when you're going down Kershaw, you know, toward Gold Creek, if you look to the left, you see a chain across the driveway, and that's where they're accessing. It's going to be, I don't know how many houses they're putting in there, but it's going to go all the way down to that housing development that's already in there.
Okay, they're just making it meet it.
140 out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that'll divert some of the traffic. I don't know if it will or not on Cuthbert.
Maybe if they you hook it all together.
Yeah, so it'll come out down there past Lambskin, you know, where that one development, that newer development's in there.
Right, so in about 1980, I had friends that lived out in 93rd, so we'd have to come out Tumwater all the time. And we used to take this road to, we go down Little Rock Road. And when we go down Trosper Road, we couldn't go all the way to Black Lake because it was always flooded.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of that was because of the beaver dams out behind the Blueberry Fringe. But we finally got, when I first moved in here, you know, I talked to a lot of neighbors, and they said that's where the flood was coming, those beaver dams back there. So we called Natural Resources and said, hey, you know, we need to do something about the beaver dams because they're flooding this whole area. And they said, well, you can't do that. You know, you can't go in there and kill them. So she says, I'll have the game department give you a call. So the game department gave us a call, and they said, you can go in there and pipe the dams, but you can't tear them down. I said, okay. He says, I'll send you all the paperwork, show you how to do that. So he sent us the paperwork. We bought the pipes and went back in there and knocked the dams down enough to put the pipes in. And since then, there hasn't been a problem with the beaver dams because they can build as high as they want, and it won't make any difference. It can't stop the leaks.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, this whole area, if you were to fly over it and look, it's all the way clear to the west side and almost all the way to, I guess it would be Little Rock, is pretty much a wetland band.
Oh yeah, it's all low area.
Yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, I always wondered why they built in it, but I mean, people got to live somewhere, right?
Sure.
Yep, that's true. Well, that, you know, Prosper, this whole valley used to be nothing but farms down in there. And, you know, the soil is really good along Prosper there. After you get back past Kershaw, I mean, that was all farmland. And, you know, but now that they've got a bunch of houses in there, that just kind of got rid of that, so the water doesn't soak in anymore. It just kind of lays there.
Yeah, or it's diverted to another area and then floods that area.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, bad planning, but yeah, I know they're working on it, but it's taken forever, for sure, especially out this way.
Up here at the Granny.
Yeah, I just wish we had the county back instead of Tumwater. I think they do something.
A while, she says, yeah, here next month will be 15.
Well, maybe as progress goes, they will. We'll see what happens, huh?
Talk to you about.
Well, it took me about 20 years to get them to put that double culvert in there at Mega Machine. But they finally did it. You know, they put in the water pipe too high, so they couldn't dig the ditch deep enough to do the job. And so they said they've got to have some material over the top of those pipes that they put in that were too high. So by digging right down to them and putting the two pipes that they put in, they could get that over the top of it and get it a little bit lower where it should be. So finally, after, 20 years, they finally did it. And it did help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, you never know how much water is going to fall. So I think they ought to base it on that, and they ought to find out which tributaries drain the most, and then go make those tributaries bigger.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you talk to the city of Tumwater, they'll tell you that they can't clean the ditches. Department of Environment won't let them clean the ditches because it cleans the water. I told the guy from the city of Tumwater, I said, it goes into a swamp. I said, you want to clean the water? Clean it in the swamp.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, what's the problem here? Yeah. I'm kind of a problem solver myself. My mother's best friend was a county coordinator, so she would have sat here with you and me and said, yeah, we need to go make the tributaries bigger where it drains the fastest.
Exactly. I thought that's what we pay taxes for, you know?
Well, and they were making the systems so that they were sand filtration system that's over here on Rural Road. That's all to clean the water before it gets a chance to pollute the lake.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of land to do that with. You know, I mean, you can plant all the cattails and stuff out there that you want to clean the water, but and there's plenty of land to do it. Don't do it in the ditches because they're made to flow.
Yeah, and they did them right in them. I mean, I'm looking at this and going, hey, what's the problem here? It's low over there at one point of Percival Creek. I mean, it's really low. It's like 15, 20 feet lower than the road. And that's what makes that work over there. The minute that they took care of that problem over there by the hill, it quit flooding there.
Yep, that's usually the way it is. It takes a hydrologist, you know. I mean, it doesn't take a city of tumwater engineer. It takes a hydrologist to figure out where that stuff needs to go.
Yeah, and this area has been aquifers forever. So I know they all know how to deal with it. They've been doing it forever. Remember, it's the water and a lot more.
Yeah, that's true.
My Uncle Jimmy, he's probably turning over in his grave right now, but he's probably laughing.
Yeah, probably so. He's probably just up there saying, I told you so, I told you so.
Yep, and then they built, then they stripped the hill, Tumwater Hill. He always used to say, someday they're going to strip this hill and they're going to build houses and they're going to fuck it up.
Yep, and they did. It kind of amazes me. We watched them put in that housing development there behind the Beehive Industrial Park. You know, they put that 80 houses or something in there. So they build a area for the water to collect, a basin. And this thing is about the size of my big shop. That's it, for 80 houses.
And then, to top that off, they sent all the rest of the water down the fucking hill. And it goes right into your aquifer.
The first year that it rained hard.
Usually when you're... Yep. And ever since.
Or the hint of...
Yeah. Yep, and that all goes into that one ditch right there on Frostburg before it heads, you know, west. There used to be a ditch in the middle of Beehive Industrial Park. And it went all the way from Joppa through the park, through Lambskin, and dumped right into the swamp right there. But they got rid of that. They said, oh, we don't need another channel for the water to go. Well, that really helped.
It did, and when they took it out, it started flooding again.
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I mean, they're getting there, but they're doing it so slow, you know, you and me aren't going to see it in our lifetime.
No, it's gonna take some engineers, I think, that open their eyes and say, you know, let's start at the top of the hill and figure out where this water's going and how to handle it.
Yeah, because you can make that water useful. It doesn't have to just drain. It could actually feed into the right neighborhoods if they did it right.
Yep, exactly. No, I hope they get it right someday.
It doesn't have to go into a swamp. Nothing against the swamp, number 10.
Got my needle, it's going about where it needs to go, so...
Are you still there, number 10?
About him holding off long.
We lost him. His wife probably grabbed him, and she's making him work.
Oh, thank you for your comeback. He's out here.
Yeah, that's right. He lived right on the swamp, huh?
Yes, I mean, it's right at his back door, basically. He's got about, I don't know, 100 yards before it would hit the back door, but yeah.
Up in this thing, otherwise.
He is at swamp level, and then his property goes up from there.
Loud and proud and crystal clear.
Yeah, if they would have built this whole thing a little bit higher, you know, but my house was moved in here off the Capitol when they put the freeway back in, way back in the, 60s or whenever they put I-5 through there. And so I'm sure that they probably picked the easiest way down the road and to be able to get that house in there and get it set up. They weren't thinking.
Oh, yeah, and I did see where, right there on the corner, that property sold that's just adjacent to you, down at the end where it goes creek and goes to the right and further up, curse up or whatever that road is. That house right there. I always thought that property is going to flood, and it looks like they put some, built the land up or something.
Yeah, well, back in the 80s, I think it was around, I don't know when it was, 85, 86 or 89, I bought that property, that's 13 acres, and moved my folks into that house right there. And, yeah, it did flood. And that's when we got into trying to figure out why isn't it going down that low area out toward Black Lake. And that's when we found out about the
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Man, yeah, I've always remembered it flooding bad through there since I was a kid.
Yeah, between that little low area is kind of halfway between there. Between the house right there when you go into Gold Creek and the house that's closest to Trosper Road. That low area goes right through the middle of there. But there was a guy down toward the end, too, that was filling all of that stuff in that low area. So that didn't help. But the county got after him and said, no, you're going to have to pull that out because the water goes through there.
Right, yeah, he was actually controlling it.
Yep. So, I don't know, lowering the beaver dams, that really helped. I haven't been down there since we did it, so I don't even know what kind of shape those pipes are in, or if the beaver moved out and the dams are down, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard telling now. I haven't been down there in a long time either.
Yeah. 104, stretched 18 feet, so I'm spinning around in circles. 116, waving.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to get back in there because you almost have to go through that property there that's where the blueberry field is.
Trailer. Yeah, and there is no trail through there anymore either, is there?
Nope. There's just Bill's driveway right there that's right next to the berry field. But that's about the only way.
Do you know who owns that berry field?
The guy that actually owned it died. His family still owns it, but they're not doing anything with it. They don't farm it. They don't do anything with it.
Do they let people go out there and pick berries?
I think the family, if you contact them, they let them do that. There's people that go in there all the time, pick berries. I'm sure they don't even have any permission, they just do, which I don't see a big problem with because nobody's doing anything with it anyway.
Right, it's just sitting there, and those plants are 50 years old or better.
Oh yeah, it's been there for a long time.
Oh yeah, I used to pick there as a kid. Those were some of the best blueberries on earth. I wanted to dig up one of the plants and bring it home, but it grows better out there in the swamp. You could grow one at your place with no problem, but here I have to have it down by the creek maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they like a lot of water.
Yes, they do. If you can make it boggy, all the better.
Morning there, Zodi. It's very cold in New York. And it's always nice to hear from you, man. I'll tell you.
Sounds like
And take my morning pills. Eat something even though I'm not hungry. Guess it's got to be done.
Yeah, I have that problem myself. All right. Well, hey, it was good to talk to you. Thanks for keying up for me in number 10. I don't know where he went, but he's running around somewhere.
He's probably out in that swamp looking for an alligator.
Yeah. All right. I'll tell him you said goodbye and key back up for us.
50. Oh, you don't? I'll leave my radio on for a while. Might talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, I'll be in and out all day. You take care of yourself. It's good to hear from you. I'm glad you got that under control.
I got me trained.
If it gets crazy next time, call me, okay?
Sorry. Will do.
I mean, I'm not that far away. I can, I'll bring the car and float to you.
How about a skip lane?
There you go. Put your water wings on them wheels.
There we go. I'll see you later.
Go ahead there and get your numbers, but got a little bit too much echo for me.
Turn down, how's that?
Oh, that sounds just fine. That's top.
I want a Zodiac. You got a copy in the Buckeye?
Coal miner. But out of the conditions, that's well too opportunity.
This is 745 Elstone, Texas.
I'm looking for some conditions, come on. In Texas, all right. Hey, sounds good there, buddy.
Roger that. Well, you keep some of them stars to yourself because you're blowing smoke down here on the high plains.
That's all right. I got some up here. On small station fishermen.
Roger that. You have you a good weekend. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. Keep on DXing. That's what it's all about.
Roger, that's the one and only tournament. That's the only one and only tournament fisherman here in New York City with many fishing poles.
Roger that 259 East Tennessee Mountains. You're doing a mighty fine job on the high plains of Texas.
Merry Christmas and hey, a good weekend coming up. Brother, have a safe day and have a safe weekend and stay on the radio. Yes, sir. Hey, thank you, sir. Get your name called. So they said, the fisherman said that in New York City, and I'm back on the fishing reel.
Yes, Dallas. Oh, man, Coyote Holler at that old 745. Oh, BB gun out here in the backwoods.
California, Coyote and Virginia, you're doing a fine job down here on the high plains. 745 waiting back. Roger that. Don't get too fat on that turkey or that ham. I bought a ham for Christmas. I'm going to enjoy that myself.
I'm at it, BB gun. I'm at it, BB gun. That name rang a bell. I said BB gun on the 503 fishing dead. I'm going to cast my water reel to you right now, BB gun. Oh, you ready? Come on.
745 waving back. Nah, I quit that 25 years ago.
Yeah, he does. 745, are you originally from Texas? You take care, man. You take care. Catch me when you can. That old BB gun in the backwoods, and I'm rocking on there, break. Okay.
That'd be me, 745 down here on the high plains, Amarillo, Texas.
I kind of choked up there. Oh, what's going on?
I'm having to jump on the radio to hold it down.
Oh, no.
We was talking about your accent there. It kind of sounded like you're out of
from Knoxville, Tennessee. You too. Take care. Have a good weekend. Have a good Christmas coming up.
BB gun with a big old wave.
One down there, 745. So bad out. After that, Dowdy, you're doing a fine job yourself.
Hey, 745, Knoxville's about 125 miles southwest of us. We're up here in the very northeastern tip of the state there, Ron.
Yeah, roger that, yeah. My granddad left Knoxville, Tennessee probably 70 years ago. He's passed on. My mother's passed on. She passed in 2000, but I'm still alive, well and kicking, I guess you can tell.
Well, I tell you what, you kept that. Sure. Hey, keep on DXing out there and give them that southern accent. How about it?
Coming in from all over. I guess I'm in an ideal location because I got skip rolling in from around the globe.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear them coming. Wonder how old 0745 is. I wonder how old that little boy is out there. He doesn't sound like he's too old.
How about a Zodiac? You got a copy in the Buckeye?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm a little frozen, but I'll be all right. I was outside early this morning.
Oh, Roger. I just wanted to touch bases with you this morning.
What are you doing?
I'm just coming back from the heart doctor.
Oh, well, did he tell you you have a heart?
Ha ha ha, you're funny, yes.
Still working, huh?
Well, they think I got a blood clot.
Uh-oh. What are they going to do?
Well, they're going to give me some medicine, wait 6 weeks, then they're going to stick a camera down my throat to look at my heart.
Oh. Well, they'll probably knock you out for that.
Christ, I hope so.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be awake for that one.
That's not looking too good.
Well, it's just an endoscopy, but they're going to look down through your throat, huh?
Yeah. He said he wanted to look at the backside of the heart.
169 in the whole year. Huh. I didn't know they could do that going down your throat.
Well, I guess they can now.
That's cool. It's the endoscopy one way or another, but yeah, different types, right?
Yep. Anyhow, I just wanted to touch base with you. Don't work too hard.
Yeah. No, I won't. All right. Well, I'm glad you got at least a decent report, but hopefully it'll all work out okay.
Yeah, me free.
You got me about that 10 years. I'm 69, I'll be 70 in September.
Roger, roger. Hey, at least you pay attention to your ticker, Redder.
Look at that, look at me, Zodiac.
I don't know where he's at. Can we take a message?
65 don't even matter where you...
Can't really hear you. I'm down here a mile away from 99, but if you're out there, I remember your name anyway if you can hear me. It's a fucking goddamn amazing.
Yeah, but... Okay, all right. I remember your name.
Talk about it.
That's funny. I'll see you later, Trucker Mike.
He's up there. He's an old mountain man up there. He's got a beard.
He can't hear me no more.
His hair, he's always...
That Wilson 5000's doing good, Buckeye. Where are you?
I'm almost out. My exit on 93rd.
Damn, yeah, that thing's working great.
I think so.
Yeah, it's hitting me at about 9 dB.
Can't complain about that.
No, especially from there. That's working great.
You can, but it's not going to get you nowhere.
Well, see, if you had an antenna like his, you'd get out like that, too.
If I had an antenna like his, I would have been able to guide you back there fucking 5 miles back, but I don't.
Yeah, it's called the Wilson 5000 for your car.
Oh, no, I'm in a truck, dude. I need something big. I want that shit sticking up as far as I can get it to stick up without hitting the overpasses.
I'm in a truck.
He's in, well, yeah, he's in a semi, Buckeye.
I'm in a big boy truck.
Yeah, he's in a big boy truck.
Well, I'm sorry.
He's not sorry. He's out there making bank.
It's okay.
See, he likes it.
I showed him the road that I drive on, and I'm stuck with it. I'm okay with it at this point when I'm making, you know, like $1,500 a week or more.
You got dual antennas on that truck?
No, I got one.
If you put two on there, it works a lot better.
Well, I have one coax running to one antenna. I took the coax that was on the truck off because I didn't want the stock. It's a whole thing right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing really. I'm just trying to get it up higher so that I can get out farther, because my theory is the farther up it is, the farther out I can get, but I don't know if that's the case that may be true or not.
Then you could agitate people better.
Yeah, that's the goal, but that guy out there,
He even admits it.
he was telling me that because my antenna is too close to the cab, it's running through the cab, and that's why I'm not getting the reception I'm getting. He says whip antennas are great, but, you know, I guess there's other antennas out there that are better. Now, the goal is, get over here someday, to get fuel over here, the Tumwater where I get fuel, the roof is 14 feet high there. And the goal is to take that antenna off and put it on the fucking mirror mounts that came with the truck and see if it touches the roof on that. And if it does, how far? Because I can be up to 14.5 without getting in trouble. So if it's just barely touching the fucking roof, I'm just gonna get another whip antenna and put them on these goddamn fucking mirrors and run the regular coax that came with the truck and take mine off and see how that works.
They're about 6 feet tall.
Tomorrow it's supposed to be about...
Mine is 102 inches.
Right, if you switch to a Wilson 5000, they're about 6 feet tall. And you could still do the same thing. It would be a trucker mount style where they would have it on your mirror.
Well, I have the antennas that came with the truck, and they're like, I think they're only like 4 feet high, but whatever. I'm not gonna... I kind of like my whip antenna because on my last truck I got out like 14 miles with it. So...
Well, it's just trying to help you figure out the solution to lowering an antenna and still having a good quality antenna, right?
Exactly. It's just about playing with it at this point, figuring out where it needs to go. I can't really mount it anywhere else on the truck. I mean, there is other places, but I can't really drill holes or anything in this truck because it's a lease truck.
Yeah, I got you.
Otherwise, I'd put it on the fucking, there's a piece of metal on the back of the truck here between the catwalks. There's 2 catwalks on this truck, and it goes all the way across the frame, sideways.
for the my pigtails and shit that's mounted to that. I'd like to drill holes in that and mount my antenna there, but like I said, I don't think I could get away with that because I think they might have a goddamn coronary, but I don't know, I got a couple ideas, but I just gotta get around to get my fat ass to do it.
Hello. Oh,
Roger, you dropping down the hill?
Missouri, I'm back out. Hello, 245.
I know that was a lot of information in the...
Yeah, they're wiping you out now. It's getting pretty crazy out there. I'll talk to you next time.
Good state, I'm back out.
Skipland's coming in.
Hello.
Number 10 must have got lost somewhere down the line.
Yeah, I kind of lost you too. I don't know